Chapter 1926. Boom! A violent explosion immediately reverberated in the sky. Then, the faint energy smoke dissipated, revealing the Hunter Empire's battleships, to the surprise of all the attackers. But it was also within reason that none of the Hunter Empire's battleships were destroyed by the attacks launched by the owners of these terrifying auras. Instead, they were still flying in the sky, intact. At most, all the battleships had an additional layer of pale, yellow energy shield around them, like an eggshell. Under the impact of the energy that had yet to fully disperse, fine ripples like water waves were formed. Immediately afterward, the battleships flashed with light, and energy beams as thick as several people shot out from the huge cannon muzzles. They cut through the space of thousands of miles and blasted straight in the direction of the auras. Boom! An even more intense explosion resounded in the sky once again. At the same time, several huge mushrooms appeared in the sky like pillars supporting the sky. The shockwave spread out in all directions, destroying everything in its path, leaving behind a stretch of sparkling and translucent debris that had been scorched by excessive heat. You've gone too far. At this moment, a loud roar resounded through the sky. A blond man wearing animal skin, revealing a pair of strong legs and arms and half of his chest muscles, flew out of the mushroom cloud, holding a silver longsword in his hand. He had a pair of chiseled face, deep facial features, and sharp eyes. He swung his sword at one of the battleships. "Break for me!" In an instant, a crisp cracking sound was heard. The outer energy shield of the Hunter Empire's battleship, which was selected by the blond man, immediately shattered under the golden arc of the man's slash. The golden arc of light continued to fall on the Hunter Empire's battleship. Bang! Creak! Then, a shocking long and narrow crack appeared on the Hunter Empire's battleship. Boom! Sparks flashed, and a slight explosion was heard from the Hunter Empire's battleship. These bastards deserve to die. At this moment, another male voice full of anger sounded in the sky. Then, the sky shook, and a large cloud of black smoke suddenly appeared in the sky. It fluttered and stuck to the energy shields of many battleships, wrapping the battleships like cocoons. Then, several Western dragons flew out from the countries below. It opened its mouth and spat out scorching magic flames toward the battleship. "You can't leave me out of this." Following that, another man wearing a white robe with slanted shoulders and a beard appeared in the sky. He laughed out loud. With a wave of his hand, the clear sky was covered with dark clouds. Lightning bolts as thick as an arm descended from the clouds and bombarded the warships of the Orion Empire. Next, even though they did not speak like the previous three, men and women with majestic auras appeared in the sky one after another. They joined the attack on the Hunter Empire's battleship. In a split second, gusts of wind, heavy rain, wild thunders, flames, rainbows that could split the sky and the earth, demon-like black fog, and piercing battle chi filled the sky and bombarded the battleships of Orion Empire one after another. A few seconds later, with a cracking sound, all the energy passports outside the Orion Empire's battleship shattered. Orion Empire's battleship, which was emitting a bright metallic luster, was revealed. However, just as everyone was about to launch another attack to completely eliminate these foreign creatures, a large number of energy beams quickly flew out from the Orion Empire's battleship and bombarded the surrounding attackers. The attackers did not care about these energy beams, except for a few who did not choose to take them head-on due to their personality or fighting style. The rest of the attackers waved their hands and created an energy shield in front of them to meet the energy beams. But in the next moment, the expressions of those who chose to take them head-on changed abruptly. Under the direct illumination of the energy beam, the energy barrier they had created shook violently. Then, it exploded with a loud bang, allowing the energy beam to shine on his body without losing its momentum. Painful screams came from the mouths of those who were hit by the energy beam. However, what scared them even more was that their bodies actually showed signs of collapsing under the illumination of the energy beam. It should be noted that each of the guys who appeared this time was not weak. He was either a demigod or a god, an existence that was determined by the world. His body's strength was enough to withstand a nuclear attack, but now he was showing signs of collapsing under a small beam of light. How could they not be shocked and afraid? What kind of game is this? A man shouted with a slightly panicked expression. At the same time, he moved his body and quickly dodged to the side. However, even though he had escaped from the energy beam, the feeling of his body collapsing still did not disappear. His body was still collapsing, but the speed was much slower than when he was hit by the laser beam. Damn it! Then, the man roared again, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared from the battlefield in an instant. With this man taking the lead, the other guys who were afraid of their physical condition no longer hesitated. Without saying a word, they turned into streams of light and disappeared from the battlefield. In an instant, only 4 to 5 people were left on the battlefield. A bunch of cowards. A woman with an animal skin wrapped around her waist, revealing a pair of slender and beautiful legs. She wore a cotton shirt with only a round iron cover on her left chest, revealing most of her flat abdomen and arms. She wore a golden helmet that covered her blonde hair. She had fair skin, a beautiful face, and exuded a heroic spirit. She held a shield and a long sword in each hand while calmly dodging the raised shot from the Orion Empire's battleship. She said with a disdainful expression, "That's right." The burly man who appeared first laughed. "Everyone, tell us your names." Then, after dodging another energy beam, he said loudly, "As the initiator, you should announce your name first to show your sincerity." The middle-aged man who created a sky full of thunderbolts with a wave of his hand hid his body in a thundercloud and said straightforwardly, "Me? My name is Finn McCool." The burly man who had to use his great sword to deflect the energy beams said loudly. Due to the fact that his doppelganger was talking, his dodging was slightly out of place. "I know you. You're the hero in Celtic mythology, the leader of the Fjordna Knights." The middle-aged man hiding in the clouds said, "I've said my name." "It's your turn now," Finn said. "I'm not as famous as you. Maybe you haven't even heard of my name. But as a promise, I'll tell you my name. Listen up, my name is Stellenberg." The man in the clouds said his name after a brief statement. "I've never heard of your name." After frowning and pondering for a moment, Finn shook his head and said after realizing that he really didn't know who this person represented, "Stellenberg, the god of wind, air, and sky in Slavic mythology. I didn't expect you to have mastered the power of thunder." In addition to the burly man and the female warrior, another man who created a sky full of black smoke with a wave of his hand said in a hoarse voice, "Hey, you know me?" "That's surprising," Stellenberg in the clouds said in surprise. "Then who are you?" Then Stellenberg asked with interest. "I don't have a name." After a moment of silence, the man replied with a hoarse voice, "How is that possible? How can a person not have a name? Are you an elf that materialized from a phenomenon?" Stellenberg said in disbelief, "Yes." Unexpectedly, the man gave an affirmative answer. For a moment, the three of them couldn't help but look at the man in surprise. However, the three of them were very tactful and didn't ask what kind of phenomenon he was. "You're the only one left, valiant female warrior." Then, the burly man looked at the female warrior and said while dodging, "Nimidona." The female warrior who blocked the beam with her shield replied, without turning her head, "Nimidona? Oh, I know. You're the goddess of war of Britain." Stellenberg said in realization. "Yes," Nimidona admitted. Britain referred to the Britain mythological system, which was a branch of Celtic mythology in the Gaul region. The goddess of war of Britain was Nimidona. She and the burly man Finn could be said to be of the same origin. "All right, my dear companions, let us use our weapons to destroy these heretics who came out of nowhere." The burly man Finn said loudly. "Agreed," Stellenberg said in agreement. "Agreed," Nimidona said in agreement. "Then we'll do as you say," the phenomenon elf said. "Nimidona, send us the blessings of victory." Finn said with a bright smile after receiving everyone's response. "I, Nimidona, in the name of the goddess of war, Send the glory of victory to the brave warriors. Vanquish all foes, my companions. Nimidona chanted aloud, as if she were singing a hymn. The next moment, the golden light on Nimidona's body rippled. Finn, the elf, and Stellaberg immediately felt a surge of power in their bodies, and their hearts were filled with the desire to win. Ha ha, that's the feeling. Finn laughed. Then, with a sudden roar, his whole body swelled from the original 2-meter tall to a 3-meter tall burly giant. He stepped on the void and waved his equally huge greatsword to meet the Orion Empire's warship. I'll give you a hand, Stellaberg said in the sky. Then, a whirlwind suddenly descended on Finn's body. Like a propeller, it increased Finn's speed by a large margin. And me, the phenomenon elf said, not to be outdone. Chapter 1927. As the voice of the fairy fell, several western dragons once again emerged from nothingness, flapping their wings and rushing toward the Orion Empire's warship. As the side being attacked, several dark portals suddenly appeared on the warship, and then, one after another, hundreds of fully armed soldiers flew out of the portal, firing lasers, and rushed toward Finn and the several western dragons. Finn's figure swayed, nimbly dodging the lasers fired by the Orion Empire soldiers, and rushed to the front of one of the soldiers. He raised his sword and slashed diagonally across the soldier's body. Puff! The soldier's body was immediately split into 2 halves from the cut and scattered into nothingness in a cloud of blue smoke. Finn, who had succeeded in his attack, did not stop and immediately rushed toward another soldier. The soldier who was selected by Finn quickly retreated and dodged from the spot. Then, a strange light net weaved out of energy appeared out of thin air and shrouded Finn. Finn's mouth moved slightly, and he extended his left hand upward. A turquoise energy light instantly flew out from Finn's hand and met the light net. Whoosh! The turquoise light trembled slightly and turned into a goshawk, resisting the light net and preventing it from falling. As the legendary hero of the ancient Ireland region and the descendant of the Danu goddess Hina, other than possessing outstanding battle techniques, Finn had also learned healing spells and exquisite magic under the guidance of his teacher, the druid wizard Fangus. They were not like his subordinates, who were simply brawny warriors. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Finn immediately turned around and rushed toward the surrounding Orion Empire soldiers in a large arc. Seeing that the capture net had failed, the Orion Empire soldiers did not hesitate. They raised their weapons and attacked Finn. In an instant, a shockwave invisible to the naked eye rushed toward Finn. Bang! Finn, who was completely unprepared, was shocked and quickly slid backward. Hey buddy, how are you? Stryberg hurriedly used his lightning to force the Orion Empire's soldiers to retreat. He asked loudly at Finn. Fortunately, I won't die. Finn stopped his body from retreating and rubbed his chest that was faintly showing signs of stagnation as he replied loudly. Then, with a clap of his hand, a green life force immediately spread out from his body. It was the healing light of druid magic. Finn raised his head and looked at the others. From time to time, mermaids, dragons, golden goats, strange elves, and terrifying monsters would appear around the fairies. There were also all kinds of black clouds created by black magic or witchcraft, which killed the soldiers of the Orion Empire who rushed near him. In the clouds, the god of wind and air, Stryberg, used his divine power to weave a defensive wall made of air, blocking the soldiers of the Orion Empire and killing them with terrifying tornadoes or lightning. However, due to the wide range of effects he triggered, he would receive beam attacks from the battleships from time to time, making him somewhat passive in battle. He couldn't move freely. The goddess of war, Nimidona, used a sword full of brilliance, a brave and fearless spirit, and superb fighting skills to fight the many soldiers of the Orion Empire who surrounded her, beheading the enemies in front of her one by one. Stryberg, do me a favor. Finn, who saw the situation in the field, raised his head and said, What? Stryberg was puzzled. Use your wind. Open a path for me that no one could stop. Finn said loudly, Although I don't know what you're going to do, no problem. Stryberg laughed. Immediately, A violent hurricane with a strength of 13 or 14 suddenly appeared in the sky. Like a gray air dragon, it spun and curved in front of Finn, blowing away all the soldiers of the Orion Empire in front of him. Finally, it bombarded the outer wall of a warship. Boom! The wind exploded, forming a turbulent flow of air, creating a large area of wild wind between heaven and earth. But as the battleship being attacked, it was like a rock in the sea, not affected in the slightest. It was still hovering steadily in the air, and from time to time, it shot beams of light that made the four people feel alarmed. "Thanks, man." Finn, who saw the path ahead was clear, thanked loudly. Then, with a stomp of his foot, his body instantly crossed a distance of more than 100 meters like a shadow and appeared next to the battleship of the Orion Empire in the blink of an eye. Bang! Finn fiercely inserted the silver sword in his hand into the wall of the Orion Empire's battleship. Following that, he forcefully pulled out the numerous sharp wooden stakes he had taken from the beast's skin coat on his shoulder and threw them into the wound created by the sword. Sprout, grow, turn this land of steel into a jungle. Finn's body was filled with the aura of nature as he chanted loudly. The next moment, a green light bloomed from the crack, followed by a large number of greenish-brown plant vines growing out of the crack. Like a plant growth scene that was sped up dozens or hundreds of times in a man versus nature program. It quickly spread out and covered a radius of tens of meters in the blink of an eye, and continued to grow rapidly without slowing down. Druid magic, sacred wood mistletoe. Creak, creak. The harsh sound of metal tearing was immediately heard from the battleship. Finn didn't stop there. Stepping on the vines that had grown to the size of an adult's thigh, he quickly rushed to the top of the battleship and ran to another area of the battleship. Like before, he used the long sword in his hand to cut a hole in the metal of the battleship, then threw the oak stakes inserted into the hole and activated the druid magic. In an instant, another cluster of rapidly growing vines appeared on the warship. Finn didn't stop there and ran to another area of the battleship. It couldn't be helped. The Orion Empire's battleship was just too big, not to mention its height. Just its unfolded length alone was several kilometers in radius. Therefore, no matter how fast the mistletoe grew, it couldn't completely cover the entire battleship and destroy it in a short time. They could only use this stupid method to speed up. However, it felt like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. After all, there wasn't just one battleship that had descended on Earth, but 7 or 8. It was impossible for the 4 of them to destroy all of them. It could be said that it was very difficult. At this time, the Orion Empire's army reacted and hurriedly sent their own soldiers to clean up the vines on the battleship. "Don't even think about it," the god of wind and air, Stryber, shouted. Then, with a wave of his arm, a violent hurricane once again appeared around the battleship, blowing away the Orion Empire's soldiers who wanted to approach the battleship where Finn was, and shrouding the battleship like a protective shield. It bought more time for Finn's operation. "So it could be done like this," the elven phenomenon said in realization. Then, his figure dispersed, turned into a cloud of black smoke, and quietly appeared beside a battleship. Then, he reappeared and placed his palm on the outer wall of the battleship. The next moment, a dim light flashed. Several green vines crawled out from the dim light, rapidly growing and spreading on the outer wall of the battleship. However, the elven phenomenon wasn't satisfied with this. With a thought, more than 10 6-meter-tall elves appeared. A cyclops with a thick wolf fawn club in his hand and several huge wester dragons appeared above the battleship. They violently attacked the battleship. Boom, 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 whoosh. Violent muffled sounds and blazing flames appeared on the battleship. "Ah, well done." Stryberg laughed. Then, with a wave of his hand, a huge hurricane wall shrouded the elven phenomenon's battleship. At this time, neither Stryberg, who was in the sky, nor the goddess of war, Nimidona, who was still entangled with the Orion Empire's soldiers, noticed that the other 6 Orion Empire's battleships were quietly moving away from the 2 battleships attacked by the elven phenomenon and Finn, putting some distance between them. Then, after about 2 minutes, just as Finn's mistletoe magic was about to envelop the entire battleship, the elven phenomenon broke through the outer wall of the battleship and was about to release black mages into the interior of the battleship. Two violent energy fluctuations fiercely spread out from the two battleships. Finn and the elven phenomenon's hearts skipped a beat when they sensed the energy fluctuations. A sense of impending death welled up in their hearts, and they didn't dare to hesitate, immediately using various means to escape from the battleship. But before they could do anything, two sun-like rays of light suddenly bloomed from the battleship, instantly engulfing the two of them at a speed that seemed slow but was actually fast. The expansion of the light didn't slow down, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the two battleships. Boom! Immediately after, a loud explosion that shook the heavens and earth suddenly exploded, forming a strong shock wave that quickly spread in all directions. The goddess of war, Nimidona, and the god of wind and air, Stryberg, bore the brunt of the shock wave that rapidly spread out. They each let out a muffled groan, their faces pale as they were blown away by the shock wave. Then, the shock wave continued to move forward, hitting the Orion Empire's battleship that had retreated a little further in advance. Boom, 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 boom. Under the impact of this strong shock wave, the battleship without the protection of an energy shield was immediately like a boat immersed in a storm. The hull of the battleship shook violently, and part of the weak outer wall was torn apart, creating one explosion after another. Even the battleship and the god of war were seriously damaged by the shock wave, not to mention the Orion Empire soldiers who were in the middle of the shock wave. Almost at the instant the shock wave hit them, their bodies suddenly exploded, turning into a cloud of smoke and disappearing into the sea of energy. Damn again. At the same time, in the far east of Japan, Sei Ito exclaimed as he looked in the direction of the energy with a stunned expression. A few minutes later, the cloud of smoke subsided. The three battleships that faced the shock wave head-on were damaged, and the damaged parts were emitting black smoke, looking like they had been ravaged by artillery fire. The goddess of war, Nimidona, and the god of wind and air, Stryberg, were pale. They floated in the air far away, looking at the location of the explosion of the two battleships. "A rare hero," Stryberg said softly with a regretful expression. Although the goddess of war didn't speak, her slightly nodding head clearly expressed her agreement with Stryberg's words. "Let's go. It doesn't make sense to stay here. Let's try to save as many people as possible." Stryberg sighed softly. With that, he was about to activate his power to leave this place, but at this moment, an abnormality attracted his attention again. Hearing Stryberg's doubt, the goddess of war, Nimidona, hurriedly followed his gaze. At the place where the two battleships exploded, a cloud of black smoke, like a fog that couldn't be dispersed, suddenly appeared in the empty sky. It was as if there were many rats inside, wriggling restlessly and quickly. "That can't be," Nimidona said in surprise. "That's right, it's that elf," Stryberg said in surprise. Then he suddenly smiled and said, "He's the embodiment of the phenomenon. As long as the phenomenon that formed him hasn't been banned from humans, he won't die so easily. Just like Tardari in the world of the shaped moon, as long as he didn't break away from the phenomenon and return to his original form, he would never be killed by anyone. At most, he would temporarily disappear and wait for the next time he appeared." This was the case for the elf phenomenon in the main world, but because the mechanism was different from Tartari's, he didn't need to wait for the right time and could appear at any time. However, the prerequisite was that he had enough power to support his manifestation. So even if he didn't die this time, he would need to hide for a period of time to recuperate the power he needed before he could appear again. Perhaps knowing that this wasn't a place to stay for long, after the cloud of black smoke stabilized a little, it suddenly turned into a black rainbow and plunged straight down, quickly disappearing from Nimidona and Stryberg's sight. "Looks like Finn is really dead." Because of the previous surprise, the two waited in place for a while, but they still couldn't find Finn's figure, so Stryberg finally said in a low voice, "Let's go." Nimidona nodded slightly and said softly, Next time I won't let them go." Before leaving, Nimidona looked at the Orion Empire's battleship in the distance with eyes full of fighting spirit and said firmly, "I believe you," said Strieberg, smiling. Then, the two figures flashed at the same time and disappeared from the sky together. Without the obstruction of these dangerous indigenous creatures, the 6 warships that had slightly repaired the warships with the self-repair program set sail again. While slaughtering the humans and animals in the countries below and above with their wide-range wave-frequency weapons, they flew towards the United Kingdom. Chapter 1928. Finland, Sweden, Norway, Poland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Belarus, Germany, Denmark. Along the way, all the countries they passed by suffered inhumane devastation. Especially the small countries such as Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Belarus, and Denmark. They were completely wiped out, leaving not a single living thing. As for the large countries with large populations such as Finland, Sweden, Norway, Poland, and Germany, although they were not directly wiped out like the countries above, their populations were not completely wiped out. As long as the Orion Empire's battleships plowed a little more, they would follow in the footsteps of those countries. It could be said that in this short journey alone, nearly 50 to 60 million humans died an unnatural death, and the number of various animals was even more uncountable. In this way, about half an hour later, the 6 battleships of the Orion Empire arrived in England. Without any announcement, they directly launched a comprehensive cleanup of the entire British island. An unstoppable, super-strong wave immediately spread throughout the entire United Kingdom. Lord, please punish these demons. At the same time, deep underground in London, England, shrouded in a white halo, an old man with a tragic face shouted anxiously, "Is there really no other way?" Her Majesty the Queen's face was pale and her breath was weak. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty the Queen. This is all we can do now. We've done our best." The Catholic priest in a white robe sighed helplessly. "My people!" The Queen's eyes widened as she shrieked. "Your Majesty the Queen." The members of the royal family on both sides quickly came forward to comfort her. "Go, call Abilia over." The Queen sat up on the bed with the help of someone's arm, as if she had a momentary recovery of consciousness. She looked at the old butler and ordered anxiously, "Yes, my master." The butler bowed with his hand on his chest and turned to leave the room. "Archbishop Andrew." After the butler left, the Queen turned her head to look at the old man in white and said, "Your Majesty." The old man named Andrew bowed and responded, "In the name of the Supreme Leader of the Sacred Guild, I order to mobilize all the forces of the Sacred Guild to completely wipe out those abominable fellows outside." The Queen reached out and grabbed Archbishop Andrew's hand. Her hoarse voice was filled with determination and sternness. Archbishop Andrew heard this and could not help but hesitate. According to his idea, now that the country was basically destroyed, there was really no need to send out the last seeds to fight those powerful enemies to the end. It was better to leave the living forces and wait for a good opportunity to rebuild the country in the future. "Andrew." The Queen raised her voice slightly. "As you wish." Andrew sighed in his heart and bowed in agreement. The Queen nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at the black-robed man. It was an old man with a long beard that reached his chest. "Bifon," the Queen called out softly. "As you command, Your Majesty the Queen." The old man, named Bifon, placed one hand on his chest and replied with his head lowered, "I want you to immediately take the remaining people and leave this place. Go to the legendary Utopia. Perhaps that will be their last shelter." The Queen said bitterly, "As you command." Bifon opened his mouth, wanting to say something. However, when he saw that the Queen was about to fall asleep at any moment, he swallowed the words he wanted to say and lowered his head to agree. The Utopia, the legendary place that appeared in King Arthur's legend, was a place that only a holy king could find. However, the truth was that it was a fairy kingdom. It was ruled by the fairy king, Alvid. Only with Alvid's approval would outsiders be allowed to enter his kingdom. In other words, if one could not obtain Alvid's approval, No matter how much reputation, achievements, or miserable fate one had in the outside world, one could forget about getting his protection. Therefore, it could be said that the mission given to him by the queen was an impossible mission. I know this is difficult, but I can only ask you, Fawn. Her Majesty the Queen said with an apologetic look in her eyes. Your Majesty the Queen, don't worry, Fawn will definitely complete your order. Fawn sobbed with red eyes. At this moment, a young woman wearing white trousers similar to those worn by equestrians and a white silk shirt with 100 pleated embroidery on the chest walked into the room with the old butler. Her cuffs and collar were tightly buttoned. She had short brown valiant hair and distinct facial features. She exuded a strong heroic aura. Abilia. Seeing the person who came, the queen softly called out with a faint smile on her lips, Abilia, grandmother. The woman named Abilia quickly walked to the queen's side and reached out to hold the queen's hand as she called out softly. Abilia, my little granddaughter, grandmother has something to ask of you. The queen said gently. Please speak. Abilia immediately replied. Help me kill all those hateful fellows outside, the queen said with a ferocious expression. I understand, grandmother. Abilia looked deeply into her grandmother's eyes for a moment, then nodded heavily and said in a firm voice, Don't worry. The queen raised her hand with a gratified expression, but Abilia immediately grasped it and pressed it against her face. My good granddaughter, the queen said softly, I've wronged you all these years. Everything is for Britain, Abilia said softly. Yes, everything is for Britain, the queen murmured with absent-minded eyes. Then, her expression shook and her sharp gaze swept across the faces of everyone present. Suddenly, she loudly sang Britain's national anthem, God Save the Queen. God save your gracious queen. Long live your noble queen. God save the queen. Send her victorious, happy and glorious. Long to ignore Virus. God save the queen. Olard, our God, arise, scatter thine her enemies, and make the fall. Confound their politics, frustrateth their knavish tricks. But as she sang, the queen's voice became softer and softer until it could not be heard at all. Grandmother, Abilia called out with a sorrowful expression when she noticed the queen's situation. Your Majesty the Queen, mother, grandmother, aunt. Immediately after, the others also discovered the queen's death. They knelt on one knee on the ground and cried out in grief. Cries filled with sorrow echoed in the entire underground space. Swoosh! However, at this moment, Abilia, who gently laid the serene queen on the bed, stood up abruptly and strode out of the room like the wind. Abilia, where are you going? A woman who was about the same age as Abilia asked. To complete grandmother's last wish, Abilia said without turning her head. Then, she disappeared from the room. Sigh. Upon hearing Abilia's words, Archbishop Andrew, who was at the side, sighed and stood up as well. He then turned around and walked out of the house with firm steps. Archbishop, you... The older member of the royal family could not help but call out. I'm sorry, Your Highness Richard, but I might not be able to preside over Her Majesty's funeral for the time being, Andrew said calmly as he stopped in his tracks, turned around, and bowed to the man who asked the question. As one of the royal family members who had always been by the Queen's side, he naturally knew what Andrew meant. He could not help but fall silent as he watched Archbishop Andrew's figure disappear from the room. All of a sudden, the royal family members in the room were at a loss as they turned to look at Fawn and the old man who was the Queen's personal butler. For the sake of your safety, Your Highnesses and Mr. Fawn, please evacuate this place immediately, the old butler said slowly in the end. What about grandmother's body? A male member of the younger generation asked. Leave it to me, the old butler replied. Elvin son, are you sure? Richard asked with a frown. I've already lived long enough, and I don't have many years left. Instead of wandering around with all of you, let me stay here with Her Majesty. Perhaps I'll be able to reach heaven with Her Majesty and continue to serve her as her butler, the old butler said softly with a carefree expression, as if he had seen through the royal family. Hearing that, everyone present could not help but fall silent. Let's do that then, Fawn sighed after a moment of silence. Good luck, old friend. You too, the old butler said with a smile. Then Bifon turned around and walked out of the room. The royal family members looked at each other, and under the lead of His Highness Richard, they all went forward to hug the old butler, then followed him out of the room and caught up with Bifon in front. Not long after, only the old butler and Her Majesty the Queen, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, were left in the room. After everyone left, Bifon went forward and closed the door, then turned around and walked back to the Queen's side. As usual, he covered the Queen with a blanket, then retreated to the side and sat down on a chair. He said softly, "My Queen, it's finally time for us to rest. Speaking of which, it's been more than 30 years since I became the butler of the royal family. It's really been a long time." Chapter 1929. I swear to be kind to the weak. I swear to stand against violence. I swear to fight against all wrongs. I swear to fight for the defenseless. I swear to help anyone who asks me for help. I swear to not harm any woman. I swear to help my brother knights. I swear to treat my friends with sincerity. I swear to love till death do us part. We are the holy knights of the Round Table. In a wide passageway, she had already donned her armor. The helmet on her head revealed a pair of eyes. Her hands were staring at the golden sword with other runes on its surface that was erected in front of her as she read aloud. Behind her, there were more than 200 knights wearing the same ancient armor. They were holding spears, swords, hammers, axes, and all sorts of weapons in their hands, and they echoed the same sentiment. For a moment, thunderous voices reverberated throughout the passageway. "We are humble." At this moment, white holy light began to emerge from the bodies of Abilia and the knights behind her. "We fight for glory." The holy light slowly spread and came into contact with the holy light emitted by the other knights. They blended and formed an even wider circle of energy that enveloped everyone. "We know how to sacrifice, but we are also brave and fearless." The light began to rise, from its original gentleness to a dazzling, blazing light. It rolled slightly like a flame, waiting to be ignited. "We pity the weak, but we will not be blind. We are honest and trustworthy, but not pedantic." Whoosh! The holy light rose like real flames, burning on all the knights. "Because of bearing, we have a tenacious spirit. Because of our honor, we must uphold justice. For England," Abilia shouted at the end. "For England," the other knights shouted. Whoosh! Abilia raised her hand and pulled down the mask on her face, concealing her final weakness. She had completely transformed into a steel puppet. Abilia pointed her longsword forward and said loudly, "Let's go. Send the queen off with the blood of the enemy." Roar! The horsemen roared as they spurred their horses forward like a torrent of steel. They galloped out of the passageway and returned to the ground. In an instant, an intense shock wave surged toward them. The flames outside their bodies flickered slightly and neutralized the formless attack. "Combine our strength," Abilia shouted. Then the flames surged and soared. Then, as the knights galloped, they gradually changed. Not long after, they turned into a giant knight that looked like the giant gods in myths and legends. Holding an exaggeratedly large sword, they quickly rushed towards the warships of the Orion Empire. That situation was just like the story of Don Quixote. Don Quixote, who was driving his horse to the windmill. The Orion Empire's battleship quickly detected the gigantic form of the knight. The battleship opened its cannons, and a thick cannon barrel emerged from it. It gathered energy and launched an attack at the Holy Knight. In the blink of an eye, the energy beam rushed in front of the knight. The huge knight didn't dodge. He just lightly waved the huge sword in his hand, but there was no sound. The giant sword immediately plunged into the beam of light. Like a paper knife, it split the beam of light into two. Boom! The broken light beam then exploded violently. Immediately afterward, the Holy Knight waved his arm again, and a huge light blade immediately flew out from the giant sword. It cut across the space and slashed fiercely on the Orion Empire's warship. Boom! After a while, the smoke and dust dispersed, and a huge crack appeared on the outer wall of the warship. "Raise your spear." At this time, Abilia shouted again. Swoosh! The knights who received the order did not hesitate and immediately raised the spears in their hands. Under the influence of the knights, the long sword in the hands of the huge holy knight immediately changed into a thin front and thick middle, with a long pole connected to the tail. "Throw!" Abilia shouted. The next moment, the holy knight's spear flew out from the knight's hand. It suddenly appeared next to the nearest warship as if it had teleported, and pierced straight into the warship. Creak, puff, boom! A violent explosion erupted in the sky. The battleship that was attacked immediately tilted and slowly fell to the side as if it had been hit by a flying missile. At the same time, holy light surged, and another long sword appeared in the knight's hand. In retaliation, the Orion Empire's counterattack was launched. A large number of energy beams quickly flew in front of the holy knight. However, at this moment, a huge barrier composed entirely of holy light suddenly appeared in front of the knight, intercepting all the attacks. Boom! This is... Abilia looked at the holy screen in front of her thoughtfully, then ignored it and continued to lead the knights forward. The first angel blew his trumpet, and there was Shishilin fire mixed with blood, and it was thrown a third Sathat 16, a third off the earth was burned up, a third off Tetris were burned up, and all Thegrian grass burned up. Then, an even louder and more orderly chant echoed throughout the sky. The content was the 8th chapter, verse 7 of the New Testament's book of Revelation. It described the descent of the angel of destruction. And in response, a holy angel with a pair of wings appeared in the sky and blew a horn. Then, huge hailstones mixed with fire appeared in the sky. Like meteors, they bombarded the Orion Empire's warship. The Orion Empire's warship quickly activated the urgently repaired defensive light shield and shrouded the hull. Boom, 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 boom. Intense explosions continued to reverberate in the sky, and the earth angel sounded. And us it worry great mountain burning was cast in sea, and the third part of the Beckham blood. However, the loud voice did not care about the effect of the attack it launched, but continued to chant the next chapter. The content was still about the descent of the angel of destruction. Then, a second holy angel with wings appeared in the sky and blew the trumpet in its hand. More violent flames appeared in the sky, turning into a large sea of fire that surrounded all the Orion Empire's warships. And the third angel sounded, and there fell a great star from within, and burning gas at weary a lamp, and there fell upon the third part off ivers, and the fountain soft waters. Then a third angel appeared in the air. Then a huge stone star that was comparable to the Chibaku Tensei in Naruto's world suddenly appeared in the sky, dragging a long flame, and hit one of the warships directly. Boom! A huge explosion that shook the world instantly echoed in the sky. A blazing white light like the sun suddenly appeared and quickly expanded like a balloon. At the same time, a strong shock wave was blasted out, spreading rapidly in all directions. Kacha! Kacha! The first to bear the brunt. The shock wave hit the surrounding warships, breaking the protective shield that was already on the verge of collapse due to the flames and hailstones, and directly bombarding the outer wall of the warship. Boom! 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 Then more explosions came from the Orion Empire's warships one after another. This was caused by both the shock wave and the hailstones that were still falling from the sky. But in this chaotic situation, it was impossible to tell which was which. The shock wave did not diminish. It continued to spread rapidly in all directions. Immediately, the Holy Knight, as the second target, was swept by the shock wave. In an instant, there was a muffled sound, and the image of the knight was shaken by the wind and rain. But fortunately, the shock wave passed quickly, and the Holy Knight finally survived, but the many human knights who were scattered to take the brunt of the attack turned pale one after another. They opened their mouths and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Archbishop Andrew, raising her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, Abilia turned her head to look at the sky. Her expression was full of worry. As the princess chosen by the royal family to inherit the last of the royal family's power, she was well aware of the huge price to pay to launch such a scriptural attack. Not only did it require the accumulation of a large amount of faith, but it also required the cooperation of a team with tacit understanding. Among them, the former was especially important. Without it, to launch such an attack could only be done with human lives, and the life of the entire initiator would be exhausted. And with her general understanding of the situation of the Holy Guild, if it was before the world changed, although summoning 3 angels to launch such an attack would be difficult, because of the foundation of the entire United Kingdom, it would not kill anyone. At most, it would make people weak for a period of time and recuperate. But now, it was a bit difficult to summon 2 angels, not to mention the 3rd angel of the great planet Inchun. So Abilia could fully imagine the situation of the choir of the Holy Guild now. It could be said that it was worse than them on the battlefield. Chapter 1930. P.S. Thank you to Gu168-878-0145, Shuan, and XF20Zon for their precious monthly votes. Everyone, you've seen the current situation. We're staking everything on this one throw. So, for Her Majesty the Queen, for England, please lend me a final helping hand. Silently withdrawing her gaze, Abilia turned her head to look at the numerous knights behind her and spoke with a sincere expression. Sacrificing for the Queen is our honor. With a sound of hua, a knight hit his own chest with his right hand and said loudly, "Honor!" Whoosh, there was another cacophony of noise. The other knights also raised their arms and smashed them on their chests as they shouted loudly, "Thank you." Abilia's deep gaze swept across the helmets of the knights present. Looking at their resolute and unwavering eyes, she lowered her head slightly and spoke softly. Then, she abruptly raised her head, turned around, and looked straight ahead. With an unquestionable voice, she said loudly, "You're the best knights I've ever seen. Set off." Abilia once again shouted loudly. Immediately, the knights that had stopped not long ago once again started running at high speed. At the same time, the holy flames began to burn fiercely, causing the imposing figures of the knights to become even more dazzling and sacred. The flames that filled the sky blazed, illuminating it with a reddish-yellow color. "Sacrifice!" Abilia, who was leading the charge, suddenly shouted loudly, "For Her Majesty the Queen." The knights all shouted. Then, streaks of golden light emerged from the bodies of the knights like blood. Following the holy radiance, they flowed into the bodies of the huge knights and quickly dyed them a golden color. It was a resplendent golden light that resembled real gold. Suddenly, it blossomed from the holy knights like a galloping sun, leaving long golden traces on the ground. "Everyone, I'm very happy to be able to work with you." At this moment, Abilia spoke again. "If possible, let us meet again in the kingdom of heaven." After saying this, Abilia waved the golden sword in her hand, bringing out golden fragments of light. Then, he raised his sword high above his head. As an external image, the huge holy knight, who had turned into a golden man, also raised his own greatsword. Then, the golden light began to surge, like 10,000 streams returning to the sea, surging from all parts of the knight's body into the giant's sword held high. An even more dazzling golden light blossomed from the giant's sword. When the energy was almost fully gathered, Abilia, who was holding her golden sword high, suddenly shouted and fiercely slashed down with her golden sword. "Oath of victory! Excalibur!" "Who?" The golden sword slashed through the air, shooting out a thick beam of golden light. It flew straight toward the Orion Empire's battleship, which was burning in the heavenly fire. It was as if the outer shell of the alien battleship was made of paper. The golden light easily pierced through the outer shell of the battleship and continued forward without slowing down, piercing through all 3 battleships in its path. Boom! A violent explosion resounded in the sky. Immediately after, 3 balls of dazzling light lit up like the sun. They expanded and shot out a powerful energy wave. They charged towards the remaining two battleships that didn't have a good image. Boom! In the next moment, another deafening explosion erupted in the sky. Under the combined impact of the three shockwaves, one of the battleships, which had a large part of its outer shell burned through and was unlucky, finally couldn't withstand the powerful impact of the shockwaves. Its power system was detonated, resulting in a terrifying explosion. Then immediately after, another powerful shockwave spread out from the energy ball formed by the explosion and swept toward the last battleship. Boom! The remaining battleship shook violently in the sky. Although it looked like it would be destroyed at any time, unexpectedly, until the shockwave passed through the battleship, it didn't really explode like the other battleship. It just looked a little more miserable. However, before the smoke from the explosion of the other battleships completely dissipated, a golden light beam, which was many times smaller than the golden light released by the giant knight, suddenly flew out from the ground and directly bombarded the battleship. This time, luck finally didn't favor it. The entire battleship immediately exploded under the bombardment of the golden light that suddenly appeared. Boom! A dazzling light ball like the sun appeared in the sky for the third time, releasing a powerful shockwave that pushed the clouds in a way visible to the naked eye, rapidly spreading to the surroundings. At this point, apart from the two remaining battleships, the remaining 6 battleships of the 8 Orion Empire landing fleets were all buried in the land of the United Kingdom under the eruption of the United Kingdom's hidden forces at all costs. At this moment on the ground, Abilia, who was pale and weak, stared at the majestic figure in front of her that exuded a golden aura like a god and said bitterly, "I am King Arthur." The valiant figure turned around and looked down at Abilia with a cold and handsome face. King Arthur?" Abilia said in astonishment. "Although you are the descendants of the enemy, your behavior is indeed worthy of the name of a knight. I, King Arthur, admit that you're qualified to hold my sword." King Arthur's eyes revealed a little admiration. "King Arthur, what are you talking about? Aren't you the legendary king of our United Kingdom? Why are you slandering us like this?" Abilia, who noticed a certain word in King Arthur's words, struggled to stand up from the ground and asked in a loud and emotional voice, "Shut up, Anglo-Saxon. I, King Arthur, am the king of the Welsh and the Celts, not the king of you invaders. Don't confuse me with you." King Arthur's expression turned cold as he angrily shouted. A huge pressure instantly gushed out from King Arthur's body, pressing down on Abilia. If it were before, Abilia might have been able to resist King Arthur's pressure with great difficulty if she was in perfect condition. However, she had already erupted with her last bit of strength. Her body was extremely weak, and she was even weaker than an ordinary person. How could she resist King Arthur's aura? She immediately felt her chest tighten and sat on the ground. "Seeing that you were brave enough, I helped you get rid of the last enemy, but this is as far as I can go. Now, you have 3 days to leave this land. Otherwise, I will treat you as an enemy and use the sharp sword in my hand to bury you on this land," King Arthur announced as he looked down at Abilia on the ground. "King Arthur?" Abilia murmured with a defeated expression. She looked like this. She looked like a lost person whose faith had collapsed and couldn't find the future. However, it made sense when one thought about it. If someone suddenly saw their country's legendary idol when their country was in despair, and then had their hopes crushed by their idol's heartless words, they wouldn't be any better off than Abilia. King Arthur did not pay attention to Abilia, whose faith had collapsed. He took back the golden sword from Abilia and turned around. Step by step, he gradually disappeared from Abilia's sight. In that instant, Abilia, whose faith had already collapsed, felt as though she had seen hell. Her vision turned dark, and she spat out a large mouthful of blood before fainting completely. What is the United Kingdom trying to do? Have they gone mad? Stimulated by the continuous huge energy fluctuations, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to personally step into the United Kingdom. Saito, who witnessed the final eruption of the United Kingdom, couldn't help but be stunned. This is not in line with the state of the United Kingdom. But damn it, of all times to go mad, Why did it have to be now? Great. Now that you've stopped, Earth is going to be a tragedy because of you. Ito, whose heart was full of malice toward the United Kingdom that had already been destroyed, said with a face full of displeasure. However, things had already come to this point. It was useless to complain, so after cursing in a low voice, "Damn the United Kingdom," he once again activated the Flying Thunder God technique, returned to his apartment in Tokyo, Japan, and once again monitored the movements in the universe. Just like the previous time, when the advance party was completely wiped out, this time, the Orion Empire's response did not take long for Saito. In just an hour, an Orion Empire battleship moved from the orbit of Jupiter's satellite to the geosynchronous orbit by means of a space jump and parked the battleship in the universe directly above the United Kingdom. Then the next moment, the bow of the battleship turned and pointed the front end in the direction of Earth. The front bulkhead opened, and a black metal gun protruded from it. A large number of energy photons gathered in the muzzle at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost in the blink of an eye, they condensed into a huge energy ball about half the size of a normal hot air balloon. Looking at the ball of light on the screen, Saito's expression changed slightly, and he could not help but curse in a low voice, F***. Then, after about 10 seconds, the virtual optical screen lit up, and a thick energy beam instantly flew out from the front of the Orion Empire battleship, penetrated the atmosphere, and bombarded the United Kingdom's main island below, without any energy spills or deflections. Boom! A huge energy ball of light, as large as the sun, immediately bloomed on the surface of Earth, like a huge energy shield, covering half of the sky above the entire United Kingdom. The violent shock wave quickly spread out in all directions like earth and sea. As a chain reaction, large-scale tsunamis occurred one after another in the coastal areas of Ireland, France, the Netherlands, Belgium, Germany, and the long-dead Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. Ireland, the Netherlands, and Belgium were completely submerged, and most of France and Germany were destroyed. It could be said that with just this one shot, more than 30 million people in 3 countries were wiped out. After a few minutes, the energy dissipated, and the entire United Kingdom's main island completely disappeared from the Earth, replaced by an ocean. Only a huge mushroom cloud still towering in the sky became the final proof that the United Kingdom had once existed. For a time, the whole world fell into silence. However, this situation did not last long. In less than half an hour, a powerful mental wave suddenly appeared, covering most of the countries on Earth. Then, the mental wave transmitted a message. Zhuwei, I think it's time for us to give up our prejudice against each other and unite together. That's right. After saying that, an unfamiliar mental wave connected and echoed. We can't go on like this, or our believers will be slaughtered by these invaders. Agreed. Seconded. I agree. With one person taking the lead, several unfamiliar mental waves connected one after another. However, nothing was absolute. Just as everyone was responding enthusiastically, another unfamiliar mental wave connected and said in a cold tone, "Not interested. The mortals of this world have been monopolized by God, and I have no interest in saving his lambs." Then another mental wave connected. That's right. I thought there would be some gains here at the starting ground, but I didn't expect to encounter so much trouble. I've decided to give up on this world. After saying that, this guy decisively cut off the mental connection and disappeared from everyone's perception. That's right, someone echoed. It's not impossible for us to take action. At this time, a different voice sounded. As long as God is willing to promise and allow us to harvest his believers. That's impossible. Before the others could speak, a voice full of anger rang out in the mental channel. In that case, you can deal with the enemy yourselves. I'm not interested in doing something that takes a lot of effort. The previous voice replied faintly. Is that what you all mean? Another voice asked. Although everyone did not speak, their expressions clearly told the other party that this was what they meant. Well then, there's no need to trouble you, the voice said. In an instant, more than a dozen mental waves withdrew from the mental connection at the same time. Obviously, They had withdrawn from this discussion. Is there anyone else who wants to withdraw? The voice asked again. Since no one wants to withdraw, it's settled. Now let's go. After a moment of silence, and seeing that no more mental waves had withdrawn, the voice said. As soon as the voice fell, more than a dozen golden streams of light instantly shot out from the ground and flew straight into the sky at high speed. In the blink of an eye, they turned into specks of gold and disappeared into the atmosphere. If someone looked down from space at this time, they would find that except for 2 or 3 of these golden streams of light that came from Asia, especially China, the rest were either from the Middle East, Europe, or the American continent. Not a single one came from Africa or South America. This showed how clear this group of people, or rather, God's division of beliefs was. At this time, in outer space, accompanied by the emergence of golden light, men and women of various colors appeared in the Earth's orbit. Some were dressed as monks, some were dressed as Taoists, some were dressed in robes, some were dressed in golden armor, and some had white wings on their backs. They faintly surrounded the Orion Empire's battleship that was parked in the sky above England. Chapter 1931. Everyone, leave this one to me. A gentle-looking old man in a white robe said softly. His body emitted a pure, white, holy light, and his face looked very gentle. Knowing that this guy wanted to show off his power, the others nodded and agreed. God says, "Those who do not belong here shall be destroyed." With the approval of the others, the old man did not hesitate. He looked at the warship in front of him with a solemn face and shouted with a pious voice. In an instant, white light appeared in the universe and turned into holy flames, rushing toward the Orion Empire's warship. The Orion Empire's warship activated its shield to protect the hull. Then, it opened its muzzle, revealing a huge cannon, and shot a beam of blue energy at the old man. The old man did not panic and said again, God says, "The attack of the unrighteous will never hurt the righteous." There was no reaction from a void, but the beam of light that was flying towards the old man seemed to have encountered some kind of obstacle and was suddenly intercepted. God says, "Those who hurt the righteous will be punished." Boom! As soon as the words fell, the cannon barrel of the beam of light seemed to be overloaded and suddenly exploded violently, creating a reddish-yellow flame at the front of the warship. God says, "Those who help the heretics are also heretics and should be destroyed." With a crisp crack, the energy shield outside the warship, which had been trembling under the burning of the holy flames, suddenly exploded, revealing the warship's body, which was then enveloped by the falling flames. God says, "Metal will decay." A large number of yellowish-green spots appeared on the outer wall of the Orion Empire's warship and slowly spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. Word of law. What a great prophecy spell. At this time, the old man in Taoist robes, sitting on the wall, could not help but exclaim, "Umph." It was unknown whether it was disdain or something else. Not far from the old man in Taoist robes, a middle-aged man in a linen robe, a white hat, and a big beard under his chin snorted coldly. The old man in Taoist robes ignored him and continued to quietly watch the old man in white robes perform. God says, "Those with form will eventually collapse, and those with substance will eventually perish." Fine cracks began to appear on the outer shell of the battleship, spreading outwards and then passing by the yellow and green spots. It shattered violently and turned into nothingness under the burning of the holy fire. In just a moment, the battleship of the Orion Empire was like a scrap that was about to be thrown into a garbage dump. The hull was full of rust and cracks caused by the corrosion of time. The battleship gradually collapsed in the holy fire. At this point, the old man no longer wasted his divine power and stopped using the great prophecy technique. He smiled as he waited for the final result. 10 minutes later, the entire battleship was finally unable to withstand the corrosion of the great prophecy spell. It was quickly engulfed by a dazzling cluster of light that appeared out of nowhere and exploded into a pile of cosmic dust. During this process, there were also soldiers from the Hunter Empire who tried to break through. However, they were unable to escape the burning of the holy flames. One by one, they were burned into nothingness. In the end, with no hope of breaking out, they could only be burned into a pile of ashes together with the battleship. Everyone, now it's time to make a choice. Are we going to Mars? Or are we going to Jupiter? The old Christian man who watched the destruction of the Orion Empire's battleship turned around and looked at the other gods. As gods, their eyesight was extremely sharp. In this universe where there was no cover, they could see even further. Coupled with some long jump spells, they easily discovered the alien fleet that had stopped at Jupiter and Mars. Therefore, they had their doubts now. Jupiter, the man in a white hat said in a stiff voice. Jupiter, a tall and sturdy blond man answered. Jupiter, a male warrior in armor said. Jupiter, Jupiter, Jupiter. Almost at the same time, everyone chose to go to Jupiter. In that case, let's go. The old man nodded slightly and said. However, just as everyone was about to move, a deep Buddhist chant rang out beside their ears. Amipa, everyone. Although exorcising demons is the right path, it's better not to neglect the safety of Earth. A monk in a bright yellow Buddhist robe with 9 dots on his head said obediently. That's right. Everyone looked at each other and nodded in agreement. But we only have so many people. If we have to divide some people to stay behind, we may not be able to do our best. The old man in Taoist robes frowned and reminded them. Could it be that everyone has forgotten our identities? The old monk smiled faintly as he looked at the crowd and said softly. Everyone was taken aback when they heard this, but they quickly recovered and revealed a smile of understanding on their faces. Then, in the next moment, everyone separated and chose a place to stop. Together, they hit the void in front of them with great power. In an instant, golden swastikas, lightning spells, holy spells, rainbows, and all kinds of powerful attacks bloomed in the universe. Then, the universe shook violently, and one after another, irregular space cracks appeared in front of the gods. Seeing the space cracks, the gods did not dare to hesitate. They quickly stirred up the power in their bodies again and stabilized the space cracks. Then, with a wave of their arms, streams of light were shot into the space cracks. After about half a minute, the space crack in front of the gods swayed slightly, and a twisted vortex suddenly emerged. Then, celestial soldiers wearing golden armor and holding sharp weapons, bald, naked monks exuding golden light, angels with wings on their backs, wearing white robes, holding big swords and spears, as well as soldiers with scimitars, full body armor, and Roman armor emerged from the various passages. They formed a battle formation and stood behind the gods. It did not take long for a large area of space to be densely packed. Everyone, it's about time. After a while, the old man in the white robe of the Christian religion changed his expression slightly and reminded them. All right. Hearing the words of the old man in the white robe, the gods looked at each other and nodded in agreement. They stopped the recruitment operation. They knew very well that the current level had reached the bottom line that the old man in the white robe could accept. If they continued, not only might this operation fail, but they might also become the first target of the old man in the white robe in the future. That would be a bit of a loss. However, there was one person who completely ignored the words of the old man in the white robe. He was still urging his power to maintain the space-time passage, summoning soldiers from an unknown country. This person was the man wearing a linen robe and a white round hat. Benefactor, please stop. Seeing the face of the old man in the white robe becoming more and more unsightly, the old monk, who was the initiator of the recruitment operation, only felt a little bitter in his mouth. However, he still had to dissuade him with a Buddhist chant. Don't be careless. Otherwise, even if you summon tens of thousands of soldiers, it will be useless. The man in the white hat hesitated for a moment and turned to look at the others. After seeing that they had all stopped, he reluctantly withdrew his power and stopped the recruitment. Let's go, the man said impatiently. When the gods saw this, they did not say anything. After turning their heads and saying a few words to the soldiers they summoned, they all turned into golden streams of light and moved toward Jupiter. Although the distance between Jupiter and Earth was very far, It would take nearly 200 years with modern technology to reach it. However, for the gods who had the ability to teleport and fold space, that was not the case. It only took them about 3 hours to move to the vicinity of Jupiter. Everyone, victory or defeat depends on this. Don't be cautious anymore. If you hide your strongest means, it will only cause our operation to fail, the old man in the white robe of the Christian religion said solemnly. Okay, that's how it should be. Good. When the gods heard this, they all nodded in agreement. God is with me. The old man of the Christian religion habitually reached out his hand and drew the sign of the cross in front of his chest as he blessed. After saying that, he did not hesitate and immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the fleet of Orion Empire's warships. The other gods looked at each other, turned into streams of light, and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, the gods appeared in the midst of Orion Empire's fleet. God says, "You are heretics, and heretics will be punished. Your flesh will be destroyed, and your soul will fall to hell forever." The old man who appeared first seemed to be chanting the holy words loudly. In an instant, a strange fluctuation of rules spread out with him as the center, enveloping a radius of thousands of meters. Although this number was huge, if converted to Orion Empire's warships, at most, it could bring 3 warships into the attack range. As for more, it was impossible to estimate for the time being. Invaders die. At the same time, the man in the white hat who appeared in the midst of Orion Empire's fleet raised the curved sword that had appeared out of nowhere in his hand and slashed it forward with a force that could split the sky. A huge waterfall of more than 1,000 meters long appeared in the universe and bombarded a warship that had just activated its energy shield. In the silent collision, violent ripples appeared on the battle cocoon shield. Umitba. Then, an old monk appeared. He put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. A huge red swastika flew out from behind him and grew bigger and bigger as it spun. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to a radius of thousands of meters. It spun at high speed and crashed into one of the warships. Then, the swastika crushed the shield and embedded itself deep into the warship. Chapter 1932. A large explosion of fire immediately gushed out from the warship hit by the swastika. Obviously, compared to the others, the old monk's attack was much more powerful. The old monk did not show any mercy. His lips moved as he chanted a Buddhist scripture. At the same time, he used the power of the scripture to support the swastika. The swastika burst out with thousands of golden lights, destroying the warship from the inside. The old man in Taoist robes, who appeared near the old monk in a flash, transmitted his voice through divine thought. "Good move, Taoist friend." Then, without waiting for the old monk to answer, he took out a pentagonal magic treasure with a hollow middle and threw it out. The magic treasure turned into a stream of light and slammed into an intact warship with a shield. There was still no sound, and the warship's passport suddenly exploded. Then, the magic treasure flew down and smashed into the body of the warship. Then, the light from the warship bloomed like the explosion of an atomic bomb. The old man in Taoist robes stretched out his hand, and the pentagonal magic treasure appeared in his hand again. Then, he threw it again, and it landed on the warship again. A huge ball of energy bloomed on the warship. Just as the old man in Taoist robes was destroying the warship with his magic treasure, the other gods appeared one after another and attacked the warships of the Orion Empire with various means. For a time, a large number of lightning, fireballs, ice crystals, and huge waterfalls that seemed to be able to split the sky and earth appeared in the universe and fell on the warships of the Orion Empire. As the fleet of the Orion Empire, who was used to being domineering, how could they be beaten so passively? In the next moment, dense beams of light shot toward the gods, present like rain. In the face of the counterattack, the gods did not hesitate. They immediately appeared on the warships in a flash and continued to destroy the warships under their feet without stopping. Compared to the huge warships that were several kilometers long, the gods, who were no more than 10 meters tall at most, were as small as ants. Unless the people of the Orion Empire were willing to attack indiscriminately, it would be difficult to bombard the gods who were connected to the warships with the power of artillery. Therefore, except for the warships that were used as meat shields by the gods and could continue to attack with the defensive weapons of the gods, the other warships were afraid of accidentally injuring the gods. They all stopped firing. In an instant, the battlefield that was still very intense just now strangely calmed down again. Only a series of silent explosions emerged from the warships, one after another. However, although powerful weapons were not easy to use, it did not mean that individual soldiers were not equipped well. Soon, hundreds and thousands of fully armed soldiers of the Orion Empire appeared in the universe. On the various warships, the particle weapons in their hands, which were specially designed to wipe out the native gods of various planets, were used to attack the gods. In an instant, a large number of slender beams of light appeared in the universe and flew toward the gods. Moreover, because there were too many of them, they were too dense, and the angle was too tricky. For a time, a few more deities were unable to dodge in time and had their divine power barriers pierced through by the particle beams, hitting their bodies. In an instant, the expressions of the gods who were attacked changed. Everyone be careful. The things in these monsters' hands can destroy our divine bodies. One of the deities who had been attacked launched an AoE attack. After killing the surrounding soldiers of the Orion Empire, he reminded them loudly. What? The expressions of the other gods changed upon hearing this. They let out a low cry of surprise. At the same time, a huge ball that looked like the sun suddenly appeared in the fleet and swallowed one of the warships. It was the glow of the warship's explosion. Then, before anyone could react, another ball of energy emerged from the fleet of warships. Everyone, how about we join forces? At this time, a god suggested. Speaking of which, although they were now acting together, from the fact that each of them was facing a warship alone, it was not difficult to see that this alliance was only on the surface. They were still fighting on their own, and there was even the thought of secretly competing to see who was stronger and who was weaker could not be ruled out. It was just that they were weak in terms of efficiency, and it was easy for the Orion Empire to hold them back with their numbers. And the god who made the suggestion obviously wanted to change this. Okay. Similarly, no one who could climb to the position of a god was a fool, except for a few individuals. They knew very well when to unite and when to show their strength. So, very smoothly, everyone agreed. After that, the fighting style of the gods changed. They were either in teams of 2s and 2s, or in groups of 3s and 3s, or even in gangs. While resisting the seemingly endless soldiers of the Orion Empire, they worked together to destroy the warships of the Orion Empire. It did not take long for them to achieve a fruitful result. A Orion Empire warship turned into a ball of energy and disappeared into the universe. At the same time on Mars, probably stimulated by the people of Earth's counterattack, the fleet of the Orion Empire that was stranded at Mars immediately split up again, leaving a little more than 1/3 of the total fleet to continue to guard the staunch supporters of the Milky Way Federation. The remaining 1/3 of the fleet led the traders of the Milky Way Federation and headed in the direction of Earth. Driven by powerful engines built by unknown technology, in a little more than an hour, the joint fleet of the Orion Empire and the Milky Way Federation flew between Earth and the Moon. Then, they opened the muzzles and stretched out the ship's cannons. While turning on the controls to gather and charge, they lowered the cruising speed of the warships and slowly moved towards Earth. Seeing the appearance of the alien fleet, the soldiers summoned by the gods who were guarding the Earth's orbit belt quickly changed their demeanor. They got into a battle formation and entered a state of combat. They were on high alert and confronted the joint fleet. In this silent confrontation, the distance between the two sides finally narrowed to a certain extent. Then, in the next second, hundreds of energy beams instantly flew out from the joint fleet and blasted straight at the Divine Army. Activate the formation! Among the divine soldiers and divine generals, a divine general shouted. Then, the bodies of the celestial soldiers lit up, and connected with each other in a mysterious way. They created a huge, mysterious magic formation that spread out and enveloped all the celestial soldiers. Almost at the same time, the other armies of the divine soldiers also set up a huge shield outside their own army in their own way, either in front of them or above them. Then, in the next moment, the attacks arrived and bombarded the shield. An extremely dazzling white light burst out, filling the eyes of all the soldiers. At this time, if one looked up from inside Earth, they would find that a white light suddenly appeared in the sky, making the already bright day even brighter, or directly turning the night into day. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. In about half a minute, the whole bright light phenomenon subsided. However, before the divine weapons could react, another wave of light beams flew toward the divine weapons and bombarded the barrier. This time, the number of light beams was much smaller than before, and the overall power seemed to have been reduced as well, but they were still densely packed and flew toward the divine weapons, bombarding the barrier. Without a sound, another dazzling white light appeared in the universe. But this time, casualties finally appeared among the divine soldiers. One of the godly soldiers with fewer soldiers had a light shield around it, and it suddenly shattered. All the soldiers were directly bathed in the energy attack. Almost instantly, over 100 godly soldiers were annihilated into nothingness, disappearing into the universe. It should be known that the total number of this divine soldiers was only slightly more than 1,000. Hundreds of them died at once, which was equivalent to losing 1/10 of their strength. For this divine soldiers, it was a heavy blow. Of course, they were not the only ones who suffered casualties. Several other armies that seemed to belong to the weak divine systems also suffered serious casualties. But it was not that there was no good news. After 2 consecutive rounds of fire, whether it was the battleships of the Orion Empire or the fleet of the Milky Way Federation, the main cannons, secondary cannons, and some defense cannons on the battleships entered the stage of recharging at the same time. Although this time was very short, probably about 20 seconds or half a minute, for the divine soldiers who had been passively attacked, it represented an opportunity to fight back. Sure enough, when the divine soldiers noticed that the attack of the alien fleet had stopped, they did not hesitate and immediately launched an attack, rushing toward the joint fleet in their own way. It was just that the distance between the two sides was a little too far. Even with the extraordinary movement speed of the divine soldiers, they still could not reach the vicinity of the joint fleet's battleships before the arrival of a new round of artillery fire. They had to once again form a defensive formation and launch a defensive barrier, resisting the enemy's attack while continuing to rush forward. In this way, after withstanding several rounds of artillery fire and losing the lives of nearly 5,000 divine soldiers, the remaining divine soldiers finally rushed to the vicinity of the joint fleet. However, at this moment, as a series of dark portals appeared on the battleships of the joint fleet, alien fighters with strange shapes flew out of the battleships one after another, forming groups to greet the divine soldiers and launching attacks. A large number of energy beams, like swords across the sky, immediately spread across the universe. At the same time, the divine soldiers, who did not show the slightest fear on their faces, also launched a counterattack with their own abilities. For a time, various dazzling light clusters flashed silently in the universe. At this time, still near the Earth's orbit, with a sudden ripple in the void, Seito's figure suddenly appeared in the universe. Maybe this is an opportunity. Seito could not help but think to himself as he jumped far away from the battle between the divine soldiers and the joint fleet of the Orion Empire and the traitors of the Milky Way Federation. I just don't know if that guy has the courage. Chapter 1933. P.S. Thank you to Wongit for your precious monthly votes. More than 10 minutes later, with the appearance of hidden ripples in the void, Ito-Sei's figure suddenly appeared near Mars. If I remember correctly, it's that one. Seito looked around and finally fixed his eyes on a ship with an obvious Egyptian style on Earth. Then his figure flashed again, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the ship that he had identified. Say Ito flew forward and came to the outer wall of the ship. With a flip of his right hand, a long black sword appeared in his palm. He unceremoniously slashed the metal outer layer of the ship. Without a sound, the front end of the long sword immediately sank into the ship. Then, Say Ito pressed his arm down and cut the outer wall of the ship like cutting a cake. After a while, a square hole the size of a fist appeared on the ship. Then, with a suction force from the palm of his hand, he pulled out the metal block and launched instant transmission into the ship. Immediately, a rapid alarm sounded in his ears. Seeing this, Seito knew that this should be the alarm caused by his actions of destroying the ship. He didn't plan to run around. He put the metal block back into the ship, temporarily suppressed the strong wind formed by the convection of the air inside and outside, and waited in the passage. In a little more than a minute, a group of fully armed Sorcerous appeared in the passage. They looked very similar to humans, but the back of their heads protruded outwards. They looked very cunning. %carat at carat %carat. Seeing Say Ito, a Sorcerous quickly raised the metal weapon in his hand that was about the size of a human pistol. He pointed at Say Ito and shouted in a strange language, "I want to see Hut." Say Ito didn't care what the Sorcerous said and spread out his mental power. He directly said in mental language. The Sorcerous on the other side was taken aback. After hesitating for a moment, he still used internal communication to contact the person. After a while, one of the Sorcerous said, "Please come with me." It was standard Earth language, and it was standard English. Obviously, the other side had confirmed Say Ito's identity through some means. Say Ito smiled slightly and stepped forward to follow the Sorcerous. The two first walked through a long metal corridor and came to a place that could accommodate 4 people standing together. In front of a circular platform engraved with ancient Egyptian cuneiform characters and patterns, Zhang Heng stood on top of it and was teleported to another platform in the light blue light that suddenly lit up. After that, he walked out of the platform and once again moved on a long metal road that was sandwiched by many strange green plants until he finally stopped at a metal round table and square chair. All kinds of leisure facilities stopped in front of a building that looked like a pavilion. Without waiting for the Sorcerous soldier to report, Hut immediately walked out of the pavilion building. He was wearing a white robe inlaid with gold and a unique crystal necklace on his neck. With a smile on his face, he opened his arms and walked to Say Ito. Hut gave him a big hug. Although Say Ito was not used to hugging a man, in order not to affect the harmony between the two on the surface, he reached out his hands and hugged Hut. "It's nice to see you again, my friend." After the hug, Hut said happily, "Me too." Say Ito smiled. Then, the two separated and walked into the pavilion side by side. They each sat down on a metal chair. "What do you want to drink?" Hut asked. "Just **** will do." Say Ito thought for a moment and replied, "Oh, you learned our language?" Hut was surprised. "No, I just learned it on the spot." Say Ito shrugged. "That's great, my friend. You can repeat it so accurately after only hearing it once. I have to say, you are a genius." Hut praised. At the same time, his hands didn't stop moving. He took out a blood-red drink from the metal table, which was also engraved with ancient Egyptian characters, and handed it to Say Ito. It was the alien drink that was translated as Forever Home. Say Ito picked up the drink and took a sip. The familiar feeling of joy and excitement immediately welled up in his heart, making his entire body involuntarily feel comfortable. Phew! Say Ito couldn't help but exhale. He then looked up at Hut and exclaimed, "I have to say, you Sorcerous people really know how to enjoy life." Mort smiled with a smug look in his eyes. "But, are you really enjoying yourself right now?" Say Ito suddenly changed the topic and asked. Almost instantly, Hut's face became stiff. However, was not an ordinary person after all. Although he was not as strong-willed as the politicians on Earth, who could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them, it was still very easy for him to quickly adjust his state of mind after a sudden change. All-Unium's expression returned to normal, and he asked softly, "Why wouldn't I enjoy it? What do you think?" Saito kicked the question back. All-Hut couldn't help but go silent. After a moment, All-Hut adjusted his expression and looked at Saito seriously. "Tell me why you are here, my friend." Saito didn't answer immediately. Instead, he picked up the drink again and slowly drank it. For a moment, the entire pavilion became silent. Only the crisp cries of unknown birds and beasts could be heard echoing in the entire space. After a moment, Saito put down the drink and sighed softly. Forever home. All-Hut's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Saito with a flicker in his eyes. "I want you to help me send a message to the Multidimensional Civilization Joint Council. Earth has decided to complete the ascension without any external help." Saito looked back at All-Hut, said calmly, "This is the choice of humans?" All-Hut raised his eyebrows and asked, "You can think of it as the choice of all humans." Saito looked down and said calmly. All-Hut's eyes flickered. He understood what Saito meant. "This doesn't seem to be beneficial to you, right?" All-Hut asked. "But it is beneficial to Earth." Saito answered. "What benefits?" All-Hut asked subconsciously. However, he immediately understood that this question was unnecessary. Earth can be free. Saito calmly glanced at All-Hut, who seemed to have understood something. What did he mean by Earth could be free? That was, after obtaining the approval of the Multidimensional Civilization Joint Conference, all non-Earth life forms had to leave Earth immediately. Even if one stayed in the solar system to observe the entire ascension process as an observer, they were not allowed to interfere with anything on Earth. Similarly, the invasion of Earth had to be considered. It had to be delayed. To put it bluntly, the Orion Empire had to stop all military actions against Earth until the ascension process was over. Although your idea is good, I have to tell you, my friend, the Orion Empire has an extremely powerful position in the 4th and 5th dimensional civilizations. They also have a lot of say in the 6 civilizations. Your suggestion might not succeed. All-Hut reminded. Hearing this, Saito couldn't help but frown, then asked again, "What about the higher levels?" Above the 7th dimension, there are only 2 representatives in our entire Milky Way galaxy, and they are equal seats that only have the right to review and not the right to propose. One of them, it is in the hands of the Lyra people in the North Area's Lyra galaxy, and the other is in the hands of the Orion Empire in the South area. As a subsidiary administrative area of the Orion Empire, according to the relevant rules, only the Orion Empire, as the administrator, can't handle the proposals proposed by the life forms of the solar system, unless the matter is special. If a higher-level dimension needs to take action, then it can go beyond the administrator and report. Knowing that Saito didn't know much about the rules of the Multidimensional Civilization Joint Council, All-Hut kindly explained. Although Earth is currently in the ascension period because of the higher-level life forms of the upper levels. Also, because this is the place where the higher-level dimensional life forms are sent down, it is temporarily paid attention to by the Parliament. However, the specific handling of the problem is still the members of the 4th and 5th dimensional civilizations. With the power of the Orion Empire in these 2 dimensions, even if the one handling it is the Milky Way Federation and our Sirius star, the proposal may ultimately sink like a stone into the sea and disappear. What's more, the Orion Empire is one of the few military powers in the southern Milky Way galaxy. The various civilizations in the southern Milky Way galaxy won't offend the lunatics of the Orion Empire for a small Earth. After listening to this, Saito completely sank. In the end, it still depends on Earth itself, relying on the upgrade of the Akasha system. Saito secretly said with a heavy heart. It seems that I took it for granted. Saito sighed softly. If that's the case, then forget it. I'll disturb you. Goodbye. Saito, who knew that it was not feasible to use power to oppress others like on Earth, simply stood up and said. Just as Saito was about to leave, All-Unium, who was sitting in his seat, suddenly said, If you can show enough value, maybe you will have a chance. Ito stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Audiobook. The latter did not say anything. He just stretched out his hand and used his finger as a pen to draw in the void for a moment. Then, the void lit up slightly, and an image appeared in front of Ito's eyes. The content of the image was the scene of the battle on Jupiter. In the image, the original total of more than 200 Orion battleships had been reduced to more than 150. The wreckage left behind after the explosion of the battleships and various equipment left behind by the soldiers when they died were floating around. Correspondingly, 2 or 3 gods had disappeared. Many of the other gods had injuries on their bodies, and from time to time, their bodies would show signs of stagnation, as if they were mosaics on their bodies. Around them were 20 Orion battleships, which formed a large net made of energy surrounding all the gods in a certain area. The Orion battleships used low-power artillery to launch attacks on the gods. Based on the current situation, if there were no accidents, the final result would be that all the gods would be buried on Jupiter. Then, the image changed again, showing the situation near Earth's orbit. The image was still showing the scene of the battle. However, in terms of the degree of destruction, it was much worse than the battle on Jupiter. In addition to the wreckage of a large number of weapons and equipment floating around, there were also thousands of broken corpses of celestial soldiers floating around, dyeing the place red. As for the battleships, although a few of them were injured for some reason, none of them were destroyed. They were still intact and attacking the remaining tens of thousands of Orion soldiers, especially those with wings. At this time, Audiobook separated his hands, and the screen immediately turned into 2 sides, floating in the air, showing the situation of Jupiter and Earth's orbit in front of Ito. If you can show enough strength, I think there are still many member states within the Federation that are willing to accept you as a member of the Federation. Audiobook looked at Ito and smiled. After all, not all the civilizations in the South area are willing to accept the oppression of the Orion Empire. Oh, then, in your eyes, what is considered strength? Ito sneered and said sarcastically. It was obvious that they wanted to use the power of Earth as a tool. No wonder Ito didn't care about the harmony on the surface and sneered. Destroy this fleet and resist the revenge of the Orion Empire for a certain period of time. Audiobook didn't care and replied bluntly. Then he looked straight at Ito without blinking. Sorry, I don't trust the Milky Way Federation. After a moment of silence, Ito suddenly laughed and said, You can't even stabilize your own internal affairs, and you want to talk about other things? I really don't know how you guys survived until now. After that, he ignored Audiobook, who had an ugly expression on his face, and walked forward according to his memory. Bastard. Ungrateful, exiled planet natives. After Ito walked away, Audiobook slammed his fist on the table in front of him and cursed with a face full of resentment. On the other side, after moving for a while, Ito found a serious soldier guarding the ship. The soldier led him to the boarding entrance of the ship and left the ship from the boarding entrance. Then, Ito, who returned to space, didn't hesitate and used his power to rush back to Earth. After a long while, Ito, who didn't have the slightest intention of helping the gods or the god army, returned to Earth, returned to his apartment in Tokyo, Japan, and sat down. What a pity! Ito looked at the image displayed on the virtual screen created by the little black ball and sighed in a low voice. Chapter 1934. A few hours later, all the D-summoned soldiers in Earth's orbit were wiped out by the joint fleet of the Orion Empire and the Milky Way Federation. Then, the Orion Empire separated 4 battleships from the fleet and flew in 4 directions of Earth. Finally, they stopped at the south, north, and left and right sides of the equator. Then, the 4 battleships opened their hatch at the same time and released strangely shaped aircraft. These new spacecrafts did not stop. They immediately spread out in all directions and dropped cube-shaped objects that were 5 meters in length, width, and height in some of the cosmic orbits. In about an hour, these cubes filled the entire Earth's orbit. Then, the surface of the cubes lit up slightly, and 7 or 8 cylindrical objects with a diameter of 1 meter stretched out from them. Blue energy streams shot out from the cylindrical objects. Then, in the next moment, the streams of light intersected, forming thick and long lines of light that connected the two pillars. Then, an energy light net that covered the entire sky above Earth appeared in the universe, as if it was enveloping Earth. Then, the air vibrated, and a strange ripple appeared in the sky above Earth. "What is this?" Seito, who noticed the change in space, frowned. But soon, he felt the impact of this ripple. Space is rejecting me." Seito was shocked. As a creature who had logged into the Akashic system at the core of the planet, as long as he did not do anything out of line, and if his power level did not exceed the limits of the planet itself, it was absolutely impossible to be rejected by the planet. But now it had happened. How could Seito not be shocked? Seito, who felt that something was wrong, did not dare to hesitate. His figure flashed, and he appeared in the Himalayas again. He rushed to the chaotic space area leading to the Armani Hall, tore open a passage with his power, and flashed into the dimensional zone. He moved forward quickly along the dark passage. A moment later, his eyes lit up. Seito's figure once again appeared in the Armani Hall. "Sir." Seeing Seito, the dozens of guardian knights and soul soldiers were guarding the entrance hurriedly knelt down on one knee and bowed their heads. "Has anything strange happened recently?" Seeing that the hall was still the same as when he left that day, filled with his own soldiers, Ito-sei felt a little relieved and asked. "No, everything is normal," the guardian knight replied. Seito nodded and left the soldiers. He walked straight to the front of the Akasha Systems domain, raised his foot, and stepped into the Akasha Systems domain. He stepped on the path that was already normal to him and walked towards the Akasha system. A moment later, Seito stood below the Akasha system. He closed his eyes. He connected to the Akasha system and inquired about the current situation. Soon, a large amount of information flowed into Seito's mind. "I see," Seito suddenly said. "It seems that the Orion Empire was annoyed by those gods." From the Akasha system, he learned that the repulsion phenomenon on Earth was not directed at him alone, but at all creatures whose life force or soul strength had reached the fourth dimension. In other words, all life forms that entered the realm of gods would be repelled. And the culprit that caused all of this, it was the layer of energy network that the Orion Empire set up outside the Earth. Its function was to interfere with the dimension of space and maintain the internal space of the planet below the fourth dimension. If it was during normal times, this kind of behavior would naturally not cause any impact. At most, it would prevent the gods from appearing on the planet. But for the Earth that was in the ascension period, this kind of behavior was extremely harmful. It was equivalent to directly cutting off the connection between the Earth space and the fourth dimension. It could be said that it fundamentally hindered the ascension of the Earth and pushed the Earth into the abyss of darkness. In other words, to ensure that the Earth will not be pulled into the abyss of darkness after the end of the special period, I need to destroy the energy network, right? Seito muttered in his mind. The Akasha system gave him an affirmative answer. "Sai, those guys from the Orion Empire are forcing me to go to war with them now." Seito sighed in a low voice. Then he cut off the connection with the Akasha system, withdrew his thoughts, opened his eyes, turned around, and walked out of the Akasha system. 10 minutes later, Seito reappeared in the Armani Hall. Then, without stopping, he once again entered the dimensional exploration area, passed through the passage, and returned to the Earth space. "So, it's all England's fault." Seito, who took a deep breath of the cold air, whispered in a low voice. Then, with a wave of his arm, he used the power of space to camouflage the area again. He doesn't know if it's because of the existence of the energy network that specializes in suppressing dimensions, but compared to before, Ito-sei feels that it's a lot more difficult for him to use space power, and it's not as smooth as before. But even so, this kind of thing can't be done by me alone. It's better to let those guys do something. After thinking about it, Ito spread out his huge mental power and covered more than half of the earth in a powerful posture. Everyone, you should have felt it, right? The rejection from a space. Ito said through the mental wave. But it's not from the will of the planet itself, but because of the influence of other factors. Everyone, look up, use your divine eyes to look into the sky and see what's there. After a pause, Ito continued. You must have seen it, right? Yes, it's because of that thing that the Earth space has changed and produced a rejection reaction against me. Therefore, as long as I destroy the layer of energy network and the equipment and people that created that layer, the space will return to normal. However, it's difficult for me to destroy all those things alone. So, everyone, for your own sake, let's do it together. What do you have to prove that what you said is true? At this moment, an unfamiliar mental wave was transmitted. I don't have any proof, so it's entirely up to you whether to believe it or not. However, I have no reason to lie to you, do I? Ito tried to make his mental waves convey the emotion of sincerity as he replied. Okay, the rejection effect is getting stronger and stronger. I'm going to make a move. After a moment of silence, Ito found that there were no more strange mental waves connected, and the rejection effect in the surrounding space had become stronger and stronger. Then, he retracted his mental power and wrapped a layer of spiritual energy around his body with the power of his primordial spirit. He then flew out of the Himalayas with a momentum that soared into the sky and rushed into the universe with a slightly great momentum. The reason why Sui Xiong chose this direct method, instead of using the secret method of space movement, was to set an example and prove to the other gods that he was not lying. Only in this way could those monkey-like gods take action, become cannon fodder, and help him take on the artillery fire of the Orion Empire. Sure enough, under the influence of Ito's example, 4 or 5 more impulsive gods flew into the sky and flew into the universe. Although only 4 or 5 people responded, it was a good harvest for Ito. He believed that after he destroyed the generator and weakened the rejection effect, more gods would join in for his sake. In this way, Ito quickly penetrated the atmosphere and appeared in the Earth's orbit. Then, Ito, who was hovering in the Earth's orbit, turned his head and looked around. Soon, several cubes with blue light beams around them appeared in his sight. Ito's body moved slightly and immediately flew in front of one of the cubes. In an instant, a huge energy shock wave covered his body, making Ito frown. What a strong suppression and rejection effect, Ito said to himself. Then, without hesitation, he summoned the divine blade, celestial clouds, into his hand, infused it with energy, and decisively slashed out. Without a sound, a slender crack appeared on the surface of the cube. After completing the attack, Ito stomped his feet and floated backward as if he was on solid ground. Then, in the next second, a large mass of reddish-yellow flames spewed out of the cube and quickly spread in all directions. Affected by the explosion of this cube, several blue energy beams were cut off one after another, allowing the space within a radius of more than 10 square kilometers to be restored. Ito, who had achieved his goal, did not stop and immediately flew to another cube. In this way, under Ito's continuous efforts, more and more cubes were destroyed and the space was restored. But correspondingly, his behavior finally attracted the attention of the Orion Empire, who sent dozens of space fighters to fly toward him. At the same time, many gods, who were also affected by Ito, felt the changes in space. Except for those who were selfish and wanted to sit and wait, the gods who were a little more thoughtful showed up one after another, rushed to space, and joined in the destruction of the generator. For a time, there were continuous explosions in the outer space of the entire Earth, forcing the Orion Empire to send more people to clean up the enemy. The general trend is rising. It's time to retreat after success. Ito, who was wrapped in a golden aura, smashed a Orion Empire warship that was flying over his head quickly. After that, his figure blurred and appeared beside another warship slashing it into a ball of fire with a wave of his saber. However, at this time, no one noticed that just as Sei Ito's figure disappeared and became real, the real Sei Ito had already left outer space and returned to the interior of the Earth. The one still in outer space was just a shadow clone that he had deliberately left behind, ready to escape from everyone's sight in the end, because he was no match for them. Chapter 1935. In the universe, everyone, don't pay attention to these small fries. Only by eliminating those big guys can we truly settle down. Sei Ito, who was left to fight in the universe, unfolded his spiritual power and connected to the other gods as he spoke loudly. After that, he took the lead and rushed towards the battleships of the Orion Empire and the Milky Way Federation. With his example and the continuation of the impact of the previous uprising, several gods who subconsciously believed that his words were correct immediately shook off their enemies and followed him towards the joint fleet. Following that, the other deities hesitated for a few seconds before their expressions became firm and they rushed toward the fleet. With the exaggerated movement speed of the gods, Sei Ito and the other gods soon came to the side of the joint fleet. Then, with Sei Ito taking the lead, he took the lead and launched an attack on the joint fleet. Sei Ito, who flew to the side of a battleship, waved his arm, and a dark beam of light immediately shot out from the long sword in his hand, cutting the space in front of him into pieces. The next moment, the debris flew, and a huge suction force was generated from the space crack that was deeper than the universe. It firmly grabbed a starship of an unknown civilization in front of it and pulled it towards the space crack like a black hole. The surface of the starship that was sucked in flashed rapidly as it desperately resisted. However, Sei Ito did not want to give it any more time to resist. He appeared directly above the ship in a flash and once again cut through the space with the long sword in his hand. It directly created a space crack with boundless suction force, like a black hole, on top of the ship and inside it. In an instant, the metal on the surface of the starship began to distort, shatter, and break into pieces of wreckage. It flew into the space crack and was decomposed into nothingness. At this time, it would be great if there was an antimatter grenade. Looking at the starship that was gradually torn into pieces between the two large space cracks, Sei Ito could not help but feel a little emotional. Then, his figure flashed and once again launched an attack on the other ships of the joint fleet. At the same time, many other gods also began to use their own means. They launched a powerful attack on the joint fleet. For a time, incomparably gorgeous thunder, fire, ice, and wind, as well as silent fireworks produced by mechanical explosions, appeared in the universe one after another, adding a little strange color to the dark and deep universe. But it didn't take long for something to happen that left both the enemy and us in disbelief. Just as the gods were attacking a few spaceships of the Milky Way Federation that did not belong to the Orion Empire, the Orion Empire's battleship suddenly turned around and opened its cannon bay. Revealing the cannons, they did not hesitate to bombard the warships that were being attacked by the gods. Several blazing white energy balls, like miniature suns, rose from the battleships, expanded, and swallowed the battleships in an instant, along with the gods who had yet to react. The powerful shockwave was like a tsunami, rapidly spreading in all directions. It also caused a few warships that were already damaged from the continuous battles to explode, giving birth to new energy balls. In just a short moment, more than a dozen battleships of the Milky Way Federation, along with the gods of Earth that they wanted to destroy, disappeared into the universe, leaving only pieces of wreckage to prove that they once existed. 10 seconds later, after the initial shock and disbelief, the fleet of the Milky Way Federation moved in unison and quickly turned around. While aiming the cannons at the surrounding Orion Empire fleet, they slowly retreated from the battle area. Similar to the reaction of the people of the Milky Way Federation, the remaining gods of Earth were also frightened by the actions of the Orion Empire and the disappearance of the gods. They did not want to fight with this group of lunatics anymore and turned into golden streamers and returned to Earth. The Orion Empire is really ruthless. Since returning to Earth, Sei Ito, who had been monitoring the situation in outer space with the Black Sphere System network, sighed sincerely. Under Sei Ito's close watch, the two sides confronted each other for about half an hour. Then, the fleet of the Orion Empire retreated from the vicinity of the Milky Way Federation fleet, as if giving the Milky Way Federation fleet freedom. The Milky Way Federation fleet, which had regained its freedom, did not stay near Earth any longer. It directly shot a thick blue energy beam into a space near the fleet, creating a stargate. One by one, the ships entered the stargate and completely disappeared from the vicinity of Earth. If this posture was to be described in a more vivid way, it would be, even if I can't afford to provoke you, can't I just hide? Then, not long after, the Milky Way Federation fleet, which was originally stationed near Mars, also seemed to be affected by the fleet that had previously left. It also created a stargate in the surrounding space used for ultra-long distance and ultra-dimensional teleportation, taking all the ships away from the range of the solar system. In this way, the fleet of the Orion Empire, which did not need to divide its forces, did not hesitate and immediately left Mars, returning to the vicinity of Earth's orbit and converging with the other fleet that had suffered considerable damage. It was just that immediately after that, the fleet of the Orion Empire that had just converged moved again. It dispersed into several small squads composed of 5 battleships and headed to various parts of Earth. Once again, they surrounded the entire Earth and aimed their cannons at the countries on the ground. What were they doing? Looking at the image displayed on the screen, Sei Ito's expression changed drastically. On the other side, after the dimensional transition, the members of the Milky Way Federation appeared in the 4-dimensional universe. Inside one of the spaceships of the Sirius civilization, Alyanamhet frowned. No one knew what he was thinking about. Alyanamhet. At this moment, a virtual optical screen suddenly jumped in front of him, showing an alien woman with long blonde hair, wearing a silver-gray tights that outlined her delicate figure. She spoke with an indifferent expression. Oh, it's a Follies. What's the matter? Alyanamhet, who came back to his senses, asked. The Parliament sent a communication and wants to hear the report of this incident, so you'd better come to the conference room, said the woman named Follies. Okay, I'll go right away. Alyanamhet nodded and responded. The moment he finished speaking, the virtual screen immediately shrunk into a dot and disappeared. Alyanamhet then stood up, tidied up his appearance in front of a mirror, then turned around and walked out of the room. He entered the conference room through the direct passage that only the higher-ups could use. The so-called conference room was a huge space similar to a hotel lobby. It was square in shape, and there was only a huge circular metal table in the middle. High-back chairs suspended in mid-air were placed around the table at equal intervals. At this moment, in addition to Hafali's who informed him to come, there were more than a dozen alien creatures that were either in human form or in the form of insects and beasts sitting around the table, quietly waiting for something. Seeing this, Alyanamhet didn't say anything. He walked straight to Hafali's and sat down in one of the empty seats. After about 5 to 6 minutes, no one else came. At this time, the lights of the entire conference room dimmed, turning into a dark room like a movie theater. Then, a huge virtual optical screen abruptly unfolded above the metal round table, showing the scene of a conference room that was similar to the scene at the scene, but with more people participating in it. Greetings, Elder. Seeing the people on the screen, the aliens present immediately stood up from their seats, placed their right hands on their chests, and bowed their heads respectfully. Okay, begin the report of this incident. The old man sitting on the main seat in the image said calmly, You shall begin, Safatmer. Yes, a mantis-like alien that was magnified hundreds of times responded. Then he organized his words and narrated the entire incident to the elders on the screen. It wasn't until a moment later that he stopped talking. Fama. Although the elders on the screen didn't express any opinions after listening to the Mantisman's narration, they called out another name instead. Yes, the alien, whose name was called, didn't hesitate. He recounted the incident described by the Mantisman in his own language. Sfafas, Inuit Ephifis del Mura. Just like that, one after another, until everyone had recounted what had happened this time. Then, at the next moment, a loud noise came from the screen that had been quiet all this time. The Orion Empire is too much. So what if it's too much? Do you expect them to compensate us? We can't just let it go like that. Then what do you think we should do? Dong 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 dong. Just as the elders on the screen were arguing more and more fiercely, a dull sound suddenly sounded, attracting everyone's attention. The person who made the sound was the alien sitting on the main seat. Organize the information of the entire incident and give it to me. I will explain it to the upper council. The alien said calmly. As you command, Elder. Alanamter and the other aliens said in unison. However, just when everyone thought that this was the end of the matter, Alanium spoke again. Great Elder, I have something to report to you. It's about the request of the humans on Earth. During the mission, I came into contact with a human ascender from Earth called Edo Say, and he asked for my help. Alanum Hutt's heart tightened slightly as he said, during the mission, I came into contact with an ascender from Earth called Edo Say. Chapter 1936. P.S. Thanks to Laughing Noble Ghost for his precious monthly votes. Let's not talk about what the Milky Way Federation was up to. Sei Ito, who was watching the changes in the universe through the virtual optical screen, was shocked. His expression changed drastically. What's going on? At the front end of the Orion battleship, which was docked in Earth's orbit, energy balls emitting bright light appeared in the muzzle of the battleship. The balls trembled slightly as if they were about to be fired. Then, in the next moment, the light shot out and turned into a giant pillar that shot straight to the ground. In Europe, France, Germany, Spain, Italy, Finland, Poland, Ukraine, Romania, Greece, Turkey. In Africa, Libya, Algeria, Mauritania, Niger, Nigeria, Somalia, Egypt, Sudan, Angola, Central Africa, South Africa. In Asia, Russia, India, China, Thailand, Myanmar, Japan. In the Middle East, Afghanistan, Iraq, Arabia. In Canada, the United States, Mexico, Chile, Brazil, Argentina, and other places were instantly covered by the light. Seeing the light coming, Sei Ito did not dare to hesitate. He immediately appeared in the sky and raised his hand to meet the light. A special energy wave, invisible to the naked eye, immediately spread out and collided with the light falling from the sky. Immediately, the speed of the light's advance paused, as if a picture had been slowed down countless times. It slowly descended at a snail's speed. Rule resonance. Time deceleration. Then, after slowing down the speed of the light, Sei Ito's mind turned again. A thick space hole that was just one size larger than the diameter of the light immediately appeared in front of the light, like the big mouth of a monster. It swallowed the light in one gulp. At the same time, somewhere outside Earth's orbit, a new space hole emerged with slight ripples in space. A thick energy beam fiercely shot out from it and blasted straight at the Orion battleship not far ahead. The next moment, the light bloomed, and a huge energy ball comparable to a small sun suddenly appeared and expanded silently. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed the Orion battleship. Phew! Looking at the light beam that suddenly disappeared in the sky and feeling the powerful energy wave, Sei Ito could not help but let out a long sigh. But before he could completely relax, two loud noises rang in his ears. Boom! A dazzling white light shone, and a powerful energy wind immediately spread out, like a level 16 or 7 super hurricane, quickly blowing in all directions. They destroyed everything they encountered along the way. Over there is that Hokkaido. Sei Ito, attracted by the strong light and loud noise, turned to look at the source of the two and thought to himself. Then he retracted his gaze and looked at the central region near Tokyo's 23rd district, Kinki, Japan, China, Shikoku, Kyushu, and other places. In these places, although there was also a strong light, the city below did not suffer any damage. All the attacks were blocked by a huge spiritual light barrier that suddenly appeared above the city. As expected, the land of gods is blessed, while the land of gods is met with calamity. Ito sighed softly as he observed the situation. Compared to the birthplace of Japan, there were many gods and spirits in Kyushu, as well as Buddhist temples everywhere. The Shikoku area, as well as the ISC Grand Shrine, Shingon sect, and Fahua sect, were regarded as the holy land of Buddhism and Taoism in Japan. There were no gods in Hokkaido and parts of Tohoku, which belonged to the barbarians and foreigners in ancient times. Therefore, it was not surprising that they were destroyed under the bombardment of the Orion Empire's battleships. However, the chain of changes caused by this had a great impact on the entire Japan. Strong earthquakes of varying degrees began to occur throughout the country. The water became turbid, the power was cut off, and the coastal cities were hit by strong tsunamis. Most of the cities were affected, and hundreds of millions of people fell into a difficult situation. Tokyo alone, because it was adjacent to Tokyo Bay, half of the entire 23rd district was flooded. This was thanks to the kindness of some gods who came to the rescue when the tsunami came. If they did not come to the rescue at that time, the situation would definitely be worse than it was now. From this point of view, the other countries on Earth that were bombarded by artillery fire were definitely not much better off. Although they would not see the doomsday scene like the small country of Japan, it was inevitable that people would panic and public security would be chaotic. However, just as Ito was letting his imagination run wild, another huge energy beam fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed, blasting straight at him. Ito's face turned serious. He resonated the laws in the same way, using the power of time to slow down the speed of the beam's descent, and then created a space hole to swallow the beam. He set the exit near the Orion Empire's battleships, continuing to destroy the Orion Empire's battleships with the method of giving them a taste of their own medicine. Without a sound, another blazing white ball of light that was comparable to the sun appeared in the sky. However, this time, Ito, who had completed the attack, did not stay where he was. Instead, he disappeared from where he was in a flash, and the next moment, he appeared near Earth's orbit, hovering near the Orion Empire's battleships. He stretched out his right hand and pulled down hard as if he was tearing something. A large area of dense cracks, like a spider web, immediately appeared in the void of the universe, covering an area of tens of kilometers. Then, the space collapsed, and the 5 Orion Empire battleships stationed in the sky above Asia, as well as the nearby space garbage, military forces, and civilian satellites, all collapsed together, turning into a large number of fragments. Under the strong suction force of the alternate space, the fragments drifted into the alternate space and disappeared. Damn it, I don't care anymore, Ito, who had suddenly burst out and destroyed 5 Orion Empire battleships in one blow, said with hatred. After saying that, his figure flashed, and he once again appeared beside another Orion Empire's battleship. He resonated the laws, pulled out his hands, and shattered the space around the Orion Empire's battleship. Using the force of the collapse of space, he destroyed the battleship and sent the wreckage into the alternate space. Then his figure moved again. He rushed to the side of the next battleship. Just like that, under Ito's unexpected burst of power, all the Orion Empire battleships in the vicinity of Earth were destroyed in less than half an hour, and Earth became safe again. However, at this point, Ito, who had made up his mind, still did not stop. He had the idea that if he did not remove the roots of the weeds, they would grow again when the spring breeze came. After clearing the Earth's surroundings, Ito directly turned into a beam of light and moved toward Jupiter. With the full assistance of the true immortal level primordial spirit power, as well as the release of the primordial spirit and mental power from the space environment, Ito's figure appeared near Jupiter in just over an hour, almost 2 hours. However, as soon as he appeared, a huge beam of light emitting strong energy fluctuations quickly flew in front of him. Ito's pupils shrank when he saw this. With a thought, he erected more than 10 layers of magic barriers in front of him. The beam of light flew over and silently collided with the magic barriers. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, 4 layers. When it broke through to the 6th layer, the energy beam seemed to have exhausted all its energy. It suddenly collapsed into countless photon particles and quickly disappeared into the air. Seeing this, Seito did not dare to hesitate. He immediately removed the magic barriers with a thought, and with the extreme speed that his physical strength could erupt, he rushed toward the Orion Empire's fleet like a meteor. Sure enough, a second after he moved away from his original position, another huge energy beam flew over. Seito ignored it. He flew forward in a hurry, and, after dodging another 4 or 5 attacks that were hot on his tail, Seito finally arrived in the midst of the Orion Empire's battleships. However, the next moment, the Orion Empire's soldiers, who had been waiting for Seito because of his appearance, rushed toward him like tigers and wolves. This was probably the inevitable trouble of coming here alone. Fortunately, Seito was not an ordinary person. His figure flickered, and a dozen shadow clones that looked exactly like him appeared in the universe. Then, the shadow clones moved together, rushed into the group of Orion Empire soldiers, and began to slaughter them without hesitation. For a time, bright fireballs formed by continuous explosions and dazzling magical brilliance appeared in the universe. With the shadow clones delaying the enemy, Seito finally found an opportunity to attack. His figure flashed, and he appeared on an Orion Empire's battleship. He squatted down and pressed his palm on the outer wall of the battleship. With a thought, he released the psychokinesis that had been upgraded to an unknown level with the qualitative change of his primordial spirit and soul. The psychokinesis wrapped around the battleship under him and forced it to crash into another nearby battleship. As the controlled battleship, the battleship naturally did not want to kill itself. It quickly boosted the power of its engine to resist. As a result, the metal on the surface of the battleship began to collapse, and clear wrinkles appeared. Explosions occurred inside the battleship, and muffled bang-bang sounds were heard. Like atomic disintegration, part of the battleship's hull also showed a visible annihilation effect. This situation was similar to when Jean Grey, who had awakened as Phoenix in X-Men, activated psychokinesis. However, judging from the fact that Seito and Jean Grey had been practicing together for several years, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with using Jean Grey's power to upgrade his ordinary psychokinesis to this level. After all, Seito had never really used psychokinesis to such an extent before. Naturally, he did not know what level his psychokinesis had reached now. But obviously, the so-called LV7 could no longer be accurately defined. In this way, under the internal and external siege of the battleship reluctantly rammed into another battleship of the Orion Empire. Of course, the other battleship had no intention of dying together with the battleship. So after waiting for a moment and seeing that their own battleship was indeed not going to make it, they immediately turned on their main guns and launched an attack at their own battleship. Sensing the intense energy emitted by the rapidly approaching beam, Seito, who was crouching on the Orion Empire's battleship, did not take it head-on. Instead, he appeared on another Orion Empire's battleship in a flash. The next moment, a blazing white ball of light, like a small sun, appeared in the universe and blasted out a powerful energy shock wave in all directions. Under the influence of the shock wave, a pale yellow energy shield immediately appeared on the surface of the surrounding dozen or so battleships, blocking the shock wave that rushed towards them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Seito immediately appeared in the void. With a thought, thousands of large and small magic circles, each with a diameter of more than 10 meters, appeared above his head, behind him, front, back, left, right, and in a radius of tens of kilometers around him. Light flashed and thick magic light beams shot out from them. In an instant, energy attacks rained down on the surrounding battleships. In less than half a minute, 6 or 7 blazing white balls of light appeared in the universe, blasting out powerful energy shock waves that spread to the surroundings. Affected by this, another 3 or 4 blazing white balls of light rose. At this time, under the cover of the impact caused by the surrounding shock waves, Ito activated a telekinetic barrier and flew out of the chaotic energy area formed by the explosion like a streak of light. He landed on another Orion Empire battleship nearby, then continued to move toward the Orion Empire battleships near the Stargate. Very smoothly, Ito appeared in the middle of the fleet and stopped with his back against the Orion Empire battleship. Then, Ito released his spirit and resonated with the nearby space laws, which were affected by Jupiter's rotation and were obviously different from the space around Earth. He stretched his hands forward, as if he was grabbing something, and violently grabbed at the void. Then, densely packed cracks, like hardened glass smashed by a sledgehammer, immediately appeared in space, covering the three-dimensional space within a radius of nearly 100 kilometers. It was obvious that Ito had increased his strength this time. Subsequently, the space collapsed, revealing a pitch-black space that was darker than the universe, like a black hole. Exerting a suction force, it sucked the wreckage of the numerous battleships that were destroyed under the collapse of the space into a different space. However, unlike on Earth, before this alternate space could recover by itself due to Ito's release, 3 strange cannonballs suddenly appeared in the alternate space and exploded, releasing a strange energy wave that forcibly restored the alternate space. Obviously, this was another technological weapon in the hands of the Orion Empire that specialized in countering the power of space. However, due to the forceful closure of the alternate space, Ito, as a supporter of the alternate space, suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, and a very uncomfortable feeling arose in him. Although I didn't do my best, it's enough. Raising his hand and rubbing his chest, Ito, who was circulating the energy in his body to eliminate the uncomfortable feeling, looked at the wreckage of more than 40 to nearly 50 battleships floating in front of him and comforted himself. Chapter 1937. As a result, in addition to the destruction caused by the previous gods, there were only about 100 warships left on Jupiter. Thinking of this, Ito's spirits were lifted. Under the cover of the surrounding wreckage, he immediately moved toward the other warships. He did everything he could. Finally, after spending nearly half an hour or so, all the Orion Empire warships that were stationed on Jupiter were wiped out. At this point, the Orion Empire's power in the solar system had been completely uprooted. Looking at the various wreckage floating around, Ito, who was suspended in midair, gently exhaled a turbid breath. Then, his expression turned solemn, and he turned his head to look at the azure-blue Stargate that was still rotating on its own. "It's time to destroy this root of trouble," Ito said to himself. Then his figure flashed, and he flew in front of the Stargate like a meteor. Then, Ito flipped his palm and summoned the divine blade, celestial clouds. He held it with both hands and slowly raised it above his head. Zhengyi, heaven and earth splitter. Then he swung it down abruptly. A huge blade, aura condensed to the extreme, cutting through space wherever it passed, shot out from the long blade. It slashed through the Stargate without any delay, as if it was cutting through butter. Then, after about 5 or 6 seconds, the entire Stargate burst into a dazzling blue light. The entire Stargate collapsed and shrank into a ball of light composed entirely of energy. Then, like a planet that had exploded, it suddenly exploded, bursting out with a strong blue light impact. Ito, who was near the Stargate, activated a defensive barrier around him. The impact of the blue light was completely blocked outside. This situation lasted for more than a minute before the energy ball transformed from the Stargate completely dimmed and was annihilated. It was over. Ito, who had put away the celestial clouds, narrowed his eyes and jumped in the direction of Pluto. Then, with a thought, he turned back to the Earth's pole. A few hours later, Sei-Ito's figure appeared in the geosynchronous orbit. Standing here, Sei-Ito quietly looked down at the azure blue planet under his feet for a while. Then, he moved again and returned to the interior of the Earth, returning to the increasingly desolate apartment in Tokyo. It was worth mentioning that this apartment was also a place that would be affected by the tsunami. But because of Sei-Ito's existence, this area became one of the few intact residential areas in Tokyo, just like the areas where the gods had appeared. It was envied by a large number of Tokyo citizens. It's just that Ito Chingdu didn't care much about this. At this time, Sei-Ito, he sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. Releasing his senses, he used the special authority he obtained from the Akasha system to contact the Akasha system from his home. Sei-Ito, Sei-Ito, and Sei-Ito. The moment the words fell, a huge amount of complicated information was immediately transmitted into his mind in a very strange and mysterious way. Sei-Ito, who quickly received the information, frowned, and a little sweat appeared on his forehead. Obviously, Sei-Ito had far underestimated the huge amount of information in the natural principles of a planet's operation. There were so many things contained in it that even his true immortal primordial spirit could not bear it. He could only give up the unrealistic idea of receiving and understanding at the same time and devote his mind to receiving the information. Just like that, the sun rose and the moon set. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, it was the second day at this time. Sei-Ito, who had been sitting on the ground motionlessly like a dead object, suddenly exhaled a long, turbid breath and slowly opened his eyes that had been closed. Sei-Ito raised his hand and gently rubbed his swollen and painful forehead with his fingers. He frowned and whispered, "It's a little troublesome." According to his original idea, he intended to imitate the planetary-level magic called Gungnir's gun in the magic forbidden world. With his understanding of the natural principles of the planet's operation, he planned to set up a large-scale defense array covering the entire planet's orbit to defend against the possible attack of the Orion Empire. However, after receiving all the information transmitted by the Akasha system, Sei-Ito found that this idea was unrealistic. Of course, it was not completely wrong. It was just that at this time, this idea was completely unfeasible. The reason was still the same, because the Earth was in the midst of ascension. The entire space was undergoing an unstable wave frequency increase. Under its influence, the animals, plants, insects, microorganisms, and the natural environment of the planet were constantly undergoing adaptive changes. Therefore, this data value was constantly changing. It was impossible to come up with a relatively stable data value for him to set up a planetary-level large-scale magic, unless he built a fake Tower of Babel. But there was another problem. The premise of building a fake Tower of Babel was a relatively stable, special regional environment. Not to mention that there was no such place in the current situation of the Earth. Even the gods who broke through the dimensional and space barriers from time to come to Earth would not allow him to build such a huge magic array that could strike the entire world at will. What's more, the gods themselves were the most stable existences. Even if they did not attack, their existence itself would affect the construction of the entire facility. In other words, I have three options now. First, with the power of the Akasha system, I can mobilize the power of the planet itself and directly build a large-scale defense array in outer space. The advantage is that the power of the planet is huge, and destroying a fleet is a piece of cake. The disadvantage is that the lifespan of the planet is affected by energy loss. At the same time, the internal environment of the planet will also undergo unpredictable changes with the loss of the planet's energy. So this option can basically be ruled out. Second, transform the moon into a huge magic fortress. The advantage is that there are no restrictions. The disadvantage is that it will also affect the Earth. In addition, the overall environment of the moon is unknown. The Rubik's Cube world has not returned, so it can neither be developed in peace nor be built with suitable materials. Third, and also the only choice we have right now, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. We'll wait and defend. Sigh. Thinking of this, Seito could not help but sigh helplessly. In fact, if he was willing to be flexible with the first option, it was not impossible to set up a magic array. But at present, there was only one power source that he could think of that could replace the energy of the planet, and that was the various gods. But this number was not small. At least 7 or 8 gods, and counting the subsequent replacements, 15 or 16 gods were not enough. Although this number was a little troublesome for Seito, it was not impossible to catch them, but the subsequent trouble was not something he wanted to see. After all, there were only a few god systems on Earth: the Pangu system in the East, the Amaterasu and Susanoo system in Japan, the Brahma and Shiva system in India, Myanmar and Thailand, the Catholic system in Europe, the Odin and Celtic system in Northern Europe, the Olympian system in Greece, the Ra system in Egypt, the Inca system in the Mayan civilization, and the Indian system in South America, the Zoroastrianism and Islam in the Middle East, the Chinese Buddhism system in Southeast Asia, and the Svly system in Russia, Poland, and Czechoslovakia. Not to mention the Panga system and the Chinese Buddhism system. Seito, who was in the area of influence of these two systems, did not want to get into trouble, so he ruled them out. The Catholic system was the largest force in the world and had too many soldiers, so he could not afford to offend them. Islam, well, everyone knew. The beliefs of the Celts, Odin, and Olympus were too strong, and there were too many main gods. Even with Seito's small body, he could not withstand it for the time being. So after thinking about it, only the Egyptian system, the Brahma system, the Svly system, and the Zoroastrianism were still possible. But after the previous two incidents, these cannon fodder gods were either duped into cosmic dust by Seito or completely abandoned the chaotic land of Earth and left the Earth directly. Although there were still a few gods who did not give up and stayed here, they were very well hidden. It was not troublesome enough to find them, and it seemed that there were not enough of them, so there was no need to go through so much trouble for them. As for the Japanese gods, their alliance was too serious. Under the circumstances of not wanting to completely sink Japan, it was really not appropriate to fight an all-out war with them, so he could only give up. Now I can only pray that the Orion Empire is delayed by something, so that I have enough time to complete the devouring of the 3 worlds and then upgrade the Akasha system. Seito sighed. Dang, dang, dang. At this moment, a rhythmic knocking sound came from outside the door. Seito, who heard the knocking sound, was slightly taken aback. Then he stood up from the ground, walked to the door, unlocked the door, and pushed it open. In an instant, several men and women in suits and leather shoes, who were obviously social elites, appeared in front of Seito. You are? Seito frowned. Hello, I am Kenneth Kai from XX Jojo Kai. Please forgive me for disturbing you. At the front of those people, a middle-aged man with a pair of rimless glasses on his face leaned slightly, took out a business card from his arms, and handed it to Seito with a smile. Seito took the business card, glanced at it casually, and asked, "What's the matter? Excuse me, is this apartment your property?" Kenta Takai raised his hand to adjust his glasses and asked with a smile. What do you mean? Seito's face darkened and asked in a deep voice. This is the case. If this apartment is yours, I want to ask, are you interested in selling it? The price is good. Kenta Takai, who noticed the change in Seito's tone and expression, quickly said, What about you? Do you have the same purpose as him? Seito, who did not immediately answer Kenta Takai's question, looked at the other people behind him and asked, Yes, I am. As soon as they heard the question, the other men and women standing in front of Seito's door quickly explained their intentions. Chapter 1938. Shut up. Seito, who was annoyed by the noise, shouted in a deep voice. In an instant, the men and women standing in front of him seemed to be choked by their throats, and their words were forced back into their throats. Now, immediately, get out of my place. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Seito's eyes were cold, and his words were full of threats. Yes, Under the stimulation of Sei Ito's cold breath, the people who felt the near-death danger were shocked. They saluted Sei Ito with a face full of fear. Then they ran away from Sei Ito's apartment. After these people left, Ito Sei was still frowning. He couldn't figure out what was going on with these guys. He spread out his spiritual force and covered the entire residential area, exploring the surroundings. The result made Sei Ito very surprised. It turned out that it was not only his family who was knocked on the door, but all the families in this area were knocked on the door by a group of people who looked like social elites to discuss the matter of buying and selling houses. In this regard, Sei Ito, who became more and more aware of this, changed his spirit power from simple exploration to telepathy to explore the thoughts of these people. Under the flow of the thoughts of the people around him, Sei Ito soon understood what happened. It turned out that this matter was caused by him. It was mentioned before that because of Sei Ito, this residential area became one of the few communities in Tokyo's 23rd district that survived the tsunami together with Kamikaze District. Therefore, after the initial panic, this area and several other God-blessed communities became a hot spot in the eyes of some big businessmen, members of parliament, aristocratic families, and those who were still rich and powerful. They sent people into these places to look for houses. The purpose was to save their lives when the next crisis came. It was just obvious that these guys didn't understand whose territory this was. Otherwise, there wouldn't be someone knocking on Sei Ito's door. These fellows. Sei Ito, who figured out the situation, curled his lips and muttered softly. He then withdrew his mental power and placed an anti-disturbance rune on the door. He then closed the door, threw the business card in his hand into the trash can, and returned to his room to rest. After all, until now, his primordial spirit had yet to completely recover from the impact caused by the torrent of information. His head was still slightly throbbing, and he really didn't have the mood to care about those things outside. And with the existence of the rune, in the next few days, no one came to buy a house to disturb them. However, this situation was immediately disrupted by the arrival of another person. Dong dong dong. On this day, a steady knocking sound came from the door. Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and looked at the door. To be able to knock on the door, when the Do Not Disturb rune on the door was still active, it was obvious that the person who came was not a house buyer made up of ordinary people, but someone with abnormal powers. With an interested smile on his face, Sei Ito stood up, walked slowly to the door, unlocked the door, and opened it. Immediately, the figure of a middle-aged man wearing a white priest robe and a blackbird hat came into Sei Ito's sight. A young man dressed in a black suit stood upright, his eyes exuding a sharp aura. He was dressed like a bodyguard, and he stood respectfully beside him, standing behind the young man. While Sei Ito was looking at the person, the man also looked at Sei Ito with a scrutinizing gaze. "Who are you looking for?" Sei Ito asked. "It's you, sir," the middle-aged man said lightly. "Me? I don't think I know you." Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and said with a slight smile on his face, "It doesn't matter. I believe we will get to know each other soon." The middle-aged man replied with a faint smile. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Then, the middle-aged man pointed inside the room. "I don't have the habit of inviting strangers into the house," Sei Ito said lightly. "Presumptuous." As soon as this was said, the middle-aged man in front of him didn't say anything, but the young man next to him couldn't help but yell with a cold look on his face. "Kenren!" The middle-aged man shouted in a deep voice, even though it was just two very calm people, but the pressure of a superior instantly exuded from the middle-aged man's body. Sei Ito's expression didn't change, and silently blocked the pressure that surged towards him. "Sorry, I was rude." The man named Kenren quickly bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Seeing the young man apologize, the middle-aged man ignored him and said calmly, "I'm Inoue Kazuo from Meiji Shrine, and I'm currently the servant of Tenzo God. I'm here to ask you something." However, Sei Ito's sharp eyes noticed that Inoue Kazuo's eyes flashed with a hint of pride when he introduced himself. It was obvious that he was very satisfied to be the servant of Tenzo God. "Which god do you serve?" Inoue Kazuo asked when he saw that Sei Ito didn't respond. After that, Inoue Kazuo stared at Sei Ito with a burning gaze, as if he didn't want to miss any changes in his expression. I don't know what you're talking about. Sei Ito blinked and said softly as he had the urge to laugh in his heart. Was there anything funnier than a servant of Ten's Ho asking the identity of the god in front of his enemy? You don't want to admit it. You know, the existence of this area is the best proof. You can't deny it. Inoue Kazuo said loudly. We've already investigated. You're the only special person in this area. The other residents are all ordinary people, so only you have the ability to summon the blessing of the gods when a disaster comes. At this time, Sei Ito felt more and more speechless. He really didn't understand what was going on with this Inoue Kazuo. It was fine that he didn't recognize him. It could be said that this was Inoue Kazuo's own negligence. But after investigating, he still didn't know who the person living here was. It was really unreasonable. After all, Sei Ito had never changed the name of the person living in this apartment. It was still his mother, Eriko Ito, and the family relationship information should clearly state his relationship with her. Even if he checked the civilian information and there were no special notes, and these people just had the same name, there should be records of his mother's father, the old man Kikujiro Ito, the master of the shrine, right? He should be able to find something from the registration information of the shrine, right? And he still acted like he didn't know what was going on and came here to question him shamelessly. He really didn't know how to write the word death. It was just that Sei Ito didn't know that Inoue Kazuo really couldn't be blamed for this matter. After he found out that there was a special person here, he was very dedicated to investigating his relevant information, but he used the wrong method. He actually used his identity to go to the Environment Ministry's second room to ask for their assistance in the investigation. And what was even more tragic was that the second room's leader, Kobayashi, happened to be on duty outside, so he wasn't in the office, and only two guys who didn't know the severity of the situation stayed behind. Now that they had suffered enough from the Shinto forces, how could the second room's members, who were worried about how to vent their anger, not take the opportunity to punish him? In addition, I didn't know much about Sei Ito's matter and didn't know the severity of the matter, so they directly tampered with the information about Sei Ito, disguising the information, making it seem like he was just a person with a special ability and not some special power that needed to be paid attention to and treated with caution. This caused Inoue Kazuo to misunderstand and made him do such a seemingly suicidal thing. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that the Environment Ministry only left behind ordinary information about Sei Ito to avoid trouble. Otherwise, with the situation of the two people who stayed behind, they absolutely wouldn't have the guts to tamper with important information to deceive people. Just the trouble that might come afterwards wasn't something the two of them could bear. Don't worry, Your Excellency. I just need to know which god Your Excellency serves. I don't have the slightest malice towards Your Excellency. Seeing Sei Ito remain silent, Inoue Kazuo, who subconsciously thought that the other party was shocked by his words, slowed down his voice and said gently, I don't serve any god. Sei Ito said lightly. Inoue Kazuo's eyes slightly changed, and his face became gloomy. Your Excellency, I need to remind you that I'm not representing myself, but Amaterasu Amakami and the Meiji Shrine that serves Amaterasu Amakami. Your Excellency better think carefully before answering. Inoue Kazuo said in a threatening tone. I've thought about it very clearly. I don't serve any god. Sei Ito's face showed a seemingly calm but dangerous smile and said softly, Your Excellency, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Inoue Kazuo said coldly. Oh, I want to drink a forfeit. Sei Ito sneered. Very good. Inoue Kazuo snorted coldly, retreated from the door, and said loudly, Kinto, take him down. The moment the words fell, a sharp odachi the length of an adult's forearm appeared in the young man, named Kinto's hand, and suddenly rushed in front of Sei Ito like a cheetah and swung the odachi at Sei Ito's body. However, in the next second, there was a muffled sound, and the young man flew backward at a faster speed than when he came, and didn't stop until he hit the wall of the house on the opposite side of the street. and stuck to the wall like a painting. Then Sei Ito stretched his arm forward and grabbed Inoue Kazuo's face and released his spiritual power, violently invading the other party's mind and probing Inoue Kazuo's real intention. In an instant, a large amount of information poured into Sei Ito's mind through the spiritual power. Chapter 1939. At this point, Sei Ito finally figured out the purpose of Izuru Kazuo's visit. In fact, some of the contents of his words just now were not wrong. He did represent Meiji Shrine, and the purpose was very simple. He wanted to use the information revealed by the vision in the city to explore the foreign forces in Yodo City. If it was a servant of a powerful god, naturally he would turn a blind eye and let them do whatever they want. After all, there were many disaster victims in Yodo City, and they really needed some spiritual comfort from some gods. But if you are the servant of some unknown god, then I'm sorry, but please accept our arrangement. If you don't want to, then please leave Yodo City. If you don't even agree with this, then the young man who came with Izuru Kazuo will tell you what Yodo's special hospitality is. Of course, the world is unpredictable, and there will definitely be some troublesome things in the process. For example, people like Ito say. But don't forget that they have the Meiji Shrine and the 4 major shrines of Tokyo behind them. They don't need any guidance to deal with their enemies. It's something that they can do innately. When the time comes, they will naturally have more powerful means to deal with those disobedient guys. Understanding the cause and effect, Sei Ito did not hesitate, and immediately used his spiritual power to forcibly modify the consciousness of Izuru Kazuo. Lord, after a while, Izuru Kazuo, whose eyes regained their color, greeted respectfully. You don't need me to teach you what to say, Sei Ito said in a low voice. Yes, Lord. This place has been protected by Susanoo Kensu's life. In order not to create a strong enemy for my god, I have acquiesced to the other servants' ownership of this area. There was almost no hesitation. Izuru Kazuo made up a reason and stated it. Very well, you can go. Sei Ito sent him off. Yes, I will take my leave. Izuru Kazuo quickly bowed his head and responded. Oh, yes, remember to deal with that guy. Just as Sei Ito was about to return to the house, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at the young man sitting in the corner of the opposite house. I understand. Itsuke Izuo replied. Bang! After receiving his answer, Sei Ito closed the door. He disappeared in front of Igate Kazuo's eyes. At this time, Igate Kazuo straightened up, turned around, and left the apartment. He walked to the front of the young man and looked down at the unconscious young man who was lying on the ground with a pale face and blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Then he stretched out his hand. He slapped his palm on the other party's forehead. In an instant, the young man's body twitched and he lost all signs of life. Sigh, things have already come to this point, yet they still want to stir up trouble. I really don't know if it's because the ignorant are fearless, or is it the nature of human beings to be so overbearing? Back in the room, Ito Sei sat on the sofa and sighed. Then he raised his head and glanced at the virtual optical screen showing the image of the universe that had not been turned off since the destruction of the Orion Empire's forces in the solar system. It was just a glance. Sei Ito's expression, which was still sighing a moment ago, immediately changed. His face was full of solemnity. On the virtual optical screen, floating in the air, a fleet of about 300 Orion Empire battleships appeared near Jupiter and headed toward Earth without stopping. They're finally here. Sei Ito exhaled softly and said in a low voice. After saying that, his figure flashed and instantly disappeared from the room. The next moment, he appeared in Earth's synchronous orbit. Then, his figure flashed again and headed toward the fleet of Orion Empire. A moment later, Sei Ito arrived near the fleet of battleships. Just like before, a huge energy beam blasted towards Sei Ito the moment he appeared. Sei Ito's mind moved and immediately erected a dozen magic barriers in front of him. Then, without waiting for the result of the collision between the barriers and the beam, he immediately left the place and continued to approach the battleships. At the same time, a large number of Orion Empire soldiers wearing space combat equipment quickly rushed out of the battleships and took the initiative to meet Saito. But on the other side, hundreds of strange-looking space fighters flew out from various battleships. In a scattered form, they bypassed Saito from all directions and hurried toward Earth. Seeing this, Saito, who originally wanted to use the old method of using shadow clones to support the soldiers and destroy the battleships with his main body, was shocked. He quickly stopped and created hundreds of huge magic circles all around him. Powerful magic light beams shot out in all directions toward the space fighters and soldiers around him. For a time, a large number of explosions bloomed in the universe. However, compared to the number of space fighters that escaped, the number was still too small. What's more, after Saito's attack ended, more than 100 space fighters flew out of the battleships and chased after the space fighters in front of them in the direction of Earth. From the looks of it, they intended to use numbers and maneuverability to replace the relatively cumbersome battleships to launch some kind of attack on Earth. Now I can only hope that the gods on Earth can do a little more. Saito sighed helplessly as he watched the space fighters fly farther and farther away. Then, his expression became serious, and he devoted himself to the battle against the Orion Empire's battleships. At this time, Saito's figure moved, and a dozen shadow clones instantly appeared beside him. Without any explanation, they rushed toward the surrounding Orion Empire soldiers, launched a huge magic circle, and launched a large-scale attack on the Orion Empire soldiers. In an instant, a magnificent and dazzling light that hid the cruelty within bloomed in the dark universe. Saito, who broke free from the entanglement of the Orion Empire soldiers, moved and appeared in the midst of the Orion Empire's battleships. He flipped his right hand and summoned the divine blade, celestial clouds, infused it with energy, and slashed out fiercely. Jingyi, heaven and earth splitter. In an instant, an extremely condensed blade appeared. A gray, chaotic, narrow blade of light shot out from the celestial clouds and extended to dozens of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Like a long whip, it drew an exaggerated arc in the shape of a crescent moon, cutting through a dozen warships of the Orion Empire. Although all the battleships had deployed energy shields or tilted defensive walls during this process, they were all torn apart like paper under the gray, chaotic blade of light. They were useless, allowing the blade of light to cut through the battleships. Then, without a sound, a dozen balls of blazing white energy quickly emerged from the warships that were swept by the blade aura and rapidly expanded. They engulfed the dozen or so battleships and erupted with a powerful shockwave. Saito, who stood in the middle of the energy balls and shock waves, did not dodge and directly slashed down with the blade again. Righteous 2, wind and fire repellent. The so-called repellent had the meaning of monarch, law, exclusion, refutation, closure, and so on. Therefore, this move could be evolved into 3 styles: defense, repulsion, and suppression, depending on the meaning. And now, Saito was using one of the defense styles. His arm shook, and a strange force bloomed from the blade. All the energy and shock waves that surged into Saito's body were absorbed into the blade and wrapped in a layer of white light. Under the absorption of this force, the dozens of energy balls around him shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye and finally converged on Saito's body like streams returning to the sea. Immediately, an aggregation that looked ordinary and not very dazzling appeared in the universe. However, the energy detector of the Orion Empire's battleships showed an off-the-charts high-risk value. 2.5 for void generation restraint. Then, Saito slowly raised his arm and raised the celestial clouds full of energy above his head as if he was lifting Mount Tai. Then he slashed down again. In an instant, a blazing white light more dazzling than the sun erupted in the universe. It formed an extremely unstable energy sea that filled the 3-dimensional space in front of Saito with a radius of tens of kilometers and a height of several kilometers. Then, an explosion occurred. The Energy Sea and the Orion Empire's battleships in the Energy Sea all bloomed with dazzling light, forming a pure energy zone, like a planet's explosion zone. Powerful shock waves burst out and spread in all directions. For a moment, a dozen or so battleships that happened to be near the explosion zone were immediately enveloped by the expanding light generated by the explosion because they could not dodge in time. They were destroyed and turned into new energy sources that continued to help the energy cloud expand outward. It could be said that if the timing was right and there was enough high-energy matter to continuously fill the energy cloud, it was entirely possible for the energy cloud to transform into a dangerous existence like a cosmic black hole, causing terrifying destruction to the area where it was located. 240 battleships left, Ito said to himself as he casually slashed the energy cloud in front of him. He looked at the Orion Empire's battleships that were dodging and moving around. Then, in a flash, he moved toward the other battleships that were left behind on the other side. After several hyperspace dimensional jumps, a total of more than 300 space fighters finally appeared near Earth and flew rapidly toward Earth without slowing down. In just over a minute, they flew above Earth, broke through the atmosphere without stopping, and entered Earth's interior. Then, these space fighters separated in the sky and scattered around the world. Almost in the blink of an eye, they appeared above all the countries, continents, oceans, and islands around the world. Then, these space fighters hovered in midair, opened the metal baffle on the belly of the space fighters, and exposed a launch mount, a pitch-black cylinder about the thickness of an adult's thigh, about 5 meters long, and with a spiral drill at the front end, quietly hung on the launch mount. Then, green flames spurted out from the tail end of the cylinder, pushing the cylinder away from the launch mount. It shot diagonally down to the countries, islands, oceans, and the North and South poles below, then turned around and quickly sank into the ground. After doing all this, these space fighters did not stay on Earth. They immediately raised their heads and broke through the atmosphere from their respective regions in the blink of an eye, flying in the direction of the sun without stopping for a moment. At the very next moment after they left, streams of invisible ripples that were invisible to the naked eye spread out from where the pillars had disappeared. They spread out in all directions without any obstructions, fusing with other invisible ripples that were spreading out at the same time. They formed an even larger invisible screen that covered the entire Earth, completely enveloping it. Whoosh! Then, accompanied by the clear sound of a jet, a plume of black smoke spewed out from a hole in the cylinder and quickly melted into the air. Under the influence of this gas, the plants that happened to be growing near the vents began to mutate at a speed visible to the naked eye. They either transformed into something even stranger, something that was definitely not from Earth, or rapidly withered, and finally collapsed and became a pile of dead things. It was obvious that this thing that was sprayed out was definitely not good for the creatures on Earth. More than 2 hours later, with a ripple in the void, Ito's figure appeared on Earth. Why do I feel like Earth is quickly dying? Ito frowned as a very bad feeling suddenly emerged in his heart. Also, space is actually being suppressed again. Ito raised his hand and used his finger to create ripples in the void, then thought to himself, "It seems that I can only contact the Akasha system again." After thinking about it, Ito immediately launched the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to his apartment in Yodo City. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and released his thoughts, connecting with the Akasha system in a mysterious way. I need records of all the actions of the Orion Empire's fighters after they arrived on Earth. In the thought connection, Ito sent his request over. The next second, a large number of images were transmitted from the thought connection and presented in Ito's mind. Were those? Ito, who had browsed through the recorded images, asked subconsciously. It's just that although the Akasha system can record all the information about the past, present, and possible future of the universe. It is not an encyclopedia that answers all questions. Naturally, it can't answer this information that is obviously not a product of the historical civilization of Earth. However, there is a situation that the Akasha system conveniently told Sei Ito, the only person who has made a connection with it so far. What? Earth's planetary lifespan is rapidly decreasing. Sei Ito, who received the information, opened his eyes fiercely and exclaimed. Then, without hesitation, he once again devoted his mind to connecting with the Akasha system and asked about the planet's lifespan. Damn Orion Empire! After a while, Sei Ito, who learned the reason for the planet's lifespan loss, cursed angrily. Chapter 1940. If it was only the loss of life on the planet, it would not be a big deal. After all, as long as he found the source, he could destroy it. But the key was that Sei Ito learned from the Akasha system that the tools that were absorbing life on the planet were still drilling into the depths of the Earth's core. In the 2 hours, or so that he had destroyed the Orion Empire fleet in the universe and rushed back to Earth, the deepest of those tools had drilled more than 1,200 meters below the Earth's surface. This distance was a little troublesome for Sei Ito, who was already at the level of true immortals. This was because the underground was completely different from the surface. The deeper one went, the more restricted one's mental power, primordial spirit, and other powers would be. They would be suppressed by the Earth's own magnetic field, gravity, and so on. It was impossible to use power as freely as on the surface. However, no matter how difficult it was, Sei Ito still needed to put in a lot of effort to save the planet. After all, before the Earth really ascended into a four-dimensional world, it was still the core of the dimensional sea formed by the surrounding subsidiary dimensional worlds. It was the foundation of the dimensional sea's stability and existence. Only when it ascended into the fourth dimension and upgraded into a real three-dimensional world with him could new sea-stabilizing needle be born in the dimensional sea. Only at that time, the survival of the Earth would no longer have too much influence on the dimensional sea. After all, by that time, the Earth would have already surpassed the Yuan system. Show me all the throwing points of the weapons thrown by the Orion Empire. Taking a deep breath, Sei Ito, who was connected to the Akasha system, once again made his request. Naturally, the Akasha system readily gave a reply to this kind of thing that could help its survival. In an instant, a three-dimensional perspective view of the Earth filled with a large number of kind light spots appeared in his mind. 365? This number is really special. Ito Sei, who had figured out the total number of light spots in his mind, muttered to himself, trying to find joy in the bitterness. Then, with a thought, dozens of shadow doppelgangers were created. It wasn't that he couldn't create that many shadow clones at once, or that he didn't want to. It was just that the apartment he was in was only so big, and it could only accommodate a few dozen people at most. Any more, and he wouldn't be able to fit them all. Fortunately, these shadow clones did not stay in the apartment for long. After adapting to the environment, they activated the Flying Thunder God and disappeared from the room, moving toward the locations of the tools that Orion Empire had dropped in their memories. As expected, it was a wise choice to leave the location runes of the Flying Thunder God technique around the world. Sei Ito sighed as he looked at the empty room. Then, he continued to use Shadow Doppelganger. It was only after 7 or 8 times that all the members were separated. Now it's time to clean up the last batch of remnants. After he finished casting, Sei Ito narrowed his eyes and said coldly as he recalled the final destination of the Orion Empire's fighter jet. After saying that, his figure flashed. He immediately disappeared from the room and appeared in the universe in the next moment, chasing in the direction where the Orion Empire's fighter jet left at this time. On Earth, one of Sei Ito's shadow doppelgangers appeared on the Antarctic continent. This is it. Feeling the abnormality in his body, Sei Ito whispered as he looked at the thigh-thick, round mouth under his feet. Then his figure scattered. It turned into a light smoke and instantly disappeared into the Antarctic ice sheet. Taoist 5 forms escape technique, water escape. Although it was somewhat inappropriate to use it on the ice sheet, the nature of both was water, so this escape technique was the most suitable. Just like that, with the help of the water escape technique. In a moment, Sei Ito came to nearly 300 meters below the ice sheet. He appeared around the cylinder where the drill was spinning hard and creating layers of ice chips and warm water. Enduring the erosion brought by the strange energy, Sei Ito stretched out his hand and grabbed the tail of the cylinder. Then, with a thought, he disappeared from the ice sheet with the cylinder and reappeared on the Antarctic continent. Afterward, Ito Sei threw the cylinder that was still spinning in his hand into the sky. At the same time, he created a space crack in the air and swallowed the cylinder like the mouth of a gluttonous beast. Done. Ito Sei laughed as he watched the cylinder disappear. Then his body dissipated, turning into a cloud of smoke and disappearing from the spot, leaving only a calm Antarctic continent, which was like a place where the souls of the dead stayed. Similar occurrences occur in the depths of the rainforests of the Amazon, on some uninhabited island in the Pacific, in the depths of the Indian Ocean, in the vicinity of Yunnan province in China, on some large island in India, in the two great states of the United States on the eastern and western coasts, in the vast forests of Canada, in the tropical forests of South America, in the grasslands of Africa, in the wastes of Siberia in Russia, in some country in Europe, and in various other places. Of course, this kind of operation was not always so smooth, and there were also more troublesome things that happened. For example, in the deep sea, he was entangled by deep-sea behemoths. For example, the place where he threw it was like a volcano, a place that even gods would find troublesome. Another example was that the place where he threw it happened to be a certain god's domain and was misunderstood by the other party. Especially the last one, it almost caused a conflict. The reason was very simple. The other party thought that Sei Ito threw the thing, or they didn't believe that Sei Ito would be so kind to help them deal with this troublesome thing for no reason. In short, it was all kinds of irritation. Fortunately, Sei Ito's heart mirror cultivation was good enough, and his own strength was strong enough. In the worst case, he could use force to intimidate them, so he didn't delay the business. Most of the cylinders that were relatively shallow were extracted and thrown into another space with the power of space. As for the remaining cylinders that were relatively deep, he believed that they would be dealt with quickly. Now, the scene returned to the universe. Then, with a jet of flame, the cylinder detached from the catapult rack and flew toward the sun like a missile. Under the protection of the super heat-resistant metal, the cylinder smoothly resisted the hot wind of the sun, passed through space, and shot straight towards the sun. Finally, like an inconspicuous little black, it disappeared into the fiery red body of the sun. After that, the Orion Empire's fighter fleet did not stay any longer. They turned around and flew to Mercury, the closest planet to the sun, and stopped above Mercury. And this stop lasted for a few hours. Then, as if they had rested enough, the Orion Empire's fighter fleet took off from Mercury again. 4 fighter fleets flew out from the fleet and combined together in a strange way, forming a square, muzzle-like object. Then a new fighter fleet flew out and came to the end of the 4 fighter fleets that formed the muzzle. It opened the belly compartment, and a black muzzle that was also square in shape poked out from it. It was then injected with energy. A cluster of light blue energy appeared in front of the muzzle amidst the convergence of countless photon particles. Then, the white light expanded and turned into a thick beam of light, bombarding the central hole of the square object formed by the 4 fighter fleets. Then, the blue light paused for a moment, then suddenly expanded outward again, turning into an even more exaggerated energy beam that gushed out from the front of the square object formed by the 4 fighter fleets. Huff, without a sound, a distorted ball of blue light appeared above Mercury. Then, the blue light expanded, and a dark blue thin light gate appeared in the center, standing in midair. This blue light was none other than the Stargate that could perform dimensional movement. After that, the 4 fighter jets separated and landed on the ground together with the fighter jet that fired the light beam. It looked like they had run out of energy. However, another fighter jet flew out from the team and shot straight into the Stargate, causing ripples as it disappeared. Another 5 or 6 minutes passed. The center of the Stargate lit up slightly, and an Orion Empire battleship emerged from Stargate. Then, a second one, a third one. A large fleet of fleets did not appear as expected. However, for the safety of guarding the Stargate, under the premise that they were not exposed, 3 battleships, nearly 10,000 Orion Empire soldiers, and nearly 5,000 space fighters produced this time were more than enough. However, they didn't know that just behind them, Ito Sei, who was like a grim reaper, was once again following them, and he was about to catch up. After all, the spatial fluctuations caused by the opening of the Stargate were too great. It was so great that Sei Ito, who had comprehended the laws of space, could sense it and follow the fluctuations to find the source. Sure enough, more than half an hour later, Sei Ito, who was chasing after the spatial fluctuations, appeared on Mercury. Sei Ito did not know if it was due to negligence or if his strategy was effective, but he suppressed his aura and flew to Mercury with a small meteorite without being discovered by the Orion Empire security system. Instead, he smoothly arrived near the 3 Orion Empire battleships. He only needed to use instant transmission to rush over. As for the more than 300 space fighters that were originally parked outside, except for a dozen that were still patrolling in the nearby sky, the rest were all recalled back to the battleships for logistical maintenance and rest. 3 ships. It'll be easier for me to get rid of them, Sei Ito thought to himself as he hid in the dark, looking at the 3 Orion Empire battleships in front of him. After thinking about it, he suddenly appeared on one of the Orion Empire battleships. He bent down, pressed one hand on the outer wall of the battleship, and activated the psychokinesis atomic disintegration. Chapter 1941. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, blue light bloomed, and a powerful shock wave spread out in all directions. Sei Ito, who destroyed the Stargate with one slash, exhaled a long breath and said with a relaxed expression, "Phew, this way, we can delay for a while." By that time, the magic cube should have finished devouring the 3 kingdoms world and returned to the main world. With a slight smile, he put aside these meaningless thoughts in his mind for the time being. He raised his head and appreciated the unique scenery in front of him that he could never appreciate in his previous life. Most people on Earth also did not have the strength to appreciate it in this life. It was a unique scenery that was comparable to the Earth's environment. It doesn't look any different from a moon. Immediately, Sei Ito lost interest in Mercury. He activated his space ability and disappeared from where he was, rushing back to Earth. More than 2 hours later, Sei Ito's figure reappeared on Earth. Damn it, I've almost become the Earth's firefighter and Earth's repairman in the past few days. And it's the kind that no one knows and no one recognizes. What am I after? Looking at the Earth under his feet, Sei Ito, who suddenly recalled his recent behavior, curled his lips and muttered in a low voice. Of course, this was just to vent the resentment in his heart out of boredom. If it really came down to it, he would still do it. After all, as a member of the Earth, he had no choice. What's more, at this stage, he also needed the Earth to be fine. Then Sei Ito's figure flashed and returned to the apartment in Tokyo. He took off his clothes and went into the bathroom. He washed his body with a shower head. After washing up, he returned to the bedroom, threw himself on the bed, and relaxed to rest. And because Sei Ito was diligent enough, the Earth returned to peace in the following time. Except that from time to time, there would still be gods who broke through the space barrier and appeared on Earth, causing a little ripple. As for the global animal and plant mutation, it did not cause the slightest ripple at all. It continued quietly without anyone's attention. But on this day, a touch of joy suddenly appeared on the face of Sei Ito, who had been paying attention to the situation in the universe. It's finally done. Sei Ito heaved a sigh of relief. Then, without hesitation, he activated the power of space and disappeared from the room, reappearing in space as quickly as possible. With a thought, more than 500 Archangel battleships, as well as three-dimensional battleships named Ares, Assyria, and Morrigan, appeared in the universe. They were Athena's battleships. Ares, the god of war in Greek mythology. Ashur, the sun-wheel war god in Sumerian mythology. Morrigan, the ancient Celtic and Irish goddess of war. Except for the 100 archangels and Ares, the rest of the warships will head to Jupiter immediately. Saito released his mental power and enveloped all the warships. He used mental transmission to give orders to the Guardian Knights and the Righteous Souls crew, who had specialized in warship piloting and combat knowledge. Yes, sir. All the crew members responded through mental transmission. Then, the 500 Archangel battleships and the three-dimensional battleships were divided into two small teams. The small team, which only had a total of more than 400 people, was mixed with the two-dimensional battleships. They spat fire at the tail end of the fleet and sailed towards Jupiter at a speed comparable to the Orion Empire's warships. The reason for such a high speed was thanks to the more than 10 years Saito spent in the Three Kingdoms world. It was during this time that the researchers who had been deciphering the space fighter technology he had stolen from the Orion Empire finally achieved ideal results. Combined with the local technology, they developed a powerful engine that was not inferior to the Orion Empire space fighter engine and installed it on the newly built Archangel battleships. This allowed these battleships to have their current speed. It could even be said that from now on, Saito's battleships truly had the ability to fight across galaxies. However, it was precisely because of the need to manufacture engines and modify the engines of the battleships that the overall number of battleships was once again suppressed. In the end, the number of battleships was maintained at around 600, not reaching the initial expectation of over 1,000 battleships. At the same time, taking advantage of the opportunity to crack the alien battleships, a new type of super-powerful weapon was developed by the mad scientists in the big laboratory. It was just that at this time, the Archangel battleships were in no hurry to undergo a third modification, so they had to settle for the next best thing. They directly asked the Space Administration to build three-dimensional battleships based on the Yagami Storm's exclusive battleship, the Athena, and equip them with a newly developed weapon. These three battleships were the ones that appeared now. However, Saito absolutely did not want to use the newly developed weapon unless it was absolutely necessary. This was because if he did not control it well, not only would it cause great damage to the enemy, it would also cause indiscriminate annihilation to his own side. Furthermore, he would leave behind a terrifying toy that could destroy galaxies and even the universe for the solar system. A moment later, the fleet disappeared into the depths of the universe. You'll be stationed on the moon. Saito then ordered the remaining battleships. Yes, with a flickering tail flame, the battleships set off for the moon. I can finally relax a little. Saito exhaled a long breath as he watched the battleships sail away. But unfortunately, I can't completely relax yet. There are still things to do. After saying that, Saito's figure immediately disappeared from the universe. When he reappeared, he was already in an ice crevice in Mount Himalaya. Then he stepped into the void and disappeared from the ice crevice again. Then after an unknown amount of time, with a gentle ripple, Saito's figure appeared in the Armani Hall. Seeing Saito's arrival, the soldiers guarding the intersection immediately knelt on one knee and called out respectfully, "Sir." Saito nodded slightly, waved his hand to signal them to get up, then turn around and walk straight to the Akasha systems domain. Obviously, he doesn't want to wait any longer to upgrade the Akasha systems level. This kind of behavior of playing games with Orion Empire really annoys him. After all, he's only one person, and he can't take care of everything. If he divides his forces again like last time, he only needs to change the things he throws to the weapons that directly explode the planet, and Saito will be in trouble. It can even be said that he almost suffered a tragedy last time. So this time, he directly gave up his original plan of using Baimahu to plot against Amaterasu. After arranging the defense in the universe, he immediately rushed here. After a long while, Sei Ito once again stood under the Akasha system. "I'm here to contribute to you again," Sei Ito said to himself. Then, without hesitation, he used his thoughts to connect to the Akasha system. According to the guidance information of the Akasha system, he transmitted his newly obtained world force to the Akasha system. Immediately, a colorful light emerged from the bright white light ball representing the Akasha system and spread, enveloping Sei Ito below. Amidst the changing colors, time flowed unknowingly. It's just that he didn't know what happened in the higher dimensions. Unexpectedly, even after many days of the interval between the arrival of the last battleship, there is still not a single battleship belonging to Orion Empire, nor a space battleship belonging to a higher dimensional alien life form that appeared in the solar system. This made the fleet guarding Jupiter, which was already prepared for a big battle, nervous. Therefore, with the thought that it would be better if it didn't come, the fleet was not overly vigilant. Other than maintaining the usual vigilance, they relaxed. Then, time flowed and a long time passed. During this process, there was still not a single alien battleship that entered the solar system. At this time, at the Akasha system in the Armani Hall, as the colorful light gradually faded, Sei Ito's figure reappeared below the Akasha system. Like the previous few times, a powerful aura erupted from Sei Ito, who had received feedback from the Akasha system. However, because his strength had already reached a certain level, the feedback this time could not directly help him to advance by another level. It only helped him to improve a lot on Sei Ito's original foundation, from the initial stage of a true immortal to the current middle stage of a true immortal. However, his authority had greatly increased by a lot. Of course, as a price, Sei Ito had to hand over all the world force he earned from conquering the Three Kingdoms world, as well as the world force he naturally accumulated in the process of conquering it. Once again, he was back to square one. As for the damage to his body, although it still appeared, it was obviously much lighter than last time. Sei Ito looked up at the Akasha system, which had turned back into a white ball of light, and asked with his thoughts, "System, is it still not possible?" TSK, after all this time, I've only just unlocked the 3 seals that those aliens put on you. Sei Ito, who got the reply, sighed softly. In other words, if I wanted to play a certain role, I have to do it again like this. If I want the effect to be significant, I have to do it many times, right? Sigh, I've only been a landlord for a few years, and now it's my turn to be a worker. What a mess. As a system, the Akasha system directly ignored Sei Ito's self-blame and looked at him silently. Forget it. I'll just treat it as a contribution to the mother planet and its people. Sei Ito curled his lips and said. After that, he did not stay in the Akasha system's domain any longer. He turned and left the domain and returned to the Armani Hall. Then, under the respectful escort of the soldiers in the hall, he entered the dimensional exploration zone and returned to Earth through a long corridor. Chapter 1942. Storyteller, what are you talking about today? In an antique restaurant, a well-dressed man who should have come from a humble family said loudly, "Today a little old man will tell us a strange story." Sitting behind a square table, a skinny old man said with a smile, "Oh, what strange story?" Someone asked. "Everyone, please listen patiently." As the old storyteller spoke, he took the gavel and slammed it on the wooden table. He shook his head and began to recount the story. It is said that there were 8 great meritorious officials in the founding of the dynasty. Because of the great ancestors' kindness, each of them was conferred the title of Duke. However, each of them was conferred the title of Duke. Only the Jia family had a pair of twin brothers. Who doesn't know this? Isn't it just the Ning family and the Rong family? What kind of strange story is this? A customer curled his lips and said, That's right. The other customers jeered. This kind of old story is naturally not strange. However, a few years ago, there was another strange story in the Rong family. The old storyteller said with a chuckle, "Is this old official talking about the young master who was born with a jade in his mouth?" A slightly knowledgeable customer asked in astonishment. It is precisely that young master amazing fate. The old man nodded and admitted. It is said that Duke Ning and Duke Rong family were brothers from the same mother. Duke Ning was the eldest and had 4 sons. After Duke Ning died, his son, Jia Daiwa, succeeded him as an official. He also raised 2 sons. The eldest was named Jia Fu. When he was 8 or 9 years old, he died. Only the second son, Jia Jing, succeeded him as an official. However, he is only a young master. He only likes to burn pills and refine mercury. Fortunately, he left behind a son in his early years. His name is Jia Zhan. Because his father wanted to be an immortal, he succeeded him as an official. His father refused to return to his hometown. He only fooled around with Taoist priests outside the capital. This Lord Zhan gave birth to a son. He is only 16 years old this year. His name is Jiarong. Now, his father doesn't care about him. How could this Lord Zhan be willing to study? He is only happy and has turned the Ning family upside down. No one dares to care about him. Let's talk about the Rongwa Mansion. The young Master Han Yu that was mentioned just now came from here. After Duke Rong's death, the eldest son, Jia Deis Han, took over as an official and married a young lady from the marquis family of Jinling. They had 2 sons, the eldest, Jia Shi, and the second, Jia Zheng. Dai Shan had passed away long ago, but old Madam was still alive. The eldest son, Jia Shi, was a government official. The second son, Jia Zheng, since childhood he was very fond of arresting officers and was his grandfather's favorite. Originally, he wanted to graduate from the first class, but unexpectedly Dai Shan, on his deathbed, left behind a copy. Because the emperor sympathized with the late officials, he immediately ordered his eldest son to take over the position of an official. When he asked how many sons he had, he immediately introduced them. Thus, he bestowed the title of manager to this old man and ordered him to join the army to study. Now he has been promoted to minister counselor. This is the son of Father Zheng's wife, Madame Wang. Her name was Jia Zhu. She entered school at the age of 14. Before she was 20, she married and had a child. She died of an illness. Her second child was a young lady who was born on the first day of the new year. This was strange. Who would have thought that she would give birth to a son? Speaking of which, it was even more strange. As soon as the fetus was born, a multicolored, sparkling, and translucent jade came out of his mouth. There were many handwriting on it, so he called it Bao Yu. Isn't it strange? It is. The other guests heard his detailed explanation and agreed. I'm afraid this person's background is not small. Another guest said, tens of thousands of people said so. Because of this, his grandmother treasured him like a treasure. When he was 1 year old, Father Zheng wanted to test his future ambition. He placed all the things in the world in front of him and asked him to grab them. Who would have thought that he did not take any of them? He reached out and grabbed some cosmetics and hairpins. Father Zheng was furious and said, in the future he will be a drunkard. Because of this, he was very unhappy. Only that old Madame Sure still treated him like his life. Speaking of which, it is strange. Now that he is 7 or 8 years older, although he is unusually mischievous, but in terms of intelligence, 100 people cannot compare to him. When he talks about children, it is also strange. He said, daughters are made of water, men are made of mud. When I see daughters, I feel refreshed. When I see men, I feel turbid and smelly. Do you think it is funny or not? It really matches Father Zheng's words. Not true. It is a pity that you do not know this person's background. Perhaps Father Zheng also mistakenly regarded him as a demon pervert. If it were not for the fact that he read a lot and learned a lot, he would not have been able to understand this. At this time, a middle-aged man dressed in green, who was a scholar, said as he sipped from a jug of wine. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, the scholar spoke even more energetically. He shook his head and boasted. The people of the world, except for the 2 types of great benevolence and great evil, there is no big difference. If there is a great benevolence, they will be born in times of need. If there is a great evil, they will be born in times of need. Fortune gives birth to governance. Calamity gives birth to danger. Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang Wenwu Zhou, Zhao Kong, Meng Dong, Han Zhou, Cheng Zhang Zhu, they're all people who came into being. Qi Yu, Gong Gong, Jia, Zhou, Shi Huang, Wang Meng, Chao Meng, Huan Wen, and Lu Shan, Qin Hui, and the others are all people who came into being. The great benevolence cultivates and governs the world. The great evil causes chaos. Clarity and elegance, the righteousness of the world, is what the benevolence cultivates. Cruelty and eccentricity, the evil of the world, is what the evil cultivates. Today, the dynasty is prosperous. The world is peaceful and without action. Clarity and elegance can be found everywhere, from the imperial court to the grasslands. The remaining elegance has no place to return. It is the sweet dew, the gentle wind. It can spread to the four seas. The cruel and eccentricity of evil cannot spread out in the light of day. It condenses and fills the deep ravines. Occasionally, because of the wind or the clouds, it is slightly shaken. If one strand of it accidentally leaks out, then the elegance will pass. Righteousness does not tolerate evil. Evil envies righteousness. The two are equal. Just like wind, water, thunder, and lightning, when met in the earth, it cannot be eliminated, nor can it be let go. It will only end after a fight has broken out. Therefore, the qi must be given to people. It will only dissipate after it has been vented. Men and women who live with this qi cannot die for benevolence and become a gentleman, and cannot become a great evil. Placed among millions of people, their intelligence and elegance is above millions of people. Their eccentricity, evil, and unreasonable attitude is below millions of people. If they are born in a noble family, they will be infatuated with love. If they are born in a poor family, they will be a scholar. Even if they are born in a poor family, they will not be a walking soldier or a servant. They will be willing to be controlled and controlled by mediocre people. Like the previous generation Suyu, Tao Qian, Ruan Ji, Ji Kong, Lu Ling, Wang and Xie families, Guhu Tu, Chen Hoju, Tang Mingwan, Song Huizong, Lu Tingji, Wen Feiqing Mi Nangong, Shi Manqing, Lu Qiqing, Qin Xiaoyu, the recent Nai Yunlin, Tang Bohu, Zhu Jishan. Then there are Li Guanyin, Huang Banchuo, Jing Xinma, Zhuo Wenjun, Hong Fu, Xue Tao, Chuiying, Chao Yun, and the others. If they change places, they will be the same people. It was really mysterious and abstruse, as if there was a real story, making people gasp in amazement. However, the other guests were satisfied, but the storyteller old man thought that this scholar did not know anything. Could it be that he wants to ruin my rice bowl? His face showed resentment. His words were not polite. According to what you said, then wouldn't that young master be a thief if he wasn't a noble? The scholar, who did not know that his mouth had offended people, was very interested in teaching and educating people. He nodded and said, "That's exactly what I meant." However, although the scholar was in high spirits, there were people who were already impatient to listen. Zhu stood up from the table, accompanied by a young and handsome coachman, to pay for the wine. After leaving the restaurant, "Chung, is that young master with the jade this time the target?" Outside the restaurant, the coachman said with a puzzled expression, "It's him, and it's not him." The young man named Chung said with a smile. The two people who were talking were none other than Sei Ito, who was supposed to be in the main world, and Shimaping Linghua, who was supposed to be in the Rubik's Cube world. After transferring all of his world force to the Akasha system, Sei Ito, who had no world force to use and was injured, set up hundreds of rainbow-light cannons in the Earth's orbit and borrowed the power of the Rubik's Cube to start a new round of world travel. His first stop was a low-difficulty world that did not have much profit, Dream of the Red Chamber. His goal was to obtain the psychic jade that Jiabayu gave birth to, so that he could prepare for a certain item in the real world that he wanted to conquer. However, since he was already here, Sei Ito would not be so insensitive as to directly use force to obtain the psychic jade. He would then leave without stopping and head to the real world that he wanted to conquer. After all, Seito was still very interested in the 12 golden hairpins of Jinling in Dream of the Red Chamber. What's more, the gap in his world force could not be made up by conquering one or two worlds. Therefore, Seito decided to take down this world along the way. At most, he would arrange this world after his real target world in the order of world engulfment. As for Shimabara Linghua, she was summoned by Ito, to accompany him and also to increase his favorability towards him. Even though the favorability between the two was already at the level of eating, let's go to Jinling. After that, Ito stretched out his arm and hugged the waist of Shimaping Linghua, who was dressed as a male driver, and used teleportation to suddenly disappear from the street. The next moment, they appeared on the streets of Jinling. It's quite unique. Seito looked at the pedestrians on the street and nodded. This was the capital of Jinling. It was the capital of Jinling. Under the foot of the emperor, the residences of the nobles and princes could be seen everywhere. Each of the residences of the nobles and princes occupied half an acre of land. The aura of wealth and wealth soared into the sky. The merchants and residences within the jurisdiction all had their own places. The pedestrians on the street had their own steps. The people carefully avoided them. The officials and rich protectors swaggered behind them. They were like the street protectors. Linghua, what identity do you think we should disguise ourselves as? Seito asked softly as he walked away with Shimaping Linghua. How about being a merchant? Shimaping Linghua thought for a while and said, for someone like her who was born in a modern city in Japan, being a merchant was the most ideal job she could think of. She had no idea what it was like to be a merchant in ancient China. She did not even know what it would be like without the protection of the government. We have a lot of novel toys in our hands that people in this era have never seen before. We can easily open the market and establish ourselves in this world. Shimaping Linghua said, a merchant? That's good. Let's be a merchant then. Seito nodded his head and agreed. For the aborigines of this world, becoming a merchant, a lowly profession that was not much higher than being in a superior position, might be an undesirable choice. Moreover, it was difficult to become a big business. After becoming a big business, one would have to constantly be on guard against the punishment of some young masters and evil merchants. However, this was not a problem for Ito at all. Even if he was censured by the officials, he could deal with it with the help of hypnotism. Let's look around and see if there are any shops that want to sell it. Seito continued. With a goal in mind, the two of them strolled around the street more carefully. At the same time, in a restaurant, Big Brother Shui, look at that waiter. A young master with half-closed eyes and a flushed face who reeked of alcohol suddenly said. His eyes suddenly lit up as he patted the eyes of a burly man beside him. The burly man was wearing a blue cloth hat and a flowery brocade robe. His eyes were already blurry. Which one? The burly man, called Big Brother Shui, turned around and looked in the direction of the person beside him. His eyes immediately lit up, revealing a touch of lewd light in his eyes. What a beautiful waiter. Big Brother Shui's eyes lit up as he spoke. He then turned around and looked fiercely at the other three young masters. Brothers, Big Brother will say first. No one is allowed to fight over this waiter with me. Otherwise, don't blame Big Brother for not having him as a friend. The other three who were also interested in the waiter immediately revealed hesitant expressions. However, due to Big Brother Shui's reputation and family background, the three of them finally nodded their heads and agreed. But let's make a deal. Big Brother Shui, we'll let you have it this time. Next time, if there's a good one, you can't fight over it with us. One of the young masters who was slightly fat and wore an elegant yellow robe said. Sure. Big Brother Shui happily nodded his head in agreement. Okay, I won't talk to you guys anymore. That waiter is about to disappear. At this time, Big Brother Shui's expression changed. He quickly stood up from his chair and staggered out of the room with drunken steps. The waiter on the side didn't dare to hesitate and quickly followed him. Let's go take a look. The three of them looked at each other and said in unison. They then stood up one after another and left the room accompanied by 3 or 4 other waiters. Big Brother Shui, who was the first to arrive downstairs, opened his eyes and quickly discovered the figure of the waiter, who was so young and handsome that he didn't seem like a man. His eyes lit up, and he quickly ran forward while calling out loudly, "Brother in front, wait, wait." Because he didn't have a specific name, everyone who heard the voice stopped and turned to look at him. Naturally, this included the coachman and the young master beside him. "Brother, please." Big Brother Shui panted a few times as he ran over and raised his hand to grab the air. "This one is Shui Pan. How should I address you, brother?" Shui Pan stood up and said after his breathing evened out. Chapter 1943. At that moment, the other 3 arrived with the coachman and stood behind Shui Pan, bolstering his momentum. "You're Shui Pan?" The only son of the Jia, Shi, Wang, and Shui families, the local bully Shui Pan? Ito Sei said as he looked at Shui Pan, who was looking at Shimabira Linghua with great interest. His eyes were filled with lust. Brother, you know me? That's easy to say." Shui Pan didn't mind his nickname being called out. Instead, he was rather pleased that Sei Ito knew him. "Brother, I've taken a fancy to your coachman. I wonder if you're willing to part with him?" A look of disgust flashed in Shimabura Linghua's eyes when she heard this. She immediately hid behind Ito Sei. "You shy. That's exactly what I like." Shui Pan's eyes lit up as he chuckled. "You want my coachman?" Sei Ito snickered. "That's right. Brother, if you want to trade, sell, or have other conditions, feel free to state them. As long as I can do it, I won't hesitate." Perhaps because he liked Shimabira Linghua's coachman disguise too much, and because he was drunk, Shui Pan thought he was number 1 and he was number 2. He patted his chest as he spoke. "I want your sister to be my concubine." Sei Ito sneered. "What a pale-faced scholar. You actually dare to speak to my big brother Shui like that. Are you looking for a beating?" One of the young masters hooted. That's right, that's right." The other 2 joined in. "Brat, why don't you take a look at yourself? What kind of playboy are you? My sister is a celestial being. How could someone like you match up to her? Concubine, I originally wanted to be friends with you and have a few drinks with you. But now, I'll ask you one more time. Are you going to let me have your coachman or not?" Shui Pan said with a gloomy expression. "Do as you deem fit. Just don't kill him." Sei Ito ignored Shui Pan's hooting and turned to Shimabira Linghua, who was hiding behind him. "Yes," Ping Linghua softly replied. She then flashed out from behind Sei Ito and rushed in front of Shui Pan and the other 3 young masters. She began to beat them up, as well as the coachman who had rushed over to save their master. Although Shimaping Linghua was originally a weak woman, she was able to survive until the end in the original Gantz. It could also be seen how strong his temperament, potential, and aptitude were. In addition to his various training in the Rubik's Cube world, although his strength did not reach the level of Zhenya and Yi's earth-shattering level, he was definitely top-notch among ordinary people. If he was placed in this world, he would be a ranger. He was not inferior to Hero Liu Xianglian, and might even be better. How could Shui Pan's group of 4 and a few guards compare to him? Therefore, in less than half a minute, Shui Pan and the other men were all flattened. Linghua fell to the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. She hugged her stomach and groaned on the ground, but it only looked miserable. In terms of serious injuries, only Shui Pan's nose was really broken. Their ribs, arm bones, and leg bones were all cracked, while the other 3 only suffered superficial wounds. They would be able to recover after resting for 10 days or half a month. Then, they would be able to continue harming the villagers. Actually, you could be more ruthless. Sei Ito looked at Shimaping Linghua, who had retreated to his side, and said with a smile, "I'll let it go this time. If I meet them again, and if they continue to be like this, I'll teach them a lesson." She had already vented her anger. Shimaping Linghua, who had returned to being an ordinary city woman, shook her head and said, "It's up to you," Ito Sei said indifferently. Then the 2 ignored the 4 people who were crying out in pain on the ground and continued to wander the streets of Jinling. Hard work paid off. When it was almost nighttime, the two finally found a shop that was about to open on South Street. It was a two-story house with 3 large rooms and 2 side rooms. The front was the shop, the back was the residence, and the 2 side rooms in the middle were warehouses and storage rooms. It could be said that it was a very ideal house for both commercial and residential use. If it wasn't for the fact that the owner of the house had committed a crime and needed a large sum of money to settle it, the owner might not have sold the house. In the end, after some haggling, he finally bought this place for the price of 3,600 fine silver. Then he found a guarantor and a witness, exchanged the deed, house deed, and land deed, and signed it. At this point, the house, the goods, and the land under their feet had nothing to do with the original owner. They had all changed their surname to Chun. The reason why the surname was Chun was because Sei Ito had once again habitually used the China name his father gave him, Chen Shiqing. Then Sei Ito sent away the guarantor, witness, and owner of the house. He closed the door and returned to the back room with Shimiping Linghua. He called out Lizzie and several other maids who were made according to the Guardian Knight model and began to modify the furnishings in the entire room. 2 hours later, the entire house had undergone a complete makeover. The original antique design had turned into a classic and elegant one. It even exuded a faint air of nobility, giving off the appearance of an aristocratic residence. Then they didn't stop and began to organize the goods in the shop. In about an hour, a pile of strange and novel things that were rarely seen in this world were placed on the shelves. They occupied part of the space of a shop like the shelves of a small grocery store in the future. Okay, everyone rest. Sei Ito nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Shimiping Linghua and the others. After saying that, with a thought, he sent all the maids back to the Rubik's Cube world except for Lizzie and Shimiping Linghua. Then, the maid Lizzie bowed to Sei Ito and quietly left the room. Then Sei Ito stepped forward and hugged Shimiping Linghua's waist, bringing her back to the room with her slightly blushing cheeks. We haven't bathed yet. In the room, Shimiping Linghua, who was pressed down by Sei Ito, whispered with a flushed face. What's so difficult about that? Sei Ito laughed. As soon as the words fell, a clear and bright stream of water emerged from the void and flowed straight to the bodies of Ito Seiji and Yamahiro Linghua. It was like a soft and cool towel, gently stroking the bodies of the two people, bringing away a little bit of dust from a mortal world. Finally, just like when it appeared, it quietly disappeared into the void. Is it okay now? Sei Ito lowered his head and looked at Shimiping Linghua's eyes and smiled. Shimiping Linghua was still a little shy as she softly replied. After getting an affirmative answer, Sei Ito smiled and immediately lowered his head to kiss Shimiping Linghua's lips. At the same time, his hand slid down and very dishonestly groped Shimiping Linghua's body. A soft moan came out from Shimiping Linghua's mouth. Then, a moment later, accompanied by a low groan of pain that quickly faded away, the sound of the wooden bed shaking violently, and a long cry that seemed to be in pain, but also contained extreme pleasure, resounded in this elegant room that had a new owner and was now somewhat lax like a new house. Then, a lewd smell mixed with fragrance gradually spread in the room, and the surrounding air became a lot more ambiguous out of thin air. Such a night of spring, it was not worth mentioning to outsiders. The second day. Have you heard? What? The old shop on South Street changed owners yesterday, and I heard that it will reopen in 2 days. Is that so? This is the first time I've heard of it. Also, according to my neighbor's uncle, old Lou's nephew's wife's uncle, they seem to be selling some novelty toys from the Western region. How about it? When the time comes, do you want to go and have a look? What's so good about things from the Western region? Aren't there plenty of them in the Western street shops? How can that be the same? I heard from old Lou's nephew's uncle, who lives next door, that this shop sells different things. TSK, what's the difference? Isn't it just some colored glass, gems, perfume, etc.? You idiot, forget it. I won't talk to you anymore. Anyway, when the time comes, I'll go and take a look. Conversations like these suddenly spread throughout the streets of Jinling, and without any decrease in momentum, It floated into the doors of various aristocratic families. Through the mouths of the coachmen and maids, it flowed into the ears of each master. For example, in Rome's house, is what you said true? Is there really a strange toy for sale? In a room filled with the smell of cosmetics, a handsome young man with a jade-like face, red lips, and white teeth, wearing a red brocade robe and a crown on his head, with a red pompon slightly trembling in front of the crown, grabbed the arm of a woman and asked with great interest. This is what Ming Yin said. I can't tell if it's true or not, but it should be true. The woman shook her head and said, Okay, second master, hurry up and let go of me. If Qingwen sees this, she'll say it again. Then the woman reached out and pulled the man's arm and said with a smile, What can I see? Just at this moment, a graceful and nimble woman wearing a floral purple satin dress and a light blue shawl walked in from outside the room and said, Good, Shuyu, you're talking bad about me in front of second master again. See if I don't tear your mouth apart later. Who wants to talk bad about you? Shuyu rolled her eyes at Qingwen and walked out with her things. If you didn't talk bad about me, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Qingwen said as if she had something against her. I still have a lot of work to do. I don't have time to chat with you here. If you want to argue, go find your second master, Bao. After saying that, she didn't wait for Qingwen to speak and quickly ran out of the room with a smile. Who's second master? You're talking as if I'm the master, and you still say you're not talking bad about me. Qingwen said angrily. All right. Qingwen, I was just asking if the rumors outside were true. Seeing the two bickering becoming more and more intense, Master Bao hurriedly spoke up to explain. What rumors? Qingwen asked. The one about the old shop on South Street. If it's true, I might really go out and see it. Second Master Bao laughed. Chapter 1944. A few days later, accompanied by the sound of firecrackers, the old shop on South Street that had been renamed the Pavilion of Rarities finally opened its doors in front of many onlookers. Welcome! Two women wearing the clothes of this dynasty stood on both sides of the door and said crisply. Naturally, these two women weren't natives of the dream of the Red Mansion's world, but rather the female servants that Sei Ito had summoned from the Rubik's Cube world. However, in order to avoid some trouble, they specially changed their clothes to the clothes of this era and used illusions to hide their features that didn't resemble the people of Middle-earth. New. To actually let women show their faces in public. Could this Pavilion of Rarities be a brothel? A young man dressed like a young master with 4 or 5 servants by his side teased. Huh. Hearing the young master's words, the other onlookers immediately laughed along. However, because of this young master's words, the other people became even more curious about the Pavilion of Rarities. They didn't want to just watch from outside and walked into the shop one after another. Wow! Immediately, a burst of exclamations came from inside the shop. These things are for sale. A man who looked like he had some money said in shock. Yes, every weapon placed on the shelves will be for sale. The female servant who acted as a salesperson said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone in the shop sucked in a breath of cold air. What's the situation inside? Don't be a dog in a manger. Hurry up and come out. We're still waiting to see. The crowd in front of them and the exclamations that came from inside the shop made the curious onlookers shout loudly from time to time. The crowd, who were brought back to their senses by the noise outside, glanced at the items on the shelves with nostalgia. There were music boxes that could play heavenly music by themselves, crystal glazes with ice and snow sealed inside, crystal roses that looked like precious treasures, bright and clean mirrors that could let people see even the tiniest details, and luminous pearls that could emit green light by themselves, and other treasures. Then, they left the shop with their minds full of thoughts. Immediately after, a new group of onlookers quickly rushed into the shop, and like the people before, they let out exclamations of surprise. Then they left again and replaced by new people. Just like that, batch after batch, the crowd finally thinned out when the shop closed in the afternoon. At the same time, with the departure of the previous group of people, the rumors that were originally created by Ito Sei's spiritual guidance and suggestions spread in a more violent manner and passed into the ears of curious people. Then on the second day, even more people than on the first day of business rushed to the front of the store to watch the fun. Then on the third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, until the sixth day, there were no longer any curious commoners coming to the Pavilion of Rarities to join in the fun. Instead, it was replaced by people from wealthy families who had the ability to buy treasures. Mingyan, are you sure this is the place? On this day, Jiao Baiyu, the handsome youth called Second Master Bao, was led to the front of the Pavilion of Rarities by a gray-clothed coachman. He raised his head and asked as he looked at the shop ahead. Yes, Second Master, this is the place. Mingyan quickly nodded to confirm. All right, let's go in and see if this place is really as magical as the rumors say. After getting an accurate answer, Jiao Baiyu put his hands behind his back and strode into the Pavilion of Rarities. However, at this moment, a skinny man wearing a dark brown brocade robe walked out of the shop with a square box in his arms. He had a thin beard under his chin, and his eyes were narrow. He looked a little cunning. Hey, isn't this Baoyu? Why are you here? The man looked at Jia Baoyu, who was walking into the room with a surprised expression. Baoyu greets uncle. Jia Baoyu was stunned and quickly cupped his fist to salute. There were a total of 3 people in Baoyu's previous generation. One was his father, the second was his father's brother, Jia Shi, and the third was Jia Jing from the Ningbo Mansion. Jia Shi was the oldest among the 3. Baoyu heard that there are rare treasures to be displayed here, so I couldn't help but be a little curious. That's why I came to take a look, Jia Baoyu explained after he finished asking. Oh, then you can take a look around. Remember to go back early, Jia Shi said casually. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Jia Baoyu's response and quickly walked out of the rare treasure pavilion. After Jia Shi left, Jia Baoyu withdrew his gaze and looked around the shop with interest. Little Sister Lin should like this thing, Jia Baoyu thought to himself as he stood in front of a beautifully shaped music box that was still playing beautiful music. Jia Baoyu immediately opened his mouth and called over a female servant dressed as a salesperson. Shopkeeper, how much is this thing? This is a colored glass music box. It is carefully crafted from top-quality crystal. It takes a lot of time and effort to make, so it is quite expensive. The price is 1,200 taels, the female servant first explained. So expensive. Jia Baoyu frowned and took a cold breath in his heart. Although he was born in the Rongwu residence and was doted on by everyone in the residence, he wasn't very rich in terms of money. He only had 10 taels a month, so even if he didn't go out to drink and play with prostitutes like his brothers, he could save up a lot of money. However, he only had 400 taels, which was just enough to buy a third of the music box. If customer feels that it is inconvenient, we also provide a mortgage service, the female servant said after seeing the situation on Jia Baoyu's face. Jia Baoyu frowned again, and his expression couldn't help but change. For his little sister Lin, he really wanted to use his spirit jade to exchange for the music box. However, even if he was obsessed with this, he knew that he couldn't do it. Otherwise, if the old madam knew, she definitely wouldn't protect him. I'll take a look. After a moment, Jia Baoyu sighed. Then, he turned around and looked at the other treasures without any reluctance. Seeing this, the female servant didn't say anything and only lightly glanced at Jia Baoyu. She waved her hand and called another female servant, telling her to watch the shop to prevent Xiao Xiao from stealing things when they weren't paying attention. Then, she turned around and returned to the back residence. After that, the maid who came to the backyard summoned a virtual screen, and Ito-sei's figure immediately appeared on the screen. Sir, Jia Baoyu, whom you told us to pay special attention to, is here, the female servant reported. I know, Sei-Ito said. In the next moment, Sei-Ito's figure appeared beside the female servant. It really is him. Sei-Ito confirmed after releasing his mental power and seeing Jia Baoyu, who was browsing the various treasures in the front room. The reason why he was so sure was because Sei-Ito felt a lot of immortal chi from Jia Baoyu's body. This was too dazzling in a world of dream of the Red Chamber, where there were very few immortals, let alone such a young man. Don't worry about him. I'll take care of the rest myself, Ito said to the female servant beside him. Yes, the female servant replied and retreated to the back residence. After watching the female servant leave, Ito turned around and walked to the rosewood armchair in the room. He lowered his body and sat down, continuing to use his mental power to monitor Jiabayu outside. Under Ito's surveillance, Jiabayu stayed in the front pavilion of rarities for more than 10 minutes before he reluctantly and regretfully left the pavilion of rarities with little Mingyan. He strolled around the South Street that was like a commercial street in the future, slowly relieving the annoyance in his heart. It couldn't be helped. In order to match the value of those treasures, none of the things sold in the pavilion of rarities were less than 800 taels of silver. Therefore, unless Jiabayu was determined to do it, there was no way he could afford to buy any of the items in the pavilion of rarities. After patiently monitoring like this for another 4 to 5 minutes, just when Jiabayu was about to turn around and return to the Rongwa mansion, Ito suddenly stretched out his hand and waved. A palm-sized white jade tablet with a golden collar suddenly appeared in his palm. As expected of the psychic jade, made from the scraps of the legendary multicolored stone. Although it has lost its spiritual energy and turned into a mortal body, its immortal quality is still extraordinary and magical. Ito, who took the psychic jade in front of his eyes, praised softly. It was just that Ito's side was fine, but as the original owner of the lost jade, Jiabayu immediately felt empty in his heart. An even more annoyed feeling than before surged into his heart. At the same time, in the field of vision that ordinary people couldn't see, the filthy aura that originally spread between heaven and earth was like a fly that had discovered something. It swarmed toward Jiabayu, who was in the turbid mortal world. In just an instant, Jiabayu felt dizzy and his vision became blurry. Second master. Vaguely, Jiabayu heard someone calling him. However, the voice was so far away that he couldn't hear it clearly. Second master. Mingyan hugged Jiabayu's body and shouted with a panicked face. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Ito raised his eyebrows as he saw the changes through his mental power. Then, with a thought, he took out a piece of white jade from the Rubik's Cube world. Using his mental power as a knife, he deeply inscribed the 4 runes of evil warding, spirit cleansing, spirit suppressing, and blessing into the white jade. Then he activated it and swapped it with the psychic jade. Then he used the teleportation technique to send the golden necklace back to Jiabayu's body. Almost instantly, the filthy aura that was surging into Jiabayu's body was forcibly forced away, causing the area around Jiabayu to become a spirit-cleansing place again. And then in the next moment, accompanied by a low groan, Jiabayu slowly woke up from his coma. Second master, that's great. You're finally awake. Mingyan said with a face full of snot and tears. What's wrong with me? Jiabayu, who still felt a little weak, said with difficulty. Chapter 1945. P.S. Thanks to Boring Lord, Singji E. Nikfani, and Yinixin Yin for their precious monthly votes. After losing the precious jade, he suddenly felt dizzy and was sent home. He was greeted and cared for by his grandmother, aunts, and sisters. On Ito's side, since he obtained the psychic jade, his important task in the world of Dream of the Red Buildings was basically completed. All that was left was to reverse fate and change fate. Therefore, he didn't stay in the world of Dream of the Red Buildings for too long. First, he summoned a dozen maids made from the Guardian Knight system and hid them in the Pavilion of Rarities. They were responsible for monitoring the Jia Mansion and paying attention to the arrival of a certain crippled person. He also continued to follow the previous arrangement and dug a pit for Jia Ingchun in exchange for the contract. Moreover, he secretly used money to secretly attack the Shui family's business. He wanted to shake the Shui family's foundation and take the opportunity to take the precious hairpin. Finally, he fled to the southeast and set up his forces on Taiwan Island. He spread technology and began to attack the entire world of Dream of the Red Buildings. And because gunpowder had begun to appear in the world of Dream of the Red Buildings and firearms, the technology Sei Ito released was no longer purely mystical energy. There were also many modern items, such as guns, cannons, ships, radios, and so on. Only then did he find Elkit Brunstad, who was playing a little wild. After leaving a shadow clone to guard the world, he took her away from the world of Dream of the Red Buildings and returned to the main world. Then, he stayed in the main world for about a day before he once again used the power of the Rubik's Cube to go to the target world that he really wanted to attack. Phew, it's going to be a long time. Standing in an uninhabited wilderness, smelling the natural smell of earth, Sei Ito, who had just absorbed the power of the world into his body, couldn't help but sigh softly. But it's good. If it's not long, how can it be suitable for recuperation? After thinking about it, Sei Ito opened his eyes and looked around. In an instant, purple clouds that could only be seen with special vision were reflected in his eyes. There were several strands of purple clouds in total. They were divided into 4 directions: east, south, west, and north. However, the largest strand was located in the east. Furthermore, it was churning. It was obvious that the owner of the purple gas was experiencing something. To the east, Sei Ito muttered. Then he took a step forward and instantly appeared over 1,000 meters away like a ghost. Then, with another flash, he appeared even further away. Just like that, it flashed and disappeared completely into the wilderness in just a short while. A moment later, Sei Ito appeared on top of a mountain. I didn't expect this purple aura to be his. Sei Ito grinned as he looked at the scene in the valley below. In the valley more than 100 meters below him, a group of burly men dressed in whose clothes rode on big horses with sharp blades in their hands. Under the lead of a man with a thick beard, they were fighting with a group of warriors dressed in warrior clothes, armed with sharp swords and bows. The fierce battle cries and the smell of human flesh from the fire filled the small valley. However, the warriors were outnumbered and weak. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat and flee on their horses. However, one of them suddenly roared and separated from the others. He rode alone and fled into the depths of the vast grassland. Seeing that the man was far away, Sei Ito chuckled and casually slapped the valley below. In a split second, there was a loud rumbling sound. The stone walls on both sides of the valley immediately exploded, turning into countless pieces of gravel of different sizes. With a loud rumble, they smashed onto the bodies of the horse gang below, smashing them into a pile of meat paste one after another. The rocks piled up and turned the valley into a dead end. Then the clouds floated and a large amount of the power of the world slowly gathered in the air. Then it turned into a cyclone and fell towards Sei Ito. Sei Ito waved his hand and casually collected the power of the world. TSK, it seems that this small character who appeared early in the story, the horse bandit gray beard, seems to have some weight. He actually gave me a lot of the power of the world. You can't blame me for kindly eliminating evil for the people. Feeling the amount of the power of the world, Sei Ito couldn't help but smile. Then, he raised his head and looked in the direction that the man who had fled on his horse had gone. Xiang Xiaolong. Then his figure flashed and disappeared from the top of the mountain. After an unknown period of time, the void flashed again and Sei Ito's figure appeared on a street. Is this the capital of the Zhao Kingdom, Handan? It looks similar to the Handan Kingdom of the Three Kingdoms. Sei Ito walked out of the corner and strolled on the street that was not bustling with people. People in front disperse. At this moment, a shout came from behind Sei Ito. Sei Ito was stunned and turned his head to look behind him. Then, a pair of four-wheeled carriages came into his sight. An honest man who seemed to be a manservant sat in front of the shaft of the carriage. He was controlling the horse and shouting loudly to remind the people in front to move out of the way. Seeing that there was a carriage, Sei Ito didn't block the way and retreated to the side of the road with the others. "It's Madame Ya's carriage." Suddenly, a low voice was heard. The king's youngest sister, Madame Ya, who married Zhao Qua, who killed 400,000 of our Zhao kingdom soldiers. Another person asked, "That's her." The previous person confirmed. Creak, creak. The wooden wheels rolled, and the carriage, escorted by 20 cavalrymen, moved in front of Seito. However, at this moment, the carriage suddenly stopped in front of Seito. "Brave warrior, can you come over and speak?" Then, the curtain at the entrance of the carriage was lifted, revealing a fair face full of mature charm and charm. Her red lips moved slightly as she spoke in a crisp voice. Of course, this was the official language of the Zhou dynasty. Although it was similar to the official language of the Han dynasty, it was still quite different. After all, the language of the Han dynasty was mostly based on the sounds of Qin. It was clearly different from the dialect of the Zhao kingdom in the north. Fortunately, Sei Ito was prepared for this. He didn't just rely on his ears to be obedient. He also used his spiritual senses. Thus, he could still understand the meaning of the other party's words from their thoughts. For a moment, everyone on the street looked at Sei Ito with envy, as if they couldn't wait to replace him. On the other hand, the 20 cavalrymen looked at Sei Ito with vigilant eyes. "Since Madame has asked, I wouldn't dare to refuse." Sei Ito lightly patted his clothes and shook off the dust on them. Then he walked to the side of the carriage. "Where are you from?" Madame Ya's eyes were shining as she asked with a charming voice. "I guess you can say I'm from Handan." Sei Ito thought for a moment. He replied, this wasn't wrong. According to his birthplace in his previous life, he was indeed from Handan in the Zhao kingdom. As for this life, if he counted from his father, he could be considered from Handan. However, there was no way he could escape from the Zhao kingdom. I didn't expect you to be from Handan." Madame Ya's mouth opened slightly. Madame Ya said, with a surprised expression, "There are so many men in Handan. I might not even know all the women in the women's pavilion, let alone Madame." Sei Ito chuckled. The women's pavilion was the predecessor of the brothel. "How dare you?" One of the cavalrymen shouted angrily. Sei Ito ignored him and only smiled as he looked at Madame Ya in the carriage. "Since you know my identity, aren't you afraid that I will kill you in a fit of anger? Will it take your life?" Madame Ya asked curiously. "A mere 20 cavalrymen is nothing in my eyes." Sei Ito glanced at the cavalrymen around him with disdain and chuckled. In a split second, 20 cold and murderous auras surged towards Sei Ito. "Oh!" Madame Ya's eyes lit up as she let out a low groan. "How should I address you?" Madame Ya asked again after a moment. "Chuni," Sei Ito replied. Just like the scholars of the Three Kingdoms period, they all had 2 words for their names. Only the commoners or those from poor families would use 3 words for their names. In the spring and autumn period, the Warring States period was even earlier than the Three Kingdoms period. Those with status also had 2 words for their names. However, the commoners of the Han family didn't have a surname. They only had a name, and it was the kind of name that was uncouth. For example, Gooden, Er Sheng, Xiao Bai, Xiao Hong, and so on. Thus, Sei Ito had no choice but to use his father's surname and his mother's surname, just like in the Three Kingdoms period. "Chuni," Madame Ya thought for a while and suddenly smiled. "I wonder if you have time tonight?" "If it is Madame Ya's invitation, of course I have time." Sei Ito smiled. "Then why don't you come over to my place tonight?" Madame Ya's eyes shone with a coquettish light as she spoke. "I would be honored." Sei Ito lowered his head and said, "Huh?" Madame Ya laughed and let go of the curtain. She urged the coachman to start the carriage again and led the 20 cavalrymen who were still looking at Sei Ito with hostility. They slowly drove away from him and disappeared at the end of the street. "I didn't expect that I would be chosen by a woman one day," Sei Ito said with a self-deprecating smile as he watched Madame Ya's carriage leave. Just as he thought, as a stranger, Sei Ito didn't leave a name like Xiang Xiaolong and was remembered by people on a certain level. He wasn't a sage, hero, or famous person either. There was nothing about him that could attract the attention of Madame yet who had a certain amount of influence in the upper echelons of the Zhao country, other than his height, which was also considered to be an expert in this world, and his appearance, which was becoming more and more attractive under the erosion of the power of the world. After all, in the whole of Handan, Madame Yu was famous for her debauchery. She was especially fond of men. But that's good too. I will use the Zhao country as a foothold and conquer this world, Sei Ito whispered to himself, following which he turned around and once again strolled around the not-so-bustling Handan city. While he was at it, he also asked about Madame Yu's residence. Because Madame Yu's reputation was too widespread, it didn't take long for Sei Ito to find out where Madame Yu lived. Sei Ito waited for some time. When the sky turned dark, he walked towards Madame Yu's residence. "Who are you?" Outside Madame Yu's residence, two guards stared at Sei Ito with vigilance and shouted, "I am Chun-Yi. I have been invited by Madame Yu to pay her a visit." Sei Ito replied, "Wait." The guards looked at Sei Ito from head to toe. Their eyes were filled with envy and disdain. One of them went into the residence to report. Looking at the expressions of the two guards, Sei Ito knew that they were trying to comfort themselves with sour grapes. He didn't mind and waited at the entrance leisurely. 2 to 3 minutes later, the guard returned, followed by a maid. "Mister, please follow me." At this point, the maid came forward and invited him. Sei Ito nodded and smiled as he followed the maid into the residence. Finally, they stopped at a hall. The maid asked Ito Seiji to sit down on the spot, served him some fragrant tea, and then slowly retreated. Sei Ito knew that the tea of this era was not to be drunk. He didn't touch it and turned around to look at the hall. The hall was very spacious. It was about 40 to 50 square meters. The decorations inside were very elegant. There were silk paintings on the walls. The paintings were of people from the palace, and the colors were very bright. In the middle of the hall, there was a carpet with cloud patterns on it. The colors were very simple and made people feel comfortable. There were a few cabinets by the wall that were filled with the treasures of this era. But at this moment, a feeling of being spied on suddenly emerged from the bottom of his heart. He knew that Madame Yu was secretly watching him. However, he didn't point it out. Instead, he looked in the direction where the gaze came from. It was a large screen that was made up of 8 pieces of paper. He could see a pair of eyeballs flashing between the gaps. However, he retracted his gaze and ignored it. He smiled and waited. Just like that, a few minutes passed before another maid walked into the room and invited him to meet Madame Yu in the inner room. Itsunari, who had nothing, stood up and followed the maid into the inner room. As soon as he crossed the threshold, he saw a beautiful woman lying on the soft cushion at the other end of the room. Her body was relaxed. She supported her chin with one hand. Her black and white eyes were clear, but seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. She looked at him coldly. Her snow-white ankles were exposed under the silk skirt, which formed a picture of a beauty that could make any man crazy. It was Madame Yu, whom he had met on the streets. There were no lamps in the small hall. The dim yellow sunlight shone in from the west side of the hall and onto her body, giving her a dreamy look. At this moment, the maid left the room and closed the door, leaving Sei Ito standing in front of the door. Then Ito Sei smiled and walked towards Madame Yu, who was on the wooden couch. Madame Yu's pupils shrank, but she didn't show any expression on her face. She just watched quietly as Ito Sei walked to her and sat down in front of her abdomen. He then placed his hand on Madame Yu's warm thigh that was only covered with a thin layer of gauze. "I have never seen someone as rude as you," Madame Yu said coldly. Chapter 1946. It's not that I'm rude, but what Madame Yu wants is exactly what I'm doing now, Sei Ito said softly as he rubbed Madame Yu's thighs. "Are you trying to say that I'm seducing you?" Madame Yu slapped away Sei Ito's hand, sat up, and stared at him coldly. "Yes or no? Madame should know very well. If not, why would you invite a stranger into your room for no reason?" The thick-skinned Ito Sei wasn't angry at all. He reached out and hugged Madame Yu's waist again. He leaned forward so that Madame Yu could clearly feel his warm breath. He looked straight into Madame Ya's eyes and chuckled. Aren't you afraid that I'll call for help? Madame Ya's eyes flashed. At the same time, her heart skipped a beat. If Madame wants, you can call for help. Seito's other hand moved up and covered Madame Ya's full and round breasts. He moved his head close to her ear and bit her earlobe gently. You're the most shameless person I've ever met in my life. Madame Ya took in a deep breath and said with a seductive look in her eyes, Does Madame like it? Itose lowered his head, kissed her neck, and said in a muffled voice, Don't call me Madame now, call me Ya. Madame Ya suddenly hugged Seito's body and replied casually, Seems like he likes it. Seito raised his head and chuckled. Without waiting for Madame Ya's reply, he kissed her red lips. He stuck out his tongue and entangled it with Madame Ya's. Don't be anxious. Tonight, I belong to you. After a while, Madame Ya, who had temporarily separated from Seito, was panting heavily. She reached out and supported Seito's chest. She said seductively, Let's go to the room first. There's a feast prepared. Let's drink and talk first, shall we? All right. Seito let go of Madame Ya and smiled. Then, Madame Ya stood up from the wooden bed and reached out to pull Itose up. She quickly dragged him into the room. This is the first glass of wine. Shall we each drink half of it? Madame Ya walked into the room and picked up a bronze wine cup from the table. She placed it between the two of them and said, Seito smiled as he lowered his head and took a sip of the wine. Under Madame Ya's guidance, he gulped down half a cup of wine, just like how he would drink rice wine in the future. The wine smelled faintly of lees. Then, without waiting for Madame Ya to speak, he kissed her on the lips and took the wine in her mouth. Madame Ya was caught off guard and let out a soft moan. After that, Itose left Madame Ya's mouth and gently took the wine bottle from her hand. Madame Ya, who had recovered slightly, protested. He poured the remaining half of the wine into her mouth. Then, he said gently, This half cup is mine. Don't drink it into your beautiful tummy. Madame Ya rolled her eyes at Seito. However, her lips were once again sealed by him, and the wine in her mouth was slowly sucked dry. The two of them separated. Madame Ya didn't know if she couldn't handle the wine. Or was it because of the stimulation of the wine? She moaned and fell into Seito's arms. Seito used his finger to lift up Madame Ya's face. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead, nose, cheeks, and finally her lips. At the same time, he raised a hand and reached inside her clothes and started to roam around Madame Ya's body. At that moment, Madame Ya couldn't care less about her so-called restraint and pretense. She completely let out a moan and couldn't control herself. Don't you feel like you're being played by a man? Seito whispered into Madame Ya's ear. Are you really not going to give me any face? Madame Ya's eyes were filled with resentment as she said loudly. Then, she continued to moan. I want to look at your body. After a while, Seito retracted his hand and looked at Madame Ya, who was in his arms with half her breasts exposed and her legs exposed. Her hair and clothes were in a mess. I don't know how many times I've let you touch me. Isn't it enough? Madame Ya cried out. It's not enough. Seito laughed out loud. The aura that he unintentionally emitted caused Madame Ya to be mesmerized. Her gaze became gentle, and she said, Look, I'll let you look at me. Seito, who was satisfied, laughed out loud again. Then, the hands that grabbed Madame Ya's clothes became rough. With a tearing sound, the thin clothes were instantly torn into two halves, revealing Madame Ya's well-maintained body. Then, Seito, who was admiring Madame Ya, bent down and carried the naked Madame Ya. He strode to the side of the bed and skillfully placed her on it. Then, he stood by the bed and took off his clothes. He started to attack and conquer Madame Ya, who was on the bed. From this moment onwards, she was no longer the noble lady of Handan, the little sister of King Zhao. She was just a slut who was immersed in sensual pleasures and was pleasuring her lover. Just like that, under Seito's inhuman physical conquest, Madame Ya was overwhelmed with pleasure. Again and again, she forgot herself and shouted the name of the man in front of her who she loved and hated. She hugged his strong body and felt the violent impact and explosive power in her body. Again and again, She climbed to the peak of the fusion of her soul and desire until her voice became hoarse and her body became weak. Finally, she fell into a deep sleep in the man's arms. This was very different from her previous behavior, because no matter what kind of man she liked, she would always chase him away and leave her alone to sleep. But this time, whether it was her consciousness or her physical condition, she didn't want to leave this man's side for even a moment. When Madame Yu woke up again, it was already late in the morning. "You're awake." With one hand behind his head as a pillow and the other hand still pressed on Madame Yu's chest, Saito looked at Madame Yu, whose eyelids trembled and slowly revealed a pair of dark eyes. "Why haven't you left yet?" Madame Yu frowned and said, "I plan to stay here for a long time." Saito chuckled. "Do you want to be my gigolo?" Madame Yu laughed. "No, I want to be your man." Saito turned over and pressed Madame Yu under his body again. He looked down at Madame Yu's eyes and said in a deep voice, "From now on, cut off all your gigolos. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you." "Why?" Madame Yu screamed. "Because I'm interested in you now." Saito straightened his body and stabbed the Emperor's sword into Madame Yu's stomach. He laughed and said, "You have no right to refuse. You're so domineering." Madame Yu, who suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction, gasped and said hatefully, "I'm very gentle." Saito lowered his head and kissed Madame Yu's lips. He slowly moved his body and smiled. "I can't tell." Madame Yu curled her lips and said, "Because you don't pay attention." Saito said softly, "It's like you've never thought of living a good life." Madame Yu's eyes flashed and she fell silent. "That kind of life is very unhappy, isn't it?" Saito looked into Madame Yu's eyes and said softly, "Happy? I've never dared to think about this question." Madame Yu's eyes were blank as she said softly, "You can think about it now." Saito chuckled. "With your skills in bed?" Madame Yu smiled charmingly. "Not enough." Saito raised his eyebrows and said, "Not enough." Madame Yu shook her head slightly and said, "If you want to see more, then do as I say. Break up with those gigolos and follow me from now on. Don't try to seduce other men. I'll let you see more of my methods." Saito said softly, "This might change the fate of your Zhao country. Who do you think you are? Gue Guzi, Confucius, or some other wise man?" Madame Yu sneered. "You'll know when you see more. But you have to listen to me." Saito chuckled. "That depends on whether you can make me happy or not. Otherwise, I'll still look for gigolos." Madame Yu smiled sweetly. "If that happens, you'll definitely regret it." Saito said softly, "All right, my good lover, let's not talk about that now. I just want to be happy." Madame Yu hugged Saito's body and said softly, "As you wish." Saito smiled and lowered his head to kiss Madame Yu's lips. Then, he started to work hard on her body again. In an instant, the gentle moans echoed throughout Madame Yu's bedroom once again. Luckily, the maids in the mansion were already used to it. They didn't mind and didn't disturb them. But very quickly, this situation was broken by a series of knocks on the door. "WH, what is it?" Madame Yu asked. "Madam, Marquis Zhu Lu has sent someone over. He wants to invite you over for a chat." The maid outside the door replied. When she heard the words Marquis Zhu Lu, Madame Yu's expression changed slightly. She said loudly, "Go and tell him that I'm not feeling well today and can't accompany him." "Yes." The maid left. "Marquis Zhu Lu is also one of your gigolos?" Saito laughed coldly. "I don't have the ability to make him my gigolo." Madame Yu laughed bitterly and self-deprecatingly. "What if I kill him?" Saito said softly. "Please don't." Madame Yu exclaimed. "What's wrong?" Ito-sei frowned, his expression full of dissatisfaction. "Do you know who has the most power in Handan City?" Madame Yu laughed bitterly and asked. "Don't tell me you're trying to tell me that it's Marquis Zhu Lu." Ito-sei replied in a deep voice. He knew what Sei was trying to say. "You're indeed smart." "That's right, it's him," Madame Yu said with certainty. Chapter 1947. On the surface, my brother has the most power, but there is another person who can influence and control him. This person is the Marquis of Julu, Zhaomu. You can say that he is the true ruler of Handan. Madam Yi continued, the power of a country's capital is controlled by a marquis. No wonder Zhao is so weak and is about to be destroyed by Qin. Seito laughed coldly. Madam Yi was silent. Continue to tell me about this Marquis of Julu. Seito moved his body and said calmly. Sai, Zhao Mu was originally just an expert swordsman, but he had delicate features and extraordinary handsomeness. Furthermore, he was very scheming. Finally, one day, he attracted the attention of the royal brother, who made love to him. Thus, he was conferred the title of nobility and became a noble. From then on, Zhao Mu's actions became more and more out of control. Every time the king saw him, he would dress in female clothing to attract the king's attention. This made my brother dote on him even more than the queen. Gradually, he became the most powerful person in our country after Lord Ping Yuan. Now, only Wu Yunda, Guizhong, and a few other generals can keep him in check. He doesn't care about anyone else. If you kill him, you will offend my brother and become the enemy of Zhao. Madam Yi sighed. Killing people doesn't need to be so bold. Seito laughed. Assassination? It wasn't that no one had thought of it, but even though Zhao Mu fawned over the emperor, he had never let go of his swordsmanship. Moreover, he had many experts under him, and the diners in his residence were all strange people from all over the world. Ordinary assassins couldn't get close to him at all. They would be killed by his guards. Gradually, people gave up on assassinating him. Madame Yu explained, Don't worry, I don't care about his tricks. Seito said calmly. Madame Yu's eyes flashed, and she didn't say anything. Then, she immersed herself in her conversation with Seito. However, not long after, another series of knocks on the door attracted Madame Yu's attention. What is it? Madame Yu said unhappily. Madam, Marquis Zhu Lu's men are here again. The Marquis insists on inviting you over. If you don't agree, he will have to use force to bring you over. The maid outside the room said, I want to see who has such guts. Hearing this, Seito immediately stopped what he was doing and got up from Madame Yu's body. Grabbing the blanket to cover his waist, he got off the bed and walked to the door. Creak! Seito opened the door. The maid, who was startled by Seito's appearance, instinctively let out a low cry. Go and call over the person sent by Marquis Zhu Lu. Seito acted like a master as he ordered the maid at the door. The maidservant hesitated and couldn't help but look into the room. Madame Yu was slowly sitting up on the couch. Have you really thought it through? Madame Yu's eyes flashed as she asked softly. Seito laughed coldly and didn't say anything. Similarly, Madame Yu didn't say anything. However, the expression on her face kept changing. It was very obvious. She was very hesitant about the choice in front of her, but from the bottom of her heart, she still didn't believe that Seito could kill Zhao Mu. After all, the nightmare that Zhao Mu left her was too deep. It was so deep that she didn't have the courage to resist Zhao Mu. In an instant, the entire room became silent. After a while, Madame Yu sighed and called out Seito's name. However, before she could say anything, she was immediately interrupted by Seito's voice. Zhaoya, you only have one chance to choose. You better choose carefully, Seito said softly. Madame Yu opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. However, the expression on her face became even more conflicted and hesitant. Seito didn't rush her. He leaned against the door and looked at Madame Yu's naked body with interest. Full breasts, flat abdomen, fragrant grass, and a pair of long jade legs, as well as a pair of soft feet at the end. I wonder what Zhao and I, who is hiding in the palace, Zhao Qian, the granddaughter of Wu Castle, Wu Tingfang, the talented girl Jian Ran, the female assassin Shan Ro, and Qin Qing, who should be in the Qin kingdom. Seito thought to himself, I'm sorry, I can't accompany you today. Can I find you later? At this moment, Madame Yu, who had been silent, suddenly said. Her voice had a hint of pleading. This is your choice? Seito asked finally. I'm sorry, Zhao Mu is really scary. If I don't accompany him today, he will definitely think of ways to torture me. I don't want to experience that feeling again. So I'm sorry, Madame Yu said with a face full of fear. After speaking, Madame Yu didn't dare to look at Saito's eyes. She grabbed the blanket to cover her body and ran out of the room. Saito didn't stop her and allowed her to run out of the room. After all, it was just a short-lived marriage. Although Madame Yu seemed to be moved by his teasing, the time was too short. It was only one night. It wasn't to the point where she was willing to die for him. So, it was natural that she would choose someone else out of fear. Furthermore, he had given her a chance to choose. Since she couldn't grasp it, Saito naturally wouldn't waste his breath. Madame Yu's position in his heart wasn't that high. After that, Ito-sei shrugged his shoulders indifferently and waved his hand to summon a stream of water to wash away the filth on his body. After that, he took out a set of clothing that was suitable for the people of this era and put it on himself. In an instant, a noble family's young master appeared in the room. At this moment, a woman's surprised voice sounded from behind. Saito turned around and looked at the door. At the door, 3 pretty maids were holding a copper basin, a copper mirror, and a set of men's clothes. They looked at him in shock. They probably didn't expect him to have clothes to wear. Seeing this, Ito-sei smiled and walked quickly to the front of the 3 maids. He kissed the 3 maids on their lips and laughed loudly as he walked past them. He then walked out of Madame Yu's mansion. Even if I can't find Shanro in the future, Zhao Mu, no matter if it's to earn money or because of my mood, you deserve to die. Ito-sei thought to himself as he walked on the street, following the direction of Madame Yu's carriage that appeared in his mind. At the same time, on the other side, after traveling for a while, the carriage stopped in front of a mansion that was as luxurious as the one that Madame Yu lived in. In fact, it was even more luxurious. Following which, the curtains were pulled open, revealing Madame Yu, who had dressed up in a hurry. Her hair was messy, and her hair was messy. She lifted her skirt and stepped out of the carriage, following which, a female servant led her into the mansion. After walking for a while, she finally arrived in front of a door. The maid beside her stepped forward and pushed the door open. At this moment, Madame Yu's body trembled slightly. She lowered her head and called out softly, "Master Ho." The man who was called the Marquis was tall and healthy. He had delicate features and was very handsome. His eyebrows were like swords, piercing into his temples. His eyes were like pearls, pitch black and dazzling. When his eyes opened and closed, they would occasionally reveal a cold light that made one's skin tighten. This man was Zhao Mu. "Come in." Following which, a majestic voice rang out. Hearing this, Madame Yu's body trembled as she walked into the room. Creak. After Madame Yu entered the room, the female servant behind her closed the door tactfully. "Come over here," Zhao Mu ordered again. Madame Yu didn't dare to resist and walked in front of Zhao Mu. Following which, she felt a pain on her chin. Zhao Mu grabbed her chin and said coldly, "Why did you take so long? I'm not feeling well, and my movements are a little slow. Please forgive me, Master Ho." Madame Yu forced a smile. "Not feeling well? I think you're in love and didn't want to come." Zhao Mu laughed coldly. "I wouldn't dare." Madame Yu retorted, "You're still lying to me. You think I can't smell it? You reek of sex. You're indeed a lascivious woman." Zhao Mu swung his hand and threw Madame Yu's head to the side as he said coldly. Madame Yu's face turned pale and she didn't dare to speak. "Shui Nyang." Following which, Zhao Mu called out, "My lord." In the next moment, a female servant with a youthful face walked out from the side and responded in a low voice. "Bring her down to have a good bath." Zhao Mu ordered. "Yes, Master Ho." The maid named Shui Nyang replied. Just as Madame Yu was about to leave with her maidservant, a voice rang out in the room, causing her to tremble. Her face was filled with disbelief as she raised her head to look at the source of the voice. "Zhao Yu, you're really cheap. You didn't even resist when he treated you like this. No wonder you were treated as a plaything by him." Madame Yu's face was full of shock and fear. "Who's there?" Hearing the voice, Zhao Mu immediately jumped up from the couch and rushed to the sword rack at the side. With a clang sound, he pulled out his sword and looked at the person who spoke with a vigilant expression. You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that your death date is here, Zhao Mu. Seito said indifferently. There are many people who want me dead, but every one of them died by my hands. I believe that you will not be an exception. Zhao Mu's eyes flickered with a cold light. He faintly assumed an offensive posture as he spoke coldly. Moreover, I really don't need to know a dead person's name. After saying this, Zhao Mu's body moved. Like a black shadow, he appeared in front of Seito and pointed the bronze sword at his throat. Eh. Chapter 1948. This was naturally made by Seito, but it wasn't because of Zhao Mu's resistance or Zhao Mu's swordsmanship. After all, no matter how excellent Zhao Mu's swordsmanship was, he was still at the mortal stage and hadn't reached the realm of divine skills. It wasn't exaggerated for Seito, but the momentum and intention of this blow were somewhat beyond Seito's expectation. Although it wasn't a passive situation in Zhao Mu, who was the attacker, might not even realize it, it still showed that Zhao Mu was qualified to trigger the spiritual realm. In this case, what about those swordsmanship masters who were more powerful than Zhao Mu, who were known as the Sword Sage and the masters of various sects? Had they reached the level of being able to use spiritual power? This was what Seito was concerned about, because it was completely possible to increase the upper limit of this world's martial strength. However, Seito also knew that now wasn't the time to think about it. Therefore, he gently raised his arm and suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Mu's sword in a way that was clearly visible to the naked eye. He flicked his 2 fingers and hit the body of the sword before the blade. In an instant, there was a crisp bang sound. Half of the sword was immediately separated from the body of the sword. It flew away and finally nailed into the wall on one side of the room. Then, Seito raised his foot and kicked Zhao Mu's lower abdomen, whose pupils shrank suddenly. Bang! In an instant, Zhao Mu flew out at a faster speed than when he came. He hit the wall next to him. Crash! The cabinet that was shattered by the huge force immediately collapsed and scattered on the ground messily. Seeing the invincible marquis being knocked down, the maidservant Cui Nyang screamed in fear. However, probably because she knew that Zhao Mu had a special fetish and was used to the marquis's room, even though Cui Nyang screamed very loudly, none of the guards and hangers-on dared to enter the room. They were still patrolling outside peacefully. Perhaps they had never thought that someone would be able to sneak in at this time of the day without making a sound. Or perhaps he had enough confidence in Zhao Mu's swordsmanship and didn't think that any assassin could hurt him. Seito felt unhappy. He turned his head and glared fiercely at Cui Nyang. Immediately after, Cui Nyang's eyes rolled up. Her complexion turned blue, and she fell to the ground. Her eyes were wide open, and she lost her breath. Clearly, Cui Nyang's soul was shattered by the divine light emitted from Seito's eyes. You're from Enyang School. Seeing Cui Nyang's strange death, Zhao Mu's face was filled with fear as he asked in a hoarse voice. You don't need to know that, Seito said as he turned around to look at Zhao Mu. Then he stretched out a hand, and Zhao Mu's body seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand. It flew to the front of Ito, and finally fell into his hands. No, don't kill me. I'm willing to pledge my loyalty to you and become your slave, Zhao Mu said in a trembling voice, his face filled with fear. All right, there's also Zhaoya. If you like her, I can give her to you. If you're not satisfied, I can give you many women. Princesses, concubines, and daughters of aristocratic families. As long as you tell me, I'll help you find any kind of woman, Zhao Mu said as if he had thought of something. Hearing Zhao Mu's words, Madame Fu's face turned pale. Madame Ya's face turned pale, and a wave of regret rose in her heart. She looked at Ito Sei with resentment and regret. This powerful man should have belonged to her. Because of her wrong choice, she had lost him. Thinking of this, Madame Fu's eyes couldn't help but shed tears of regret. I have plenty of women, say Ito said calmly. After saying this, he released his spiritual energy and instantly invaded Zhao Mu's mind. He forcefully searched through Zhao Mu's memories. Of course, what he wanted to know wasn't some secret conspiracy. Instead, he wanted to know about the martial arts situation in this world. Unfortunately, he didn't get what he wanted. In Zhao Mu's mind, apart from knowing that he was the illegitimate son of Chun Shinjun of the Chu Kingdom and that he came to the Zhao Kingdom to take over the throne, the rest of his memories were of how he harmed women and how he killed his enemies. As for swordsmanship, he only knew that he learned it from swordsmen that Chun Shinjun hired. As for what school of swordsmanship, he didn't know. Anyway, he was sure that it wasn't from the Mo family. Tisk. After obtaining these memories, Ito-sei curled his lips and burned these useless memories into nothingness with his spiritual fire. He then broke Zhao Mu's neck and threw Zhao Mu, who had lost his life with a crooked mouth and eyes, to the ground. Bang! Hearing this muffled sound, Madame Ya, who had been in a state of regret, finally regained her senses. Darling Chun. Madame Fu pursed her lips and called out, I've already given you a chance. You didn't grasp it. You only have yourself to blame. Seito looked at Madame Fu calmly and said, I know. Madame Fu bit her lips and said, but I can help you. Help me with what? Seito raised his eyebrows and asked, I could tell others that Zhao Mu was killed by someone else. This way, no one will know the real cause of Zhao Mu's death, and my brother won't vent his anger on you. Madame Fu hurriedly said, Compared to your method, there is actually a better choice. Seito laughed softly. Madame Fu's face turned pale, and she closed her eyes as if she had accepted her fate. She said softly, If you really want to do that, I have nothing to say. Huh? Seito laughed softly and didn't make a move. After waiting for a while, Madame Fu, who still didn't feel anything, was delighted. She quickly opened her eyes and looked at Seito. Her face was glowing as she said, Darling Chun, are you willing to forgive me? Forgive? I've never been angry because of your choice. It's just that because of your choice, some opportunities won't come to you anymore. Ito-sei said in a low voice, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Madame Fu's face changed again when she heard his reply. Her eyes were filled with resentment and regret. She then forced a smile and said, I know, Darling Chun doesn't trust me anymore. But I still want to say that I will cut off all contact with other men and serve you wholeheartedly. I will use my actions to prove my sincerity to you. Seito laughed silently and didn't say anything. Also, I have an intelligence network that covers most of Handan and Zhao. I'm willing to give it to you, Darling Chun, as long as you don't chase me away. Let me stay by your side so that I can prove my sincerity to you. Madame Fu said anxiously. An intelligence network. Seito squinted his eyes and thought to himself. As someone who was born in the future, Seito naturally understood the importance of an intelligence network. Hence, every time he attacked a new world, he would gather information about the current world. He would set up an intelligence network first. For example, when he attacked the Tang Dynasty world and the Three Kingdoms world, he spent most of his time on setting up an intelligence network. Then, he would plant spies or launch a global attack. Hence, this time was no exception. He was planning to send people out after he had settled down. He wanted to set up an intelligence network in the 7 warring states countries, as well as the entire world. Hence, he was quite tempted by Zhao Ye's suggestion. After all, it was more difficult to set up an intelligence network in the warring states period than in any other dynasty after the Qin dynasty. He couldn't fall behind in terms of languages either. At the very least, he had to master the official language of the Zhou dynasty and 7 or 8 other languages. Furthermore, there were classes and slaves in this era, as well as the hatred between countries that had lasted for hundreds of years. Outsiders who had no connections would not be able to get in, much less enter the Wang family or the Gong family. However, it wasn't that there was no solution. Seito could use the technology in the Rubik's Cube world to create a portable translation machine. He could give it to every spy who went out on a mission to help them complete this step. However, the prerequisite for creating the translation machine was that Sei Ito had to gather information about the words and languages of the various countries. This wasn't something that could be solved in a short period of time. Hence, it wasn't as convenient as directly receiving information from the locals. You're quite considerate. Seito laughed lightly. Madame Fu smiled gently and walked in front of Seito. She stretched out her arms and hugged his waist. Seeing that Seito didn't object, Madame Fu felt more assured. She rested her head on Seito's chest and listened to his strong heartbeat. Thump, thump. My dear Chun, you should leave this place quickly. I will call someone to discover the situation here. After a while, Madame Fu looked up at Seito and said, Are you sure you want to serve me wholeheartedly? Seito looked into Madame Fu's eyes and asked softly, Do you want me to dig out my heart for you to believe me? Madame Fu laughed bitterly. All right then, let me see your intentions, Seito said as he raised his arm and pressed his palm against Madame Fu's neck. In an instant, Madame Fu felt dizzy and her consciousness became blurry. In the end, you don't believe me. Madame Fu laughed bitterly and lost consciousness. Ito Chung gently placed Madame Yi on the ground and pointed his finger at her. He cast an illusion on her body and immediately stood up straight. He activated his transformation technique and turned himself into a skinny old man. He then jumped out of the window next to him. Ha! Voila! The sound of hardwood cracking could be heard in the mansion. Ah, there's an assassin. Seito, who was rushing out, used the imitation voice technique to imitate Chuan Yang's voice and screamed. What? With this scream, the entire mansion of Marquis Zhu Lu was thrown into chaos. Itsunari, who had turned into a skinny old man, did not hide. He swaggered directly to a place, and then a group of soldiers appeared in front of him. A cold light flashed in Ito Sei's eyes as he rushed to the front of the soldiers. Before they could react, he snatched a short sword and swept it across their bodies. Then, without stopping for a moment, he turned around and rushed past them. Under the gaze of another group of soldiers, he jumped over the high wall and escaped from Marquis residence of Great Deer. Chase after him. The soldier's face changed as he shouted. On the other side, Sei Ito, who had escaped from the mansion of Marquis Zhu Lu, dashed into a small alley. After a few turns, he arrived at a place where there was no one. Then, he activated his spatial ability and disappeared. In the next second, Sei Ito, who was still in the form of a skinny old man, appeared in Madame Yi's room. Pong! Sei Ito deactivated his transformation technique and walked to the bed in the room. He lowered his body and sat down. In the end, Zhao must have been very disappointed. Seito laughed softly. At the same time, in the mansion of Marquis Zhu Lu, the soldiers regarding the mansion finally discovered the condition of their master, Marquis Zhu Lu, Zhao Mu. They also discovered Madame Yi, who was covered in blood and looked like she was on the verge of death. Quick, call the imperial physician. One of the soldiers shouted loudly. Yes. Also, quickly pass on the news of Marquis Zhu Lu being assassinated to the king. Yes. Then, the soldiers split up and rushed to the palace and the imperial physician's house. They went to find the imperial physician and report to King Zhao that Marquis Zhu Lu had been assassinated. Of course, there was nothing much to say about finding the imperial physician to save Zhao Ye. It was just a mess. On the other hand, the palace was in a state of turmoil. Thunderous anger filled the entire court. Investigate this. Investigate thoroughly. You must find that damned assassin for me. An old man, who was dressed in a black ceremonial robe, had a rather fat body and fair skin. However, he didn't seem to be in high spirits. Instead, he looked like he was about to die. It wasn't clear if he was angry because his favorite man, Zhao Mu, was killed or because his sister, Zhao Ye, was assassinated. Thinking about it, it was probably the former. After all, he didn't even love the women in his harem. Why would he care so much about his sister? Zhao Mu, who was so close to him, made his heart ache. All right, how is Madame Yi? At this moment, King Zhao, who had finally thought of his sister, asked, "She is receiving treatment from the imperial physician. The details are not clear." The official who came to report replied, "Hurry up and take a look." King Zhao roared angrily. "Yes." The official replied in a panic and quickly left the palace. Around 4 hours later, in a certain bedroom in the heavily guarded Marquis Zhu Lu's mansion, Madame Ya, who had been under the care of many maids, slowly woke up from her coma. "I'm not dead." Madame Ya looked at the furnishings in the room and said in a daze, "She's awake. Madame Ya is awake. Quickly call the imperial physician." At this moment, a maid who heard Madame Ya's words said anxiously, following which frantic footsteps sounded in Madame Ya's ears. "So I'm not dead." Madame Ya, who had finally confirmed that she wasn't dead, smiled gently. Her eyes were filled with joy as she spoke softly. "You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.